It's a picturesque part of the world down here on the Bellarine Peninsula, the home of the Oates Victorian Open for 2017. Adjacent to the growing city of Geelong and based around Corio Bay. So much to see and do. And of course, blue water and blue skies. And some wonderful beaches as well. Plenty to do in terms of water sports and some of the world's greatest surf breaks, including Bells Beach, just down the coast. What a great place to hold a golf tournament as well. And there have been some great champions here over the years. Stacey Keating back in 2013, along with Matthew Giles in the men's event. This championship with the men's and women's tournaments being run concurrently. Minjee Lee in 2014 and Matthew Griffin, two players that have gone on to bigger and better things in subsequent years. And then the drama of 2015, Marianne Scarpnord and Richard Green, the champions. The excitement there because they're also partners in life. What a great story from 2015, backed up by the heroics of Georgia Hall in 2016. And Michael Long, the veteran, ramming home that putt in the playoff to win the men's side of the championship. So much to look forward to at this magnificent golf course, 13th Beach. Well, it's a beautiful part of the world and a magnificent place to stage one of this country's most innovative championships, with the men's and women's tournaments being held concurrently. Grant Dodd, joined by Andy Marr and Alison Whitaker in commentary this afternoon for at least the next 5 hours of live coverage of Andy, of what is really one of the most interesting championships in world golf, not just Australia. And as an interested observer of golf, particularly in Victoria and in this country, you must be excited about what's happening.
Well, Dottie, we've been lucky enough to come down here for the last 3 or 4 years since it's been played down here at 13th Beach, and it goes from strength to strength. That can be a bit of a throwaway line every now and again, a bit of a cliche, but the numbers of people that get through the gate here to support the tournament, the numbers here yesterday, following particularly the Laura Davies group in the afternoon, were phenomenal. It was Saturday, Sunday afternoon kind of stuff, and it's found its place not only in the Bellarine Peninsula and the kind of greater Geelong area, and the people down here have got so behind this event, they've taken it on board, they're really proud of it. But the Victorian government support speaks volumes for where it sits in the grander scheme of things in sport in not only this state but Australia. It's $1 million tournament, Ali. I mean, it's phenomenal in terms of the way that it's kind of been supported here. And from a women's perspective, to be able to play in the same field and what it's done with the European Tour now, I mean, it's underlining the success of it in and of itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the main thing is that they've got the formula right here. You know, you can see behind us, that's what's great about this event, is the fact that the women and the men are out on the range together. There's so much integration. I think that's really key. Obviously, the equal prize money is just massive for the women's game, and I think that is, again, key to the success of events like these. It needs to be done.
And there's certainly no secret that the strength of this championship is the women's field. We've got many players in the top 100 in the world, including the world number 17, Minjee Lee. What are you looking forward to today, to seeing from the women in this championship?
Well, I think we're really lucky in terms of the women's field. Like, there is so many players of really different backgrounds to watch. You know, the Great Dame, we've got a Great Dane at the top of the leaderboard as well in Nicole Brock-Larson, who's a brilliant player. So we've just got so many options when you think about Aussie classics. Catherine Kirk is in the field, and you know, she's been a little off the chop the last few years, 2-time winner on the LPGA, but she's back in again making her debut, and that's brilliant to see. I mean, again, Hai-Jin Choi, an amateur 17-year-old, won the World Junior as well, won the Australian Amateur Championship at the start of the year in January, so she's one to watch again for the future as well.
There's obviously so many quality players. I know you spent a lot of time in Asia, and particularly in Korea, Dottie, recently. There's so many great young men and female players coming out of Korea at the moment. I followed her for 5 holes yesterday. She did not miss a shot at the end of her round. She could have easily finished with 5 birdies. She birdied 2 of the last 5. It could have easily been 4 or 5. She is a phenomenally gifted player.
She's seriously good. Currently, I think number 4 in the women's amateur golf rankings. So she's definitely a star of the future and one to go and watch if you're out there today. So I'd put a little asterisk next to that group perhaps. And then again, we've got our Olympians on the women's side. We've got Suo and Minji Lee. Suo won on the LET at the Masters in previous years as well. Came second in an LPGA event last year, and I think her worst finish on this golf course in the last 3 years is 6th. So you'd have to like her chances going into, especially tomorrow. So one to watch out there today, and then Minji Lee as well.
Yeah, and there's certainly plenty to look forward to for the men's side as well, Andy, including a number of young up-and-comers that Australian audiences in particular wouldn't be used to, but you're going to be out there and with a guy like Jake McLeod.
Who's playing with Dimi Papadakis and Dave McKenzie in the final group, Dottie, and it's sort of in a 3-ball grouping, it sort of underlines what the Vic Open's all about. Such a great opportunity for young players like Jake McLeod and Dimi Papadakis. Jake McLeod yesterday shoots 11 under around the Creek course, which was set up for scoring yesterday. But for the players like him and Dane Lawson, who's a local lad from just down the Bellarine Peninsula at Curlewis here, this tournament gives the likes of McLeod and the others we've mentioned an unbelievable opportunity to springboard their way into pro ranks. It was Robin Allenby back in 91 at Woodlands who won this tournament as an amateur, and he said last night at a dinner that was had at Barwon Heads Golf Club that was the win that really gave him the impetus to turn pro and kind of launch his professional career. So for so many of those young guys, this is a really important tournament. And at the flip side, for guys like Nathan Green and Richard Green and Robin Allenby and Dave McKenzie, it's a really important career now that there's good money on offer for them to play in a revitalised State Open. And it's something that when you turn pro, the whole where State Open sat in the scheme of things was very different to where they sit nowadays.
Yeah, certainly. They were the link between the big championships. They enabled you to have continuity. There were 12 or 13 events back in the mid-90s when I turned pro, and you could certainly get something going and develop your game, and that's something that the Australian PGA have been looking to do for a long time, and this is a very important part of that, a building block of professional golf in this country. And now, Ali, you're going to be out on course with the final group today. We're standing here at the moment, and it is perfect conditions for golf. We are going to see some players shoot lights out today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is ideal at the moment. Probably about 5 to 7 k/hour wind, if anything. But the beast is what lurks behind here at 13th Beach, the 13th Beach. If the wind starts coming off that's when the course starts getting tricky. So if it does get up, we could see some interesting things in the afternoon.
Well, we're certainly set to see some wonderful golf. And as I said, we've got at least 5 hours of live coverage coming. But there's been some great golf played already this week. Let's take a look at highlights from rounds 1 and 2.
The morning groups definitely had the advantage as the 2017 Oates Vic Open began in benign conditions at 13th Beach, and it quickly became obvious that most of the good scores were being shot on the club's Creek course. With a generous gallery and train, world number 17 and tournament favourite Minji Lee was one of few big names who didn't cash in. Her playing partners, fellow West Australian Hannah Green and Indian prodigy Aditi Ashok, fared better, carding 70s. Suo fired an opening 71, one worse than her Australian International Crown teammate Rebecca Artis, whose playing partner, LET Order of Merit winner Beth Allen, played well but had no luck with her putter en route to a 71. But most of the action came from just 2 star-studded groups. Queenslander Catherine Kirk made 2 early bogeys, but charged late to fire a 68 on her Victorian Open debut. Denmark's Nicole Brock Larsen was the most consistent of the group, recording 6 blemish-free birdies in a quality 67. Englishwoman Mel Reid began with a bang by eagling the 10th and narrowly missed 2 other eagle tries. An errant approach to her last hole, the 9th, produced her only bogey in an otherwise fine 67. In another marquee group, Korean world number 4 amateur He-Jin Choi backed up her recent Australian Amateur Championship victory form, shooting a beautiful 68 despite missing multiple chances on the greens. English star Holly Clyburn was equally impressive for her 67 that included a double bogey on the 8th, but 8 quality birdies, including this on the par 5 7th. But the day belonged to a familiar face, that of Dame Laura Davies. The former world number 1 wound back the clock with a series of spectacular shots, racing to 7 under through 11 holes. Her round threatened to buckle when she copped a nasty break on the 7th hole, her 16th, when her ball somehow lodged in a fairway bunker lip when a drive bounced into the trap. But showing the composure that has made her a legend around the world for her 84 professional wins, Davies stayed calm and ultimately saved par when disaster had appeared imminent. Her flawless 8 under par 65 featured 6 birdies and an eagle, including a 6 under salvo in just 5 holes from the 16th through the 2nd.
I'm hitting it better this year. I've had real problems with my left leg and it's really sorted out now, so I feel stronger. Putted really well today and I've been working on my putting. That's been my weakest part. Drove it well. It was just a really solid day. We were really lucky with the conditions though. We hardly had any wind at all, and hopefully it will blow up this afternoon and blow him off the course.
So after round 1 of the Women's Oates Victorian Open, it's Laura Davies on top at 8 under. 2 shots clear of a group of 5 players, including Nicole Brock-Larson, Holly Clyburn, Sandra Gall, Perth's Whitney Hillier and England's Mel Reid, with another shot back to Herjin Choi and Catherine Kirk at 5 under. The men's first round followed a similar pattern, with almost all the leading scores coming from the morning groups out on the creek course. Among those was the marquee 3-ball of former champs Robert Allenby, Richard Green and reigning title holder Michael Long, who each had their moments of thrilling the large gallery in tow. Long battled early and uncustomarily played the par 5s in 2 over, but kept his defence alive with an inward 33 to card an even par 72. Allenby, the 1991 champion as an amateur, wasn't at his brilliant best, but still managed 4 birdies, including this on the 8th, to leave himself handy at 2 under par. Green, for much of his round, looked as if he could shoot the lights out. He made very few mistakes on one of his home courses, and while he didn't enjoy great luck with his flat stick, rolled in this birdie on the 8th to underline a fine opening 67. Kiwi Michael Hendrick, the field's highest ranked player, looked as if he would challenge for the lead when he peeled off 5 birdies in 7 holes mid-round. But he gained only 1 further stroke, this one on the 7th, in his final 7 holes, to keep him tied second with Queenslander Brett Rankin at 6 under. They were joined late in the afternoon by Bellarine Peninsula hope Dean Lawson, who defied the high winds to nail 9 imposing birdies, then held his nerve for par with this on the 18th. Newly minted Queensland professional Taylor McDonald continued his great recent form with a 67, including this for eagle on the par 5 7th, to be one of 4 on 5 under, including another past champion, Matt Griffin. But they're all chasing Victorian veteran David Branston, the 2015 Queensland Open champ, who came within a shot of the creek course record with a blistering 64. Branston, who earned his Japanese tour card late last year, unleashed 6 birdies in an outward 30, then continued to ride his hot putter all the way to the 13th Beach Clubhouse with an inward 34 for his best score at the venue, having played each of the previous 4 tournaments since it moved to the Bellarine Peninsula.
It's always nice to start a tournament with that sort of number. Putted well early. Had 6 under on the front 9 and birdied 10, so I was 7 under through 10. The putter was really hot. Didn't hit it quite as close the last few holes, so I didn't give myself many looks at birdies, but kept playing nicely, hitting greens, and didn't hit any trouble, so that was good.
So after day 1 of the men's Oates Vic Open, it's David Branston leading the way at 8 under par, 2 clear of Dean Lawson, Brett Rankin and Michael Hendry. Taylor McDonald is wedged among a nest of Victorians sharing 5th at 5 under, alongside Matt Griffin, Richard Green and Bendigo's Lucas Herbert. Making birdies on the first day of the Oates Vic Open had been a bit of a yawn for Herjin Choi and her illustrious playing companions. But day 2 was a different story for Laura Davies, who crashed from the leaderboard with 3 bogeys and a double in her first 5 holes. Choi couldn't repeat her magic early, but found 3 late birdies to stay in the mix at 9 under, leaving England's Holly Clyburn to fly the flag for the first round supergroup. Clyburn began only reasonably, but plugged away and eventually found herself back in 3rd place. It was left to Solheim Cup aspirant Belen Motho to ignite the women's field, but even then it didn't come easily. Motho was frustrated early when she found herself 1 over through 4 holes. But as the putter warmed up, so too did the scoring, as the sassy Spaniard poured in an eagle and 6 birdies in her closing 14 holes for a 7 under par 66 on the beach course. Aussie favourite Catherine Kirk was another who couldn't figure out why the putts weren't dropping early, before a superb eagle on the 14th put her back in the mix at 8 under. But her playing partners had no such problems. Melissa Reid showed occasional flashes of brilliance and good hands to boot, with a 70 to follow her opening 67. Nicole Brock-Larsen, though, was the standout. The Dane, tied 24th in last year's Women's Australian Open, has been in sparkling form for the opening 2 rounds. And she was relentless again in setting up a one-shot lead with 7 birdies before she put the cue in the rack. So, after 2 rounds of the Women's Oates Vic Open, it's Nicole Brock-Larsen, the woman to catch, at 12 under. She's 2 clear of Germany's Sandra Gale, England's Holly Clyburn, an Australian pair Sue O and the impressive Whitney Hillier, all at 10 under. England's Mel Reid and Korean He-Jin Choi share 6th at 9 under. Fan favourite Jared Lyles set the low score train in motion on the Oates Vic Open men's side with an eagle on the 18th and a string of nice mid-round putts en route to a 67 and a 7 under total. Fellow Victorian Lucas Herbert then loomed ominously with 4 consecutive birdies early in his afternoon round, including this on the 7th. But a wayward drive on the 8th cost him a double bogey and his charge slowed to a 69 for an 8 under total. But there were plenty of others who went on with the job. Dimi Papadatos joined an illustrious band of pros to a fired 64 on the beach course, his 8 under mark matching Michael Choi, Richard Green, Matt Miller, Jason Scrivener and Aaron Townsend from the previous 4 Vic Opens, and Ben Campbell and Max McArdle today on a day of hot scoring. But the day will long be remembered for Jake McLeod's heroics. The second-year Queensland pro didn't appear to have history in his sights when he was just 1 under through 6 holes. But 2 birdies and an eagle to close out his front 9, then later a birdie, eagle, birdie, birdie finish enabled him to carve 2 shots off Mitch Brown's previous best of 63 on the Creek course.
It feels awesome. Played some really good golf out there, hit it beautifully, rolled in a lot of putts, and yeah, it just feels good to have my first course record.
McLeod's stunning 11 under 61 took him to 13 under overall, good for a 1-shot buffer over Papadatos and Victorian veteran David McKenzie, who peeled off a superb 63 of his own late in the afternoon on the Creek course. Popular South Australian Adam Bland added a 66 on the Creek side to go with his opening 68 on the beach, to share 4th with the Bellarine Peninsula's own Dean Lawson at 10 under. An 8-way tie for 6th at 9 under features overnight leader David Bransden, former champ Matt Giles, and last week's Vic PGA champ Damien Jordan.
Well, there's been some fantastic golf played already this week over Thursday and Friday here at 13th Beach, and of course highlighted by the aforementioned Jake McLeod shooting a round of 61 here, and this is no snack, this golf course, that's for sure. And he's leading the championship heading into the weekend, and down on the range and earlier caught up with Andy Marr.
Tournament leader Jake McLeod, 13 under the card after an 11 under yesterday around the Creek. That must have felt pretty nice, mate.
Yeah, it felt really good. Everything clicked, went into place yesterday, hit it nicely and putted well. So stick to the game plan today and hopefully it goes the same way.
Are you a kind of momentum player? Do you kind of feed off that and just try and roll with it, or do you have to kind of reset for the third round?
Yeah, I guess so. I finished well yesterday in my last 4 holes, so hopefully that's keep me going at the start here. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
It feels a nice day for it.
Yeah, exactly. The wind hasn't picked up yet, so hopefully it stays like this and some low scoring will be on display again, hopefully.
Is this the biggest stage you reckon you've been on in your short professional career?
Oh, leading wise, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
So how'd you sleep last night?
Actually pretty good. Yeah, I was tired. Yeah, I was tired. It was good, yeah.
Yeah, you realise you've already picked up Jake the Man Bun McLeod. You know the Man Bun's following you around everywhere. Are you comfortable with this?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I've grown it for a couple of years now, so yeah, not cutting it, so it's all good.
It's become the trademark, mate.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So what do you kind of hope to do today? Do you have a little game plan for early in your round? Have you got a sort of couple little targets you set yourself early in this third round?
Oh, no targets really. I just stick to my game plan. That's my targets, I guess. And if I can execute that, hopefully I can play well, yeah.
It's a fun tournament to be part of.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great week down here. I love it down at 13th, so looking forward to it.
Mate, good luck, all the best.
Thank you. Cheers.
Looking pretty relaxed there, Jake McLeod, for a young man facing what is the biggest weekend of his young professional career to this stage. And of course, over on the other side of the women's draw, we have another leader in Nicole Brock-Larson, and she caught up with Ali Whitaker.
Nicole Brock-Larson, 2 rounds of 67. Obviously, something's setting up right for you out on the golf course. What's the strength of your game at the moment?
I'll say my putting. I'm not striking the ball the way I want to, actually. I'm struggling a little bit with my swing, but, things turns out pretty good anyway, and I got some good bounces, especially yesterday. So, I'm just trying to take it as it is, and I was smiling about the bad ones.
Well, your swing still looks pretty good to us. Conditions are ideal out there at the moment. That must be a nice bonus to have when you're out on the beach course.
Yeah. If the wind picks up, it's going to be tougher. But I played in Bahamas 2 weeks ago in a lot of wind, so hopefully I'm a little bit prepared for that if it's going to happen. But yeah, the conditions are really good, so I have to go low one again.
Yeah, well, you're obviously ready for it. Now, you're staying nearby at the moment. Who are you staying with?
We're staying down in Ocean Grove I'm staying with Patricia Sanz from Spain, and she stayed at these housing people last year, and then she took me this year. So actually my host dad is going to caddy today, so it's going to be fun.
That's awesome. Well, you have a little bit of local knowledge. We love watching you play. Your swing looks awesome at the moment. I have to say, best luck out there this afternoon.
Thank you.
Of course, a lot of players taking advantage of the local hospitality down here on the Bellarine Peninsula, and Nicole Brock-Larson being one of those. Well, there's been some great golf played already today in outstanding conditions for scoring, and one of those is Queenslander Adam Blythe. This for birdie on his final hole, the 18th, 7 under par for his round, and just sneaking by that for a 8 under par round of 64. But the big mover already on moving day, Adam Blythe. Tremendous round of 65 here on the beach course at the 13th Beach Golf Club. The aerial view of the first tee, and this is the men's leaderboard as things stand. Just getting underway. You can see there Adam Blythe, the big mover, up to 11 under, just 2 back of our leader Jake McLeod at 13 under. Dimi Papadatos from New South Wales, and David McKenzie, the veteran, the rising 50-year-old, at 12 under, just 1 back. A lot of experience there for David McKenzie, a winner on the secondary tour in America, and also a multiple winner here in Australia. Richard Green, the former champion, he's 6 under par for the round today, along with Nick Cullen, the Masters champion, the Australian Masters champion, 5 under par, and 10 under for the championship with David Branston, the first round leader, and Nathan Green, now semi-retired, but what an outstanding player Nathan Green has been, former Canadian Open champion on the US PGA Tour. Another former champion there, Matthew Giles at 10 under, with Adam Bland, who spends most of his time playing on the Japan Tour these days, Dean Lawson, Lee McKechnie from the Hunter Valley in New South Wales, Rory Burke, and another former champion, and Matthew Griffin. The champions coming out here in round 3. Michael Hendry, the highest ranked male in the field, and last week's winner, Damien Jordan, all at 9 under par. A packed leaderboard in the men's championship of the 2017 Oates Victorian Open. Now, let's head out to some of the highlights from the women's side. This is England's Melissa Reid, rolling that in for birdie at number 1. And what a tremendous player Mel Reid is. Strong, athletic, hits the ball a long, long way, and very competitive as well. And that's the ideal start for the Englishwoman. Let's take a look at the women's leaderboard. as things stand, as round 3 starts to heat up here at 13th Beach. And not a huge amount of movement at this stage. Melissa Reid, after that birdie, moving up into a tie for second place with Holly Clyburn. A lot of talent there, tied for second with Sue O, Whitney Hillier from WA, and Sandra Hall at 10 under par. Down to Emily Christine Pedersen from Denmark, 6 under par for her third round, and catapulting herself onto the first page of this leaderboard. Now 4 back of her countrywoman, Nicole Brock-Larson. And down, let's go down as we're just about to tee off with our final group. And Andy Marr has Dimi Papadopoulos.
I do, Dottie, indeed, as he's finished some of the preliminaries, going to have a putt before he gets to the first tee. Big stage today, mate. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. Looking forward to the day. It's weather looks like it's holding out, so hopefully get some good scoring.
68-64. The game's obviously in pretty good nick. You'd be happy if it keeps going lower.
Yeah, it's in pretty good nick. Another 64 will be nice today. Should keep me in the mix.
What about the vibe of the Vic Open? It's a fantastic place to be with the men and the women playing in alternate groups. Has it got a special feel for you?
Yeah, definitely. There's a few that are pretty easy on the eye out here, so it's nice to change it up.
Mate, just focus on the golf if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
So you got to sort of plan early, just get the game in order, or do you just get a feel for it early before you sort of have anything in mind to post?
Don't have anything in mind in particular. Just depends on how it's playing. The wind's meant to pick up this afternoon, so you can't really think too much of a score. Like yesterday, we knew it was going to be easy, but not too sure about this afternoon. So I'll just try and make the most of the conditions.
Mate, good luck. All the best.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Back to you, Dottie.
Yeah, Dimi Papadopoulos, of course, as you can see there, the shape of the modern golfer. Certainly a bit different from the days when we first came on tour in the mid-90s, but a real talent and a young guy on the way upwards in Australian golf at the moment. So we've seen some great scoring already outside the commentary box, lots of people gathering, enjoying the hospitality here at 13th Beach. And if you're coming down this way, you'll certainly have a wonderful time. It's not just about a golf tournament, it's about an event within this Bellarine Peninsula area. And something for everybody here, including families, particularly in this area around the commentary box and the putting green here at the clubhouse. And perfect conditions as well. Not much breeze blowing, mid to high 20s temperature. And so if you're not planning anything this afternoon, jump in the car and come down and have a look at some of the world's best golfers who are teeing it up here this week. So we're going to head down to the range in a little bit, and actually we're going to go to the putting green, and one of the players who's playing magnificently this week is Holly Clyburn, and she's with Ali Whitaker.
Holly, you've had a great week so far. You turned, another year older this week. Perhaps some good birthday luck going on for you here at 13th Beach?
Yeah, it must be. 2 years ago, it was my birthday again, and played well 2 years ago, so hopefully I can keep that momentum going into today.
Well, obviously the course suits your game pretty well. You're a bit of a bomber. I have to say, I haven't seen your swing looking this good in a long time. You've won on tour before. You know what it takes. How do you feel going into the weekend?
Pretty confident. I'm content with my golf swing at the moment. I went back to my old coach over the winter time and did some serious thinking about my swing. And I just feel like I'm where I should be. Still got a few things to work on, but it's getting there. Each day's better. But I'm really happy where I am at the moment.
Yeah, well, we're happy to watch you where you're at the moment. It's scintillating golf. Conditions are perfect right now. How are you enjoying your time in Australia?
It's pretty nice today, isn't it? But yeah, it's perfect golfing conditions now. Last week was a bit too hot, but now it's perfect. Covered up, so hopefully keep cool for the rest of the day.
Bit of slip, slop, slap, as we say here in Australia. Now, you've got caddy Johnny Scott on the bag. I think we're happy you're not mic'd up, knowing Johnny, but do you have a game plan at all with the way that you work together?
Our game plan's just going out there and enjoying it at the moment. It's obviously the first tournament of the season. You don't know what to expect, especially where I've been the past few months. I was injured over December time, So we're just going out there and enjoying each other's company. You could mic us up, but there'd be probably a few beeps, but not that too much. We're keeping it clean this week, so yeah, we're getting on great.
Good girl. Well, best of luck out there this Arvo.
Thanks.
And Ali, I think you can hear me down there at the moment. Interesting for Australian golf audiences to see these ladies from the European Tour, players they haven't seen before. And of the players in the last couple of groups, who do you see as potentially making a big move today?
Well, I think we're kind of spoilt for choice, aren't we, Dottie? I mean, just even looking at this putting green, you've got past winner Stacey Keating. Obviously, she's a bit out of the mix, but Suo, incredible form on this golf course. She obviously likes it. She's got Sean Clues on her bag, who's a really experienced caddy as well. So that's a really good mix to watch. And then two big hitters, Nicole Brockglass and Holly Clyburn, both going for Solheim Cup points as well. That's a new thing this year with the co-sanction from the LET, is that all of these European players are playing for their spot in the team. Double points this year in 2017, so they've got a lot to play for.
Ali, let's talk a little bit about Suo, because she's a phenomenally talented player, but has lived in the shadow, I guess you'd say, of Minjee Lee over the last couple of years. But I think she has that sort of talent, and perhaps reflect upon her potential as a professional golfer.
Well, she's got loads of potential, and I think that's the thing about Sue. We haven't seen her best golf yet, and so when that happens, when she gets the confidence, I think it's going to start raining wins for Sue. But I met Sue when she was 12 years old, and she was good then. She's even better now as a 20-year-old, so it's fun to watch, and it's great for us to see her journey as well.
Let's talk a little bit about the leader, Nicole Brock-Larson. I mean, I had a little chat to you off camera before, and you talked about someone absolutely bursting with talent, but also perhaps someone who gets a little bit nervous in this sort of stage.
Yeah, she's had plenty of opportunities, to be fair, in her career, and it's almost been like a trial by error for Nicole in a lot of aspects. Back in Pilsen, when she was in the middle on the Ladies European Tour, she was right in the mix. She was leading and going into the last 4 holes and just couldn't close out the tournament. It was Hannah Burke, also in the mix this week, who actually shot 64 and overtook her, and it took quite a bit for her to get over that, and then she went, had a week off, played on the Access Tour, and ended up winning the next tournament, which was the Ladies Open in Sweden. So she knows how to get over it, and I think she's seen the good bits and the bad bits of golf, and that's only adding to her strengths.
We often talk about professional golf in terms of wins. It's something that is really focused upon all the time as a mark of your place in the game. But as a former professional golfer yourself, and someone who's played on tour for a bunch of years, it's such a hard thing to do, isn't it? And when you put yourself into that position where you have an opportunity to win and don't do it, it's a massive mental battle to recover from. And just reflect upon how you can dig yourself out of that, perhaps.
Well, I think for Nicole it was actually really good management for her. So she had her team and they encouraged her to go and play on the lesser tour in between the starts on the Ladies European Tour. So it was almost like she got the monkey off her back. I think she finished 11th in between those events, but she got it off on a different tour and then came back to her home tour and she was ready to go, and she came out and won. So she actually looks better on the golf course now, in my opinion, than she did back then as well. So one of the best swings in golf. One to watch is Nicole. Another one, Melissa Reid. Love watching her golf swing. You're going to get an absolute clinic watching them out there today. So it's fun. I'm looking forward to seeing how this tournament plays out. It should be interesting. The
phenomenal breeding ground of golf that is Korea looks like it's produced another player of extraordinary talent. And that's Hee-Jin Choi, who's the amateur at 9 under par, hasn't been spoken of a lot, but she is someone, even given the fact that she is an amateur playing in a professional tournament, who could very easily win this championship.
Absolutely, and she was one of my picks going into the start of the week, to be fair, and I remember talking to a couple of girls and they're like, who's that? And I was like, write the name down, you're going to have to remember this, because another one from the South Korean talent pool. And when you think about their Olympic side, if you're inside the top 10 in the world rankings, it wasn't enough to get a start in Rio. So she's adding to that massively, and it's going to be fun watching her out there.
Well, great to have Ali Whitaker joining us here this week in commentary for the Oates Victorian Open for 2017, and Ali will be out on course with the final group here today. And we're heading over to the first tee now for live coverage of the championship, and let's take a look at an aerial of this first hole, 346 metres for the women. a little bit longer for the men. You can see that dog leg with those bunkers. Of course, the bunkers here at 13th Beach, generally of the pot type and extremely penal, often don't allow players to be able to reach the green for two. You can see it just at this point here, just starting to camber around to the left, and quite a wide open teeing area. And most of the women will be going in with short irons from around 7-iron to wedge, depending upon just how long they are off the tee. That bunker at the front there, just a little bit further back than most of the players think. An optical illusion from the fairway. But a nice opening hole, a reasonably gentle one at that, at 346 metres. And this is the first tee. And former champion Richard Green was out early, and he's just finished his round and currently is with Andy Marr.
Thanks, Dotty. And he shot 7 under to put himself right back in. This tournament is familiar when you're up the top of the leaderboard here. That must have felt pretty good today.
Yeah, it did. It felt great. You know, it's whenever you shoot a good score like that, and the ball flows and the score flows and the putts roll in and you swing really well. It's an amazing feeling. You know, golf can be so torturous at times. You know, when you don't hit it well and you don't hold putts, but when you do, it's just a great feeling. I love it.
It's been an unusual tournament. 5 under the opening round, square the second, 7 under today. How does that happen?
I'm really not sure. You know, look, the first round, you know, I was just really flat with the putter. Couldn't get the ball rolling, couldn't get it in the hole, and then all of a sudden on the back nine I hit a few close and was able to tap them in, and was able to sort of shoot 5 under in the first round. And the second round just kept on going the same way with the putter, and I just couldn't get the speed, couldn't get the lines. And then all of a sudden today, it's like it's all matched up. So, you know, I felt the ball rolled so much nicer. Whether it was a little bit smoother on the greens today, you know, being a bit early, probably the case. But I just felt a little bit more comfortable out there and knew I had to have a score, but it was a little bit more relaxed. So
you're only one back now. Who knows what it's going to look like at the end of the day? What do you do for the rest of the afternoon?
I might just go over a few things with Brownie and just see what good we can take out of it as well, and to take into tomorrow, and might hit a few balls, have some lunch, and watch some scores. You know, it's going to be the conditions are so good that, you know, if the leaders don't score, well, you know, it'd be surprising really. But you know, if I can be within 5 at the end of the day, I'd be pretty happy.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks.
Back to you, Dotty.
Yeah, of course, some courses set up really well to the eye, and 13th Beach certainly does for Richard Green. This is Suo. First tee shot of the third round. Beautifully balanced golf swing. Maybe leaking a little bit right. And just trickling into that first cut of rough. Will create some challenges for a second shot in controlling distance. See her there carrying her bag from the Rio Olympics. And what a treat for the young Australian. Well, we've heard Ali Whittaker talking up the golf swing of this young lady, Holly Clyburn, from the UK. And you can see why. Once again, beautiful balance. Turned it over though. And, well, she's far enough back in that bunker, potentially, to still be able to reach the green. But it is a very deep one at that. And finally, our leader, Nicole Brock-Larson, 12 under par through 2 rounds. And can she get her round off to a good start? Just carrying the fairway wood. And likes it. Compact, powerful, and in pole position there on the left-hand side of the fairway. So our final group away now in the Women's Championship here, the Oates Victorian Open. And Ali Whittaker walking the fairways with this group, and she's got Suo.
Just strolling up this beautiful path on this glorious Victorian afternoon.
Good day, isn't it? It is really nice.
It's nice. How nice is it to see all these crowds out as well?
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, I've been away from home and everyone's out here. Like, a lot of my friends are out here too, and it's just so good to see them. And yeah.
So will they be the rowdy ones going down the final stretch?
I don't know. I don't think so. But my family, my sisters are out here. It's a weekend, so she's down here. Yeah, it's good. I can just talk with them around.
Yeah, and keep loose and that kind of thing. Now, where's Papa? Oh, where is he? He's always around somewhere, isn't he?
He's down there. He's just like way ahead, just enjoying the walk.
He's like the walking spotter up ahead.
Yeah, I almost hit him on the creek course. I was like, rebound off him, but it didn't, and like went into the crowd.
Kick it out, Dad, kick it out. Yeah, it happened.
Not that far, but could have hit him and come back out.
Exactly. Why didn't he take it for the team?
Yeah, but not quite.
Well,
he moved away.
It's nice to have this home crowd, isn't it? Like, it's such a cool event. Do you wish we had more like this on the schedule?
Yeah, I mean, the crowd, I guess most of them play golf, so they've never really gotten in my way so far. Yeah, and I think it's because from afar you can't really see the shots very well, so I think it's good for them, and it feels like there's more people around us as well, so it's good atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, enjoy your round out there. We'll see you during the 18 holes on and off.
Yeah.
Go get them.
Thanks, Ali.
Cheers, mate.
Great personality there, Suo, and it's wonderful to see just how receptive the women from the LET, the Ladies European Tour, are to this type of broadcasting. It's something that we need to see more of in golf, not just in this country but around the world, and certainly something I think that the male golfers also need to get used to, giving us a little bit more of an insight into what they're going through on the course, the experience of playing professional golf, and also allowing us to see a bit of their personality. Let's go down to Ali, and our leader, Ali, and about to play her second shot into the first. Ali Whittaker just currently in slightly out of position there, so this is Nicole Brock-Larson playing her second. Great look at her swing from behind. Really good posture there over the ball.
This one's in the air. It's headed a little out to the left. Not a bad spot to miss it, but it is generally Nicole's miss is left, so not the best start to her day from an iron standpoint. And I'm back in position now, Dottie, so I've got a great view here of Sue O's shot. Ball's just sitting a little above her feet as well in the rough, so it's hard to get at this back right hole location from here. Well, the ball's in the air, but not really. This has carried that bunker on the left. That was a big break there for Suo because that bunker is nasty.
Yeah, well, she was just out of position there, Ali, unfortunately, in the left rough, ball above her feet, and really the only place that she really could miss that green was left. Now, do you think that Holly can reach the green out of this bunker?
If she does, I'm going to go give her a pat on the back myself. She's back in the bunker, though, so wind's into it at the moment. It's a big shot. Good contact though. This is leaking just a little bit out to the right. Should come up short. And she's going to have to carry that right greenside bunker, but pretty good result from there.
Well, 3 balls having missed the green here on the first from our leaders. And this tournament being broadcast live, a live stream all weekend on Vic Open Golf /live, and going out live around the world too. And a big hello to all of our viewers in India at the moment. Many people tuning in to see their local hero, Aditi Ashok, who's a real up-and-comer in the world of golf. And, well, this is really the future of golf at this level for sure. Live streaming and an opportunity to see a lot of these tournaments now that aren't being broadcast by the big networks. And great galleries, as has traditionally been the case here at 13th Beach. This tournament has been supported magnificently by the locals and also by plenty of interested spectators making the trek down from Melbourne to this beautiful part of the world. 13th Beach, of course, a 36-hole complex interspersed with houses. A great part of the world for golf. Adjacent to one of the great links golf courses of Australia, Barwon Heads Golf Club. So Holly Clyburn, after hitting her tee shot into the left fairway bunker, coming up a good 15 yards short, but plenty of green to work with. So not a difficult up and down for the Englishwoman.
Holly has a really good lie as well, so just skip that off the back part of the bunker. Not quite enough to get up that ridge, but it's an uphill putt to try and save par.
Ali, you'd have to say a fair bit of nerves being shown already by our final group.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough hole, to be fair. Back into the wind, it plays pretty long the first, but again, this back right hole location, potentially one of the hardest on the actual golf course, on this hole in particular. Sue opting to throw the ball up in the air. I think that's the thing about the golf course is you know this group's going to make loads of birdies. Like, they're all birdie machines in their own right. So, you know, just trying to keep those bogeys off the card is the difference between, say, you know, a 70 or a 67.
Well, old Brock Larson just charging that one by a good 10 feet. So 3 testers coming up for our final group in the Women's Championship. Certainly none of them any gimmies. And Ali getting away to a bogey start on the first hole is not always the best way to get your mind in the right space.
No, I think they'd all prefer to be in this position with a birdie chance, but you know, that's kind of the nature of the beast here on the beach course. There's some really scoreable holes, but then depending on the wind, there can be some pretty lengthy ones as well, particularly a couple of those par fours that, you know, the girl's going to have long irons into, especially Holly out of that bunker. The unforced error was off the tee. So, you know, it's just about plotting your way around and trying to stick to a game plan as much as possible.
maybe had a look at this putt, Ali. What's this going to do? Looks maybe a little left to right uphill.
Yeah, that's pretty much spot on. The first kind of 3 or 4 feet will move the ball left to right, and then it should straighten out a little bit towards the end.
Suo looking to stay at 10 under par with this par putt. Great par putt by Suo. Well, the final group in the men's championship are also underway, and Andy Marr is David McKenzie.
Yeah, who's absolutely ripped his first down the first fairway here. That's always a nice way to start.
Yeah, you stand on the first tee with all sorts of things going on your head. Don't hit it right, don't hit it left, and then don't top it. So I got it away all right, but Dimmy unfortunately didn't.
He's cold topped his and hasn't made the fairway. Have you had a start to a big round when you're in your junior formative years like that?
No, not that I can remember, but I definitely know that I've hit bad tee shots and hooked them in the rough and in the trees and all that sort of thing. Definitely at Huntingdale on the first hole, I've hit it plenty of times in the trees on the first.
We're walking past Jake McLeod. You turned pro before he was even born. How nice is it that you can still compete with these blokes?
It is nice, and fortunately, the way that this golf course sets up, that you can compete. It's not too long, and it's windy that makes it tough. You have to think about what's going on. And I sort of think my way around it usually a little bit better than some of the other guys, but today's yet to be seen.
Appreciate the chat. Good luck today.
No worries, Andy. Thanks.
Yeah, a vastly experienced player, Dave McKenzie. And back to Holly Clyburn, putting straight up the hill. Oh, and hanging it out to the right. So a bogey start for Holly Clyburn. And that'll drop her back to single figures under par, -9. And 3 back as things stand. Of course, with Nicole Brock-Larson facing a par putt of a similar length. This to stay at 12 under. And, well, a little work left to do there for her bogey as well. So a bogey 5 start for our leader, Nicole Brock-Larson, and what a packed leaderboard we have in this women's championship. Back to 11 under now with just a 1-stroke lead, and back to the men in the first fairway. And Andy Marr, you've had a good chance to look at this shot. What's he got left?
Well, he's straight back into this freshening breeze. It's a funny course, isn't it? Sometimes it feels like it's quite benign, and then you get into more exposed parts of the course that are closer to the actual 13th beach, and it feels like the wind's picked up a bit, and he's got it straight back into the teeth of this breeze. About 150 to go. Hit 3 wood off the first tee here. McLeod, Dave McKenzie hit a magnificent drive. Dimmy Papadatas, Dottie, I'd be interested when you get a minute to talk about this. He cold topped it off the first. It didn't even make the fairway. It could not have been a worse start to a big round for a young player who is hoping to make a big impression today. So McLeod, with an abbreviated swing, takes it straight at the pin. A little bit of fade about that. That's a beautiful shot. About 15, maybe 20 feet left for birdie here on 1.
Yeah, and putting back up the slope. Well, as you mentioned, Andy, that there can't be many more embarrassing things to do than hitting a cold top, and it'll be a real challenge for Dimmy to collect himself. Over to Dave McKenzie,
who was fantastically gracious to have that chat with us. He's got about 140, takes it straight at this pin. It looks a fantastic shot from down here as well.
Yeah, positioning himself beautifully under the hole there, Dave McKenzie.
So Papadakis is like Dotty a long way back. He obviously hasn't tried to bite off too much with that second shot. His nerves must have been absolutely shot to pieces after that opening drive. If he could get this up and down from here, that could really settle him down after that horrific opening drive here on one. Takes it straight at the pin.
Well, he's given himself a chance, that's for sure, and he's still smiling, which is probably the only thing you can do when you hit a shot like he did. He's got a tremendous amount of potential, Dimi Papadakis. Likes to enjoy life as well. And looking to find a little bit of a balance between that sense of enjoyment and maximising his potential as a professional golfer. And currently just one stroke out of the lead of another young guy with a tremendous future in the game, Jake McLeod. Had a real challenge in his first year as a pro. Like a lot of guys with a lot of talent who come from being a big fish in a small pond, and you get to swim in the ocean that is the world of professional golf and realise just how deep and how challenging it is to make a living out of this game. But he's got an opportunity here this week to put an exclamation mark against his career, and also to put enough money in his bank account to have the opportunity to make choices about what he does next, where he can play, where he can go. So there's a lot riding on this week. $1 million in prize money combined here in the Vic Open between the men's and women's championships. It will go to $1.3 million next year, $650,000 minimum for each of the fields. And so the phenomenon, the growth of this championship continues apace. A new sponsor coming on next year after the great support of Oates in TAC, and sponsors starting to line up to be involved in this tremendous event. Well, Andy, it's Dave McKenzie to putt first, and looks like it might just come a little from his right.
Got that doggy. Here.
A little challenge down there at the moment with the sound. So Dave McKenzie, this to get him to 13 under par. Yeah, good speed, but just on the low side. And still extremely competitive, Dave McKenzie. Played well last week at the Vic PGA. He's played on the US PGA Tour. He's won on the Web.com Tour, or the Nationwide Tour in America as it was then, and he's just a guy who never seems to get old, rising 50 and still competing well with the flat bellies, as they say.
Seems to enjoy the grind, Dotty. He hasn't got sick of getting out early and getting on the range and working on his game, and he still loves the hard work aspect of the game. Big putt here now for Jake McLeod. A little bit of left to right. Starts to break its way towards the hole now. Oh, dead in the heart.
But a solid start for the young Queenslander. A rock solid par, 2 solid shots, and that's a great way to settle the nerves heading into the biggest weekend of his professional career.
And speaking of settling the nerves, Papadakis is pretty much straight up the hill here, about 8 to 9 feet. Not much break in the part. I just wonder what a difference this might make to the next 17 holes if he can put behind him that opening drive and get away with a 4 here on 1. Oh, that's remarkable. That is an unbelievable fall, given where he was off the tee. And he's an infectious, engaging character. He's got a smile as big as 13th Beach itself at the moment. He knows he's dodged a bullet there, and hopefully it's onward and upward for that very gifted young player.
And Andy, if golf doesn't work out, there's got to be a spot for him in the world of male modelling, I would have thought. He's a ridiculously good-looking cat.
Yes, he is. I think he knows it. And he obviously works. As you said before, he's the kind of prototype of the modern golfer. Spends a lot of time in the gym, and Dave McKenzie tidies up for his fall, but he's, big, broad-shouldered, impressive athlete. He looks like he could play any number of sports. Dimi Papadata. So he's underway. He gets away with a par here after as bad a drive as you could see on the opening hole.
Yeah, great recovery there from the young man from New South Wales, and keeps him one shot back of the leader Jake McLeod, who made a par up the first. Richard Green, the big mover, here in round 3 with a 7 under par round of 65. He's one back. Dave McKenzie stays at 12 under. Adam Blythe, round of 65 to move to 11 under, and the same score as the former Masters winner Nick Cullen, Rory Burke and Lee McKechnie at 10 under par.
We see pluses. Home, health, wealth, all pluses. Friends, family, love. There's another big plus in the world. You. You plus the opportunities you create. You plus the action you take. You plus the future that's yours and yours alone. Host Plus, your industry super fund.
No one can stop me when I taste the feeling. Nothing could ever bring me down. Here we go. Taste the feeling.
You can do this trick with cheap balls or expensive ones. I got this one from Drummond Golf, so I paid the lowest price in the country. They're Australia's biggest, and they guarantee they won't be beaten on price. Pretty neat trick, huh?
Isn't it time we matched cleaning with innovation? Introducing the Oates Catch-All Triple Action Broom, featuring a unique bristle that's soft on floors and designed to sweep, collect and go, all with award-winning results. Whatever you clean, Oates cleans best.
My name's Isaac Riches. I'm a good golfer and I like hitting shots out of the bunker. My favourite club are my 5-iron, 7-irons. After my bunker shot, I have to jump to see the ball goes. My favourite golfer is Adam Scott and Jason Day. One day I'm playing golf all around the world.
Road safety's come a long way, but we can't stop now. See the system changing road safety for good.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we, as humans, choose to chase it. Without the chase, everything man has ever done would not have been done as well, as good at all. Ignore the comfort zone. Chase boldly. And when you do, raise a glass to yourself, because you, sir or madam, are alive.
Here's to the chase. Wolf Blass.
Here we are at Volunteer HQ, and I am joined by Chief Coordinator Karen White. Karen, tell us, how big is your team here this week?
We've got about 10 in headquarters looking after about 250 volunteers for the week.
Wow, that is quite a big group. Your hours during the day must be quite lengthy. What sort of time do you start and what time are you going home at night?
Yeah, they sure are. We're all here at 6 a.m. We've got to be here for, say, the practice range people to start their job. And we're here till about 7 or 8 o'clock every night, preparing caddy bibs and carry boards and walker scorer sheets, all for the next morning. So, long hours.
Terrific work, and obviously coordinating that many people for the length of time throughout the week, you must have seen a funny thing or two. Can you highlight for us maybe a moment of stupidity here in HQ?
I sure can. Yeah, the long hours obviously affected us. While we were setting up, we thought we had loaded up the fridge with cold water and realised we didn't have the fridges on, so we all had a bit of a laugh about that. But
Too right. Remember to flick the switch.
Yep.
Well, thank you to all the volunteers out here this week. We much appreciate it. The event could not go ahead without you. Good luck to you, Karen, and your team.
Thank you. It's good fun and they all enjoy it, so yeah, it's worth it.
Excellent. Have a great week, everyone.
And it has been a great week so far and getting better. And I'm joined in the commentary box by a man who's spent a long time around golf in this country, Mark Hayes, from Media Manager for Golf Australia and former golf journalist in the Herald Sun. And, mate, you've seen a lot of golf and you must be really excited by what's going on here.
This is magic, Dottie. And thanks for having me in. It's just, it's big. In fact, it's huge and getting bigger every year down at Barwon Heads. And full credit to Golf Victoria for what they do and all the staff like Karen and all the volunteers for pulling it together. It's amazing to see how many people were wandering around the precinct. It's fantastic.
And there's some great stories to be written out of this as well. As a guy who's spent his life writing about golf, I mean, you want things like this to get your teeth into. And there's so much young talent playing here at the moment. There's so many subplots to this championship. It's a kind of a journey of discovery, both for the people watching and also for guys like us who are involved in actually getting the message of the game out there.
Yeah, and things like the live stream that Golf Victoria are producing here and is a great vehicle to actually promote not only the golf itself but the things around the Bellarine Peninsula and things that are prevalent for or important for the golf community and also for the state government and the local government, the City of Greater Geelong, who've chipped in and great contributors to the tournament. It's a great vehicle for the public to come around, and it's great to see events in regional Australia. I think that's important, and City of Greater Geelong does a great job, and it's good to see the Victorian government throwing a lot of money and put a lot of importance into the event. From a golf perspective, it also allows young kids to come along, and we see a lot of clinics, and Christian Hamilton from Golf Victoria and Golf Australia doing some excellent work here with the PGA pros, and it's fantastic to see the golf community sort of coming together, and this is what it could be. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and I guess post-round you get the opportunity to chat to players that have performed well, and again, a lot of the ladies in particular that you wouldn't have seen before.
Yeah.
Who have you enjoyed talking to this week?
Well, I haven't had a great conversation with her, I have to admit, but her Jin Choi is not fluent with her English, but I've enjoyed watching her play. There's been a handful of the Ladies European Tour players who are just brilliant to talk to, and this is a really important week for these guys to get their season up on a roll. We know it's a Solheim Cup year that they're all contending for, and it's really important for so many people here to see. We've got the LPGA crew coming next week for the Women's Australian Open in Royal Adelaide, but this week we've got the LET, the core of the LET are here, and it's just brilliant to see them out and about this early in their season. I've really enjoyed chatting to Nicole Brock-Larson. She's very upfront with how she's playing. It's amazing. She's rolling along joint leader at the moment. She actually had the courage of her convictions yesterday to Dottie to say that she hasn't been playing well, hasn't been striking it well. She's only hit 33 greens out of the 36, so she's pretty disappointing the way she's going at the moment. But yeah, it's brilliant to talk to Belen Mozo. It's brilliant to talk to some of the Swedish girls. It's fantastic to see all the Korean players back around. And I love her Jin Choi, watching her play. She is a rock star in the making. Unbelievable. She just cleaned up at the Australian Amateur Championship a few weeks ago. World Junior Champion 2 years ago. Hear Ali talking about her very generously before, and it's a matter of time until she starts winning some big events, and that's the beauty of coming down here to 13th Beach and having such great access. You can walk along with the players and talk to them during their round. They don't mind. I know that Belen Mozo was talking to someone with a dog who came out to watch them yesterday, and she was patting the dog, and that you don't see that sort of stuff on the PGA Tour when we're watching that. So it's great.
It certainly is great, and great personalities, and also plenty of great golf to play. And let's go down to 18, and this is the final hole. Sorry, the 9th hole, and this is Daniel Klein putting for eagle on the par 5 18th. Putting down the slope to find shots, and leaving it right in the jaws for an eagle 3. Just a tap in birdie though. Playing there with the familiar shape and hat of Jared Lyle, the local and one of the enduring stories of Australian golf. A man who's been through so much with 2 very long battles with leukemia, and a guy who just cannot be kept down. This for birdie for Jared Lyle. And also a birdie 4.
I think remarkably, Dottie, that takes him up to 8 under, and I think that will put him as one of 29 players within 5 shots of the lead. It's an incredible leaderboard, and I think 22 within 4 on the women's side. So it just shows you that we don't got a clue where the winner's coming from at the moment, and let's not pretend that we haven't got CBS sort of style coverage of this event here on the live stream. We've only got a few cameras, but it's very hard when you've got 45 people in contention. So
no, it really is. But just how exciting! And you're looking down at our leaderboards here and on our screens, and let's head out to the second hole. This is Suo playing her second. What a beautiful shot there from Suo. 2 wonderful strikes into the heart of the green, and that'll set up an eagle putt for the young Australian.
it's amazing to see the work that the PGA have done here this week with all the ground stuff and everything working in beautifully with them from 13th Beach. But, you know, Andrew Langford-Jones and Graham Scott and Russell Swanston and the whole crew setting up courses to withstand so much traffic in the first 2 days across 2 courses, and then having the quality available to them to set the pin so beautifully today. That's a really tough pin that Sue's just had a crack at there on the second. Would be harder if the prevailing wind off the left-hand side was in, but it's not up and about yet. But she's left herself a very makeable uphill putt there for eagle, so that was a great shot.
Yeah, the logistics of this tournament really do boggle the mind. Brock Larson playing her third.
Wow.
Great control.
That's incredible. It doesn't look that hard on the TV screen there, that pin, but that's a really hard pin to access. It's just over a front left bunker, and there's a bit of a slope off that left side there. That's a fantastic shot, and obviously a bit closer than Sue. But, yeah, there's some... The course, when you look at the stats, Dottie, there was some amazing scores shot yesterday when the wind was down. We saw a handful of equal course records, and we saw Jake McLeod go nuts out on the Creek course. When you play here as a mug, as I do, and the wind is normally blowing, these courses are no snacks at all. And it's testimony to the quality of both men's and women's fields that they're shooting these scores.
Yeah, when I walk this course and obviously play it, and my best days are behind me, to be fair. But I don't see 65s and 64s coming all that easily. And it's, as you say, a testament to the talent in the field this week. Holly Clyburn also putting for eagle.
Well, that's stone dead. She'll tap that in for a birdie, but again, it highlights the hill there that's involved, and a big slope from the right of our screen there, the left, as the players are playing it. So very hard to get that ball to the hole, and Holly just didn't quite manage it, but that's a lovely 4, and she'll pick up a shot. Although, obviously, Nicole Brock-Larson's going to tap in her birdie after that beautiful approach. So the change here could come from Suo's eagle putt.
Yeah, well, I think saving that par on the first real shot in the arm for Suo, and what a way to let the leader know she's coming. This for an eagle 3 to go to 12 under. Great speed, just sneaks it by the low side. 6 inches to tap in for her birdie 4 though.
So Dottie, Sue got caught in the wind perhaps on the first day, on the Thursday, when most of the leading scores were on the other side of the draw, and sort of, fell a little bit foul of, publicity, in the publicity sense that some of the other bigger groups got, as we watched Nicole Brock-Larson for birdie here. And she also makes, so there's 3 really rock-solid birdies there for that group, and the final group in the Women's Vic Open. Sue sort of snuck around on Thursday, didn't do much. Then yesterday, in the sort of away again from the limelight, peeled off a 65. That's the second time that she's equalled the course record out on this beach course in the last 3 years, I think, from memory. It's remarkable how the affinity that she has with this place. And you can see when she's talking with Ali walking down the first fairway there, how at home and how, carefree she is here. It's she's the one to watch in my eyes.
It's intriguing how some players just continually play well around this golf course.
Yeah.
You look at Richard Green, and clearly he lives here and knows the course really well, but he played well here even before he bought a house here as well. Matt Griffin, who former champion here, who seems to turn up to play all the time, but it'd be an interesting little head-to-head match play between Suo, Richard Green and Matt Griffin. I reckon you'd see some fireworks going off from those 3.
They wouldn't be short of chirping at each other, that's for sure.
Dave McKenzie playing his second shot at number 2.
Didn't look happy. It looked as though it might have flared out a little bit there to the right, the way he was carrying his body language sort of suggested it might leak out to the right.
But that's certainly the spot to miss this green, because the pin tucked away on the left-hand side. If you miss it left, then it's a very, very difficult up and down. Dimmy, a little bit further down the fairway, and ball just a little above his feet. So it always tends to make the ball go left. You'll need to guard against that. Yeah, it took a really soft bounce. He must have liked the look of that from the fairway. It'll just pull up just short of the green, and he should be able to putt from there and get up and down for his birdie 4.
Jack McLeod's sneaky long dot. Dimmy gives it a real solid whack. It's no surprise to see them both just edge it past Dave McKenzie, but it shows you how far Jake and the young guys hit it these days. He rips it past Jimmy, who's, he's spotting him probably 15 kilos, so it's an interesting study in swing technique.
Yes, and that one just flared out to the right a little. We'll have to wait to see where that's finished. You can certainly see a lot of these young guys, I guess the modern swing of really quite short on the backswing, but really creating a lot of speed on the downswing, and you certainly see that from Jake McLeod, a really compact, solid ball striker.
He's a great story, Jake McLeod. He's come down. He was originally playing his golf in Yeppoon in central Queensland a long time ago, then moved up. In fact, I might let you talk through Laura Davies' putt here, Donnie.
The legendary figure of Laura Davies, one of the greatest women golfers in the history of the sport. This for birdie on the 18th hole, which is her 9th, and really lit this golf course up in round 1. Struggled a little in round 2, and she'll be disappointed there with her length to only make a par on this reachable par 5.
It was amazing on Thursday just to see her for about an hour around the middle of her round on the creek course. 5 birdies and an eagle in the space of 6 holes. It was winding the clock back. I'm not sure when her halcyon time was. Maybe it was 15 years ago. It's hard to put an exact number on it, but it was remarkable what she did. And then to see her go off the ball yesterday with dropping 5 shots in the first 5 holes, including a double bogey, was equally as remarkable for someone who had the ball on a string on Thursday. So we're not quite sure what we're going to get with the dame these days, Dottie, unfortunately, but her best is still, just world class still.
Yep. As they say, form is temporary, class is permanent. Now a birdie putt. Ooh, just sneaking by the high side for the amateur.
We should take note of that putt, because that might be the last putt you ever see her miss as her career unfolds, Yun Jung Song. She's an absolute rock star in the making too. She's, I think, probably 1 year younger than He Jin Choi, but she is the current reigning US amateur champion and the US girls amateur champion. It's the first time that's ever been done. She's a very solid build. I think she's still only 16 years of age. She's another one in the Korean factory just coming along. It's an unbelievable feat to win the girls and the Open Women US Amateur in the 1 year. It's almost unthinkable.
Absolutely phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just incredible, the talent coming out of that country at the moment and continuing to do so. Well, one of the real talents in the field this week is Melissa Reid, and we saw her earlier. This is for birdie on number 5, wow. And the multiple winner on the LET, getting away to a great start. Really strong athletic build, great ball striker. Let's go to number 2 and Andy Marr.
And Dottie, we've just seen Jake McLeod play a magnificent bunker shot from that front right trap. He was deep back in the bunker on a slight downslope. He had to get down on the ball really quickly and get it up, and he has, and he's knocked it to about 6 feet on this front left pin, which is, as Hazy said, extremely difficult to get at from down the fairway. But the line that these 3 players are coming at, you can come across that front half of the green and get to that little tabletop sort of setup. But having said that, McLeod was in an extremely difficult position with that bunker shot, and he has played a magnificent 3rd shot, setting up birdie. Now, Dave McKenzie's got a pretty straightforward pitch here. Gets it up and over the front section now, and it rolls up and a little bit of left to right, tracking back towards the pin. Beautifully played. Papadakis, as you said, was straight at the pin with his 2nd, but it hit that front section and just killed it dead. So he's stopped on that front edge. He suggested he might have putted it, Dottie, and it's certainly an option, but that is not the option that he's selected. He's taken out one of his wedges by the looks of it. Might even be a 9-iron. He's going to pump this one up across that front shoulder and let it hopefully follow the line that Dave McKenzie's ball took.
You're in for a bit of a treat today with Dimi Papadakis, Andy, because he has got an unbelievable short game. His putting is at times mercurial, and it'll be fascinating to watch how he crafts this round. Just looks to be playing a little bump and run shot. And leaves himself on the underside of the hole, just 2.5 feet up the hill for his birdie 4.
Andy, I'd be interested in your take. We're watching the images there of the flag. It's pretty flaccid there. It doesn't look like the prevailing wind, which is off the left as the players are playing, off the right on the screen as we view it. It's barely a factor at the moment, isn't it? And that's the defence of this course.
It's not a factor at all, Hazy. There's protection with the tea tree at this point of the green. We're hard up against the tea tree in between this putting surface and the 13th beach itself, but it is a high part of the course back here, and it's just barely hitting these players. So the course isn't with that natural defence that it has. Having said that, there's been some nerves evidence, certainly amongst the Papadakis camp early, although he's settling down here with that outstanding par on 1 and now a very makeable birdie putt here on 2. McLeod obviously played one really nicely. Could have easily made 3 there. That putt could have dropped. He finished his second round with 4 straight birdies. And he's got about a 4.5 footer up the hill. Just a touch of left to right in this for birdie here on 2. A hole they should be making 4 at. He misses that on the low side.
You can see alphabetical scores rolling across your screen at the moment, so keep an eye out for your favourite player. One of those may be the champion last year, Michael Long, who has made a move today. He's 5 under par for the round and up to 8 under for the championship. Again, underlining Mark Hayes, the benefit of really liking this layout.
Yeah, it seems, as you said before, it's a good point to make. It might be worth 2 or 3 shots here, Dottie, on a familiarity basis, because he didn't play well in the first round by his own admission and still hung up a score that was competitive, and that's you can't shoot a 76 here and compete because of the low nature of the score. So Michael Long has done really well to hang in there, and now he's starting to make his move as his game works into shape.
Solid birdie 4 for Timmy Papadatos. So 2 one-putt greens in the first 2 holes for the young New South Welshman, and that'll take him up to 13 under par and now tied for the lead.
And Mackenzie joins him too at 13 under, and that's, I think it's way too early to be panicking about what Jake McLeod does, but we did notice yesterday he just did not miss a beat in his 61. Obviously you don't tend to find too many errant putts in a 61, Dottie, but he didn't miss any of that length at all yesterday, and that's a fairly gettable hole without the natural defence, as Andy described there off the left. So he's dropped a shot to the field there for sure, Jake. So he's ceded the lead, or the total hold of the lead, to Dave McKenzie and Dimmy Papadatos. So interesting nuances of the game as they walk towards the third tee.
Oh, it's such a mark of quality to be able to shoot a score like that as we go to Nicole Brock-Larson. And our up and down round continuing. This is for par at the par 3 third. And just smashed that through the break. So a birdie followed by a bogey. It's bogey, birdie, bogey start for our third round leader. Holly Clyburn just right on 2 feet left for her par. Nicely done. Tricky pin position there on hole number 3 today. Just cut over that front bunker.
That's another hole that grows teeth when the wind is up, but it's relatively makeable. It's a short iron in there for both men and women. I'd imagine the guys stepping up to that tee now probably have something like a 9 iron maybe in their hands, so it's not as daunting as it could be with that wind ripping off there. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't hear from Andy Marr in the next sort of 25 seconds. I reckon he might have taken his longboard and just jumped over the edge there and gone for a paddle at 13th.
Yeah, there's some beautiful views down this side of the course. Just over that dune there, the beach. And as we mentioned earlier, a little further down the coast, some of the best surfing breaks in Australia. And one day, a guy like Andy Marr might pluck up the courage to go and catch a wave out at Bells Beach.
Turn it up, Dottie. I'll take you out there one day, any day you like.
I'm on my esky lid, mate. That's all I can take.
Speed bump. I'll go straight over the top of you. It's been on shell too, hazy today, so not probably the most ideal day out there on 13th, but down here at one of these fantastic par 3s here on 13th, particularly down this part of the course, they can be horrifically difficult when the wind is up. Mackenzie is away, starts it straight at the pin here Looks to be tracking on a magnificent line. He just didn't have the club.
Yeah, it would look great to him from the tee. But he, depending upon his lie there, if he's far enough up in the bunker, he should be able to just splash it out. But if he's a little further back, it makes that bunker shot very challenging.
They're fantastic holes to play, no matter what sort of marker you are here on this terrific beach course. They're not out of reach, they're not long, but when the wind is blowing, particularly off the left, they are brutally difficult. Not the case today, Papadatis. Starts it out to the right and it's leaking on whatever breeze there is. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's the right miss on the right-hand side of this green. Very much an outside opportunity for birdie.
Spoke to this young fella on the driving range before his round, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't think there was a little bit of nervous excitement inside him. How can he control himself through the biggest day of his young professional career? Starts it at the pin, just leaks a little right. Very much on the Papadatis line.
And just using the backstop there at the rear of the screen to work the ball back onto the putting surface, and he'll also have a birdie putt for a 2 on this third hole. Great galleries gathering, really enjoying this, both the weather and this wonderful venue for a championship, Mark Hayes. And next year, we've already heard it, that prize money going up to $1.3 million. And you think about that in the context of what this championship was, say, 5 years ago, which was kind of an afterthought in Australian golf, and it's a massive credit has to go to Golf Victoria, in particular, and Simon Brookhouse, the CEO of Golf Victoria, and then also the state government for getting behind it. And there's been a number of, I guess, of building blocks that have enabled that to happen. But where this tournament is at now is well, it's miraculous in many ways.
It is, and we forget how successful this has become. We easily can tend to forget that the Women's Vic Open was dormant, effectively gone for such a long time. The Men's Vic Open wasn't played every year either, and that was once a time-honoured tournament. David Greenhill had a bit of a vision, I think, and I'm going to miss heaps of people at Golf Victoria, and I apologise, but the way they've all come together, and Fee Telford's work with Simon Brookhouse and the government to get that funding up, and it's an unbelievable achievement. I think it's the envy of just about every tournament at this level in the world. In fact, look, it's getting closer to a legitimately large level tournament because of the work that GV have done with it. It's absolutely tremendous to see all the tours come together, the PGA Tour, and of course the ALPG do a tremendous job. But Golf Victoria had a vision here. They started this at the concept at Spring Valley a few years back. It's outgrown that course, and the 36-hole facility here is what we need to make this tick. But we just see Mel Reid. I think that's on the 6th, Dottie. I'm not sure if we have commentary out there, but Mel Reid's got a putt on the 6th. She's already leader by 2, the English woman. And I'll let you call it home, big fella.
Well, you can see it just down the slope, and last gasp, and what a run she's having.
Well, by my reckoning, she's out by 3 now. Yesterday, in one of the key groups, she sort of let one of her partners, Nicole Brock-Larson, get away a little bit, but you could see her intention was rock solid on getting the foundations right for a season ahead. She was taking a lot of notes as we see her there, having great conversations with her caddy on even the simplest shots. You can see she's really intense, and she's got that fire back. She was, I think, probably second and third in 3 consecutive Women's Australian Open a few years ago before the tragic passing of her mother. Ali Whittaker might be able to better talk to us about that, but she had a pretty black couple of years, and now, I mean, she's a bouncy, she's a vivacious sort of woman. She'll be a fan favourite, no doubt. She loves coming to Australia. She's got a great track record here. It's great to see that her potential is starting to be fulfilled, and she didn't do a lot yesterday with the putter, but clearly we've watched a couple of putts on the 5th and the 6th there. That means that she's up and about.
Over to number 3, where Andy Marr is with the group of Dave McKenzie, Papadakis and McLeod.
And unfortunately for Dave McKenzie fans, Dottie, it's bad news. He was buried deep in the face of that bunker. The ball didn't roll back to the belly, and he just gouged at it, didn't get it out. So that's his third shot. He's going to have about 5.5, 6 feet for bogey here on 3. You can hardly see his ball. It descended that deep into the sand on the face of this front bunker.
Andy, one thing we can't see on the television here is how deep those pots are. I mean, can you explain to the viewers the pot that he was in and the one further to the left there? They're actually caverns, aren't they?
They are, mate. Particularly the steep faces, and particularly when the pin's set where it is, there's not a lot of green to work with. So you've got to get it up and over the lip of that green quickly. Impossible to do from where his tee-ball came to rest. But he's got a 5.5, 6 foot wall of earth in front of him, and they're not big pots, so you feel quite constricted in there. But he's going to have to make that putt to get away with bogey. Now Papadakis has got birdie putt here on 3. We're right behind it. He's got a little mound that he's got to come up and across, and then it's downhill the last 4 or 5 feet to the pin, but back into the breeze. Starts it out to the right. Needs to track back. Now it is, but he's over borrowed. So good lag from Dimmy, who seems to have got it back together after that absolutely horrendous start to his third round. McLeod with a very similar putt, probably about 6 feet closer, probably a margin more right to left in it than Papadakis, but all the similar factors across that little mound, just ever so downhill to the pin off the right for birdie. Overnight tournament leader, 22-year-old. Oh, gee, it had some speed.
It's a good-looking stroke. Interesting to see a kid of 22 with that funky sort of grip. And anybody of our ilk, Mark Hayes, who's generally takes the hand off the putter, usually tends to indicate there's a bit of heebie-jeebies going on in the mind. And when you're 22 and you're employing the claw grip, I'm interested to talk to Jake McLeod about that, because I always felt that if you could get 2 hands securely on the putter, it was better than having one just hanging on by a thread. But interesting to see what his strategy is behind that particular grip.
Yeah, he definitely looks more or less at ease, more ill at ease, whatever the phrase should be here, than he was yesterday over the short stick already, Dottie. So maybe it's more to do with the tension in his hands at the moment.
Now, Dave McKenzie, big putt. This is for a bogey 4. And it's a double bogey 5. And one of the things about Dave is that he does get himself into contention a lot and does tend to get a little nervous on weekends, admittedly. That's a painful way to finish the third hole. Double bogey 5.
This is an important putt right here, Dottie, isn't it?
It is. It's only 2.5 feet, but one of those putts that you need to make to keep your momentum going. Nicely done by our overnight leader.
Leaves Dimmy Papadakis in the lead, and it's refreshing to see Papadakis. He's now working with Richard Woodhouse up on the Gold Coast, revered coach Richard Woodhouse, and he's the 2016 PGA National Teaching Pro of the Year now, Richard Woodhouse. So he's putting all he can into that preparation, Dimmy, and now he's leader of the Vic Open, which is a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he's an exciting young player. I think he's mid-20s and so much golf in front of him. Well, it's been wonderful to have Mark Hayes join us in the box here this afternoon, and we look forward to seeing a little bit more of Mark tomorrow And Hazy, thank you very much.
Thanks, Dottie. I'll come in whenever you need me.
Let's go out to Suo and the fourth hole and Ali Whitaker.
Yeah, Sue's just in a little bit of bother here. Not the best shot. She hit it thin out of the bunker and she's ended up over the back of the green, but it could have been worse if it was in the long stuff. She's got a pretty good lie, so I think we'll see her maybe land it in that middle tier and just let it roll down, but a lot of break to contend with once it hits the putting surface. There's an interesting vibe going on in this group at the moment. I think everyone's just trying to find their feet a little bit, try and keep it in the mix. And that didn't get the check it needed, so it is going to roll out. Oh, it had a chance. It should come back off that slope a little bit perhaps, but not enough. It's going to be a tough passe for Suo.
Now, Ali, conditions out there, looks like the breeze is just strengthening a fraction at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say it's about 7 to 10 k per hour at the moment. It's just a little bit more, but it is a bit more of an exposed part of the golf course as well. So I'm going to see it play a bit more of a part over the next, second half of this front nine.
And Nicole Brock-Larson about to play. I think this would be a putt that she'd actually like the chances of holding, really, putting up the slope.
Yeah, it just depends what it does in that first, half a foot, whether that takes the heat off it or whether it comes out clean. She actually had a pretty good lie. Surprised she didn't chip it, but wow, a great effort there from the Dane. It's just a kick in, par left.
Of course, Melly, I remember a great quote from Seve Ballesteros when he first went to America and saw players pulling their putters out when their balls were in the fringe. And he actually said to a reporter, I don't know how these guys can beat me because they're not prepared to chip. And of course, every time Seve saw a shot like that, he'd pull the wedge out and only ever saw the bottom of the cup, one of the greatest short games in the world. And I think when you do have an outstanding short game, that is the default shot, to take out a little straight-faced wedge and try and chip it in there.
Absolutely. A lot of these players are better with a wedge from around the green than they are from off it.
Pretty quick
Tough
putt here for Holly.
Yeah. She really just needs to get it, I'd say 2 or 3 feet over that ridge, and you're just going to see the gravity take control of it. That's a good effort, but a bit of a knee knocker still left for par.
Ali, what are you seeing anything in the body language of these players at this stage? Anyone looks particularly more confident than the other?
Well, Nicole looks a little shaky, but she's one of those players that once she makes a couple of birdies, she'll settle down. So that's important for her. But Sue seems really in control of her game, and I think Holly's just waiting for a couple of putts to drop. It's been the main part about her game. Her ball striking so solid. If she could putt, she probably would have won 3 times last year alone. Right. So she is definitely one of the best ball strikers in the field.
Suo looked so relaxed on that first hole with you. A really wonderful insight into her psyche heading into this round, and you could hardly have been more impressed with the level of comfort that she exhibited.
Yeah, she's a good player. I mean, she's got such an old head on her shoulders already, just at the tender age of 20 years old.
What do you see in this putt?
Well, it's actually a little downhill off the back of that bunker. A little left to right. That whole location's kind of right at the bottom of the 2 slopes, so it's hard to find an uphill putt.
Nicely done. Her solid start continuing here in round 3. Seems like we've been watching Suo for so many years, and as you just said, still still 20 years of age, as we come back to the commentary box, and out goes Mark Hayes, and in comes another man, Mark Howard. Great to see you, radio host, TV host on Channel 10, while former contributor to that magnificent show, The Pro Shop, on Channel 10.
Exactly right. It's been too long, Dotty. It's been too long. I long back for the days. I was talking about it to someone yesterday when we used to do the golf at Channel 10, and we used to go up there to cool them and cover the ladies up there on the Gold Coast. It was a big loss for the network, I think. I used to love doing it with yourself and Mari and Finchy and Grade, so it's great to be out here. I just live a couple of minutes down the road, so Mari called me in for a bit of a late change to give him a hand out in the course, so couldn't be happy to be here. And you asked Ali about the weather. It's always like this in Barwon Heads. This is just what you get, mate. Sunshine and happy times.
Well, you've dragged yourself away from the beach today to come and it is a beautiful beach day. There might not be much of a wave out there at the moment, though, so that might sort of make it feel a bit better about coming to join us on the golf course.
Oh, if it was offshore and pumping, you wouldn't be seeing me here, Dotty. So for those that don't know the area, the beach, 13th Beach, which the golf course is named after, is probably only a little wedge from the back fairways along there. It's a beautiful part of the world. The beach stretches all the way along, and then for those that may know the beaches, you go a bit further to Torquay and the famous Bells Beach and Winky Pot. But we are here to talk about golf. We can't talk about surfing. And Mari told me I'll be following that final group with Mackenzie, the veteran, and the young man who shot the lights out yesterday in Papadotus. I'm really looking forward to seeing something. And I tell you, I watched your coverage earlier on. Demetrius, he's a big boy, isn't he? He's not like when you used to turn up to the golf course with the skinny arms, was he? He's a big, solid man, so I'm looking forward to watching him have a hit as well.
Yeah, for sure. And as someone who lives in this area, and you've been down here for many, many years, it must be interesting to see just how the local community has really taken possession of this championship, and it's a real fabric of the local community now, and just keeps going from strength to strength every year.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously all the accommodations full, all the restaurants are full, and I think for the locals they've been embraced right from the start. It wasn't the tournament was set up. The tournament needs to be congratulated for involving the locals. I know my daughter's primary school, Barwon Heads, they had their grade 6s down here yesterday. I saw them leaving school. They all had golf clubs in their hands. They'd been down here. They'd been involved in the junior programs. I think the tournament, it's a real credit to them that embraced the local community. I saw Ricky Ponting down here yesterday as we go out to Andy Murray in a moment, but he was out here as well doing a bit of caddy work. So yeah, they absolutely love it. Murray, how are you going out there? No waves for you, no longboard waves out here today, mate.
Nothing out there for me today, Howie. It's all happening here on the 4th fairway. Lovely to hear your voice as part of.
Yeah, just lost Andy Marr momentarily, but Dimi Papadotus using the slope beautifully there, and well, it's a credit to him, Andy, because we keep mentioning that opening tee shot, but he's really done nothing but perfection since. Just a few technical difficulties there. Dave McKenzie playing his approach shot, and right over the flagstick, unfortunately just releasing to the rear of the green. He'll have a hard breaking right to left putt for his birdie.
I was in the car heading down here, so what happened on the opening tee shot for the big man?
Well, he hit it about 20 yards. Just cold topped it, didn't even reach the fairway, and then had to lay up, and he got up and down for about 100 metres for his par 4, so really collected himself well, and he's been a really interesting character because he's a young guy, obviously, with a slightly different body shape to most of the professional golfers we've become used to over the years. And he likes to enjoy himself as well, Demi. He probably lives a little bit larger than most people out there.
I like that.
But he's somebody who's certainly going to have a lot of followers, both male and female, in this game over a bunch of years. So an interesting guy to watch. Okay, now to number 7, and Angel Yin has moved to 10 under par. This to get to 11 under, and bingo!
That's it
for the young Korean.
You mentioned his opening tee shot. I was invited to play the Pro-Am here on Tuesday. Dotty, you and I have played a bit of golf before, and you always say hold the golf club like a cricketer. My opening tee shot would not have gone further than that. I was playing with a young Japanese female pro who was absolutely wonderful about it, but there was a few nervous glances and I wanted to look anyone in the eye as I pulled out the 3-wood again from a second shot, which was about 38 centimetres past where I teed up. It was a pretty scratchy start, my friend. You would have hung your head in shame. Things did improve from there, but gee whiz, it was a rough start. Nothing worse, and you should have seen how shaky I was over the second tee shot.
Oh man, it's funny. You know, I've seen people who can stand up in front of 5,000 people and give a keynote speech. You absolutely shake like a leaf on the first tee of a golf club with one person watching.
That's it.
It's amazing, that whole fish out of water thing that you can come across in this game. And I mean, it's the great level of golf. I mean, every person of every particular level of proficiency can find a place in this game, but sometimes the lessons learned on getting to a high level of proficiency can be hard learned.
I wasn't finding a place after my first tee shot. I was looking for a place to hide. I was nervous and I had sweaty hands, but I had a very enjoyable outing. And the course, which is always in good nick here, is absolutely fantastic. For people that hadn't come down and played here before, Dottie, you've obviously got 2 courses here, which is absolutely fantastic. I know a lot of people come down here for the weekend. You see the choppers come in for the big rollers like yourself who are coming in for a weekend's golf. It's a wonderful setup, but it does get windy. And tomorrow, Dottie, have you had a bit of a glance on the Bond website for tomorrow?
No, I haven't actually, no.
We're talking 35, 45 kilometre hour southerly straight off the ocean, so it'll be cold and it'll be blowing a gale. So when you're hitting into the wind tomorrow, you're not going to be seeing your 8 or 9 unders tomorrow. It'll be a real tough grind for all the groups going off tomorrow.
Well, that'll be interesting because, I mean, this golf course does need some wind to protect it. In conditions like this, we're going to see some great scores, and already have, as Dave McKenzie rolls his putt just missing on the high side.
Well, there'll be plenty of wind for protection tomorrow. It'll be blowing an absolute gale right from the start of the day, so there's a big change coming in off the ocean, and it'll be probably only get up to about 19 degrees tomorrow, and with the wind chill it won't feel like that, so it'll be a pretty tough day for the golfers tomorrow.
Jake McLeod.
About his round yesterday, Dottie. You just see much of it or not?
Not a lot of it. I saw it on the highlights, but I was on my way down here. But 61, that marks him as a player of rare quality, particularly 22 years of age and looking solid there, staying at 13 under par. But a lot of guys, Mark, particularly when you're at this stage of your career, you get to sort of 5 or 6 under par, you go, well, this is a good score. I hope I can get this in the clubhouse. But he just put the pedal to the metal and shot 11 under par round. Is extraordinary golf, and certainly marks him as a player to watch for the future. Mi Papadatos. As you would expect, rolling that 3-footer in the middle. And over to Dave McKenzie to clean up. Nice to see, Howie, too. You look at the access the spectators have to the players, like right on the edge of the green. Everyone's well behaved. Everyone knows what's going on. And a real treat for golfing fans to be able to get this close to players and really be able to absorb both the atmosphere of the tournament and of what these players are going through, in order to craft out a round of golf.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. I said I came out yesterday to watch Ricky Ponting caddy for Daniel Popovic, and it was absolutely fantastic. I brought my 5-year-old out here, got Dottie, who operates under the name of the Big Penguin, because that's the name he chose a couple of years ago, and we were there with Punter and Popper, and every time Popper hit a good shot, my 5-year-old's good shot, Popper, and he's 1.5 meters away. So, you and I have worked on a lot of golf tournaments, specifically you, where we're lucky enough to get that inside the rope access, but for the people out here to see and feel and watch Robert Allen be up close, or watch Laura Davies when she goes rounds and shoots an 8 under. They probably need to see her after the round as well to get a full idea of what Laura Davies is all about, maybe at the Barwon Heads Hotel. But it's fantastic that you can get up close and personal. And yourself last night, I had to pick up Andy Mayer's bag from your house here on the way, and I saw a few Panadols scattered around on the bench. What did last night entail in Barwon Heads?
Well, actually, the Panadols weren't mine.
Okay, they were someone's.
But there were a few of the camera crew that may have indulged the night before.
A couple of Baroccas floating around as well, I saw there, Dotty.
Well, actually, I just flew in from South Africa yesterday, so I'm struggling in a different way with a bit of jet lag. But great to have Mark Howard here with us in commentary, and we're going to send him out on course now to give Andy Marr a bit of a break. And Howie, looking forward to hearing your thoughts from out there on course, and thanks for joining us in the box.
Fantastic, Dotty. I look forward to joining you out on the magnificent fairways.
Mark Howard, and as we mentioned, a local from the Bellarine Peninsula, and a very experienced broadcaster both on radio and television over many, many years, and we'll get to hear his thoughts on what's happening out there on course in just a minute here in round 3 of the 2017 Oates Victorian Open. But let's take a look at the leaderboard as things stand in both championships. So this is the men's championship. Dimitrios Papadakis at 14 under par, 2 under par for his round, now tied with Jake McLeod in the lead, who's 1 under par through 4 holes. Richard Green in the clubhouse at 12 under. Adam Blythe having shot a round of 7 under par, 65 in the 4th place, with Nick Cullen playing with a new set of clubs this week after the airline misplaced them on his way here. Rory Burke, the Victorian, at 4 under par. David Branston and Nathan Green also making a move early at 11 under, just 3 back of the leaders at the moment. And in the Women's Championship, it's Melissa Reid, the hot player on course. She's 5 under par on this front 9 here on Saturday. Angel Yin from the USA at 4 under par for the round, 2 back at 12 under with Sandra Carl. Whitney Hillier, the West Australian, having a very good week here. Ellen Notho at 10, along with Hee Jin Choi, Sue O and Holly Clyburn, all playing in the final group here on Saturday in the Women's Championship.
Isn't it time we matched cleaning with innovation? Introducing the Oates Catch-All Triple Action Broom, featuring a unique bristle that's soft on floors and designed to sweep, collect and go, all with award-winning results. Whatever you clean, Oates cleans best.
You can do this trick with cheap balls or expensive ones. I got this one from Drummond Golf, so I paid the lowest price in the country. They're Australia's biggest, and they guarantee they won't be beaten on price. Pretty neat trick, huh?
Road safety's come a long way, but we can't stop now. See the system changing road safety for good.
We see pluses. Home, health, wealth, all pluses. Friends, family, love. There's another big plus in the world. You plus the opportunities you create. You plus the action you take. You plus the future that's yours and yours alone. Host Plus, your industry super fund.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we, as humans, choose to chase it. Without the chase, everything man has ever done would not have been done as well, as good at all. Ignore the comfort zone. Chase boldly. And when you do, raise a glass to yourself. Because you, sir or madam, are alive.
Here's to the chase. Wolves Plus.
Melissa Reid, the hot player on course. 5 under par, and she's got another birdie putt here at number 8. Outside chance, left to right breaking putt. And just giving that a little nudge down the hill. A little 3.5 footer coming back. But certainly a good aggressive roll at that one. Now, Matthew Griffin, former champion here at the Vic Open. This is for an eagle 3. And he'll tap that in for birdie. Matt Griffin playing most of his golf on the Japan Tour these days. Multiple winner on the One Asia Tour. And guy is making a very good career for himself in the world of professional golf. Very solid, workmanlike player. Doesn't do a lot of things wrong on the golf course, Matt Griffin. Mel Reid working overtime on this par putt. Coming pretty much straight back up the hill. Good, confident stroke. And she really looks like the player to beat at this stage. Really confident body language. Down to hole number 7 and Ali Whitaker.
Yeah, the wind's just picking up a little bit out here. This is so exposed. Potentially one of the best short par threes, I think, in Australian golf. There's such a short club in hand, but you really have to think about it. Well, there's 2 on the green.
Yeah, can't quite see it on our camera angle, but the green sits up, doesn't it, like on top of a little knoll, and you miss this green right or left, it makes for a very challenging up and down.
Yeah, completely. Right is probably a little bit more, well, less slopey, more favourable, but then you've got a downwind, downhill chip, and if you go left, well, hope your lob shot's good. And this one not drifting back on the wind. I don't know if you could hear the crowd then, but they were going, oh.
Well, that ball's got its fingernails on the edge of the cliff, just hanging on for dear life. And
it has put its claws in, that's for sure.
I'd be running up and putting a marker on that one as quick as I could.
Yeah, interesting. You know, you mentioned Mel Reid earlier, and you know her progression. I was there when she won a month after her mother passed away, and she went out her first start, won the tournament, and I had chills down my spine. But potentially, she said in admission, in retrospect, that it was a little bit too soon, and she hadn't quite had enough time there.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even relate to what that's like to go through, but we might talk a little bit more about that with Ali Whitaker a little later. Now Sue O on the par 5 fifth, and this for a birdie. Beautifully done. Also looking very comfortable and very confident, Suo. So much golf left to come in this young lady's career. She's been playing almost as a semi-professional since she was around about 16. Such a phenomenal talent at a young age. And once again, just quite remarkable to imagine that she hasn't even turned 21 yet, and just what's in front of her in her career. Well, Ali, have you had a chance to have a look at these putts?
Yeah, I'm just walking around the green now, and I mean, none of them are easy. That's about, particularly on the green in this hole, there's so much subtle break. Like, all of a sudden, you can have about a 3 or 4 footer left for par. Important that Whit Hillier gets this pace spot on, little right to left. I can tell you the wind's certainly freshening up out here as well. Just kicked up to about 15k an hour.
Ali, where do you see Whitney Hillier's career at the moment? She's certainly got a lot of potential.
Yeah, truckloads of potential. She's probably got one of the simplest swings on tour, I'd say. If you watch her spine action, and we can get a good angle down the line sometime today, you'll see that her body does all the work and her hands are pretty passive. And I think that's really important in professional golf, because then, you know, under the pump, your timing doesn't matter so much with your hands.
Yeah, just as you mentioned, really good, solid golf swing, big, strong player. Certainly expect a lot from her in future years.
I have to say that Sandra Gall's swing, I was watching her on the range yesterday, her swing is probably looking the best I've ever seen it. She was absolutely striping it. So it's no surprise, to me at least, to see her up near the top of the leaderboard today.
Yeah, it looks like the consummate professional, Sandra. Good golf swing, works hard on her fitness and strength. And like a lot of the ladies out on tour now, understanding that in order to really become the complete golfer, you've got to have all the pieces of the puzzle in place.
She has all the pieces and then some. She's actually quite a good painter as well. She oozes culture, does Sandra Gall. Look out, she's on the move.
Whitney Hillier just to tidy up, and a solid par 3. Young lady from WA, and seeing a little break up from our cameras because we do have the capacity to cover every hole on the golf course here at 13th Beach with a very limited number of cameras as such, but trying to bring you really world-class coverage here on this live stream as we head out to hole number 5, and a man who's made his way from the commentary box out there on course to give Andy Marr a break is Mark Howard.
Hello, Dottie. Absolutely perfect out here. Breeze is just starting to pick up a bit from the south, so you look at Papadopoulos here, that'll be coming from his right to left. He's probably got about 55 metres to the front of the green, and then the pin's probably on a bit 10 more. So he's just got a little wedge. He's in A1 position, his third shot on the par 5. Keeps it reasonably low. It'll pitch right at the front of the green and roll on up, and just stopped. Appreciative support from the gallery. Dotty, nice crowd out here.
Yeah, it is always well supported, and unfortunately for Dimmy there, probably was in between clubs. You saw that 55-metre shot, and a lot of players like to get themselves in the wedge to that full shot position where they can know exactly how far the ball's going to go. Dave McKenzie just a little closer.
He's thrown it up nicely. It's right at the pin. It'll stop. So he'll have a slightly downhill, probably about a 12, 14-foot putt, but the big shot here involves the young man. Now McLeod is just in the slight rough, but he's got no room. The front of that bunker to the front of the green's about 1.5 metres, so he has to stop this really quickly. And you'll notice that tree above him, and that front branch is right in his eye line, so he can't toss it right up because he'd actually probably clip that front branch. So it's all going to be about stopping the ball here. It was a bit errant off the tee. He's tossed it up nicely, landed it right next to the hole. Oh, Dotty, I came to see some golf. What about that?
That's an amazing shot because really he almost had to hit the pin there in order to get that to stop within 15, 20 feet. He couldn't afford to be too cute with it and leave it in the bunker, and that's both a tremendous shot and an excellent break for Jake McLeod, who, with that little tap in for birdie, pushes himself once again to the outright lead in this championship.
Well, that was just absolutely fantastic, Dotty. The first hole I've seen, and the young man does that. And I tell you, he could be straight in the Big Bash commentary box, that pink shirt he's rolling. He could play good golf with a shirt like that, and he taps in for a birdie. So his day continues. I think he's 1 under for the day, but we'll now take him 2 under for the day. You've got the scores in front of you, Dotty, but he's going nicely.
He is, and Howie, you'll be more than pleased to hear that his nickname is the Man Bun.
I like that type of thing.
It's a very individual hairstyle here for Jake McLeod, but he wears it well. And when you play golf like that, you can both have your hair however you like and wear whatever you like as well. Walking the walk and talking the talk here today is the young man from Queensland.
Now, Papadakis, as I just said, he was between clubs and he's left himself slightly uphill. It's pretty flat green here on the 5th, but it's a good 20 foot, I guess. Just taking his time, having another look at it.
And Mark, I've already given him huge props as a putter, and you'll really enjoy watching this guy roll his rock on the greens today, because he is one of the best putters in the game at the moment.
Greens look pretty true as well.
Yeah, you can't fault the way that the course has been presented this week, as it always is in this part of the world, but greens that are very, very true, rolling at around about 11 on the stimp meter, which is a measure of speed used in golf.
You love your stimp meter. You're always on about your stimp meter.
Mate, the stimp meter is it's one of those peculiarities of golf, and it sounds like something highly technical with a gauge on it, but in fact it's just a stick with a little notch in it. And the rules officials go out there on a flat part of the green and they'll lift the stick up till the ball rolls off it, and they'll measure how far it rolls, and they'll do it the other distance, going back the same way, and take an average of the two, and that's the speed of the green according to the stimp meter. Now Dave McKenzie coming back down the slope for his birdie.
Probably a bit of right to left. A good looking putt, and in it goes. So McKenzie picks one up as well, and this group are travelling very nicely now.
Well, that's a great birdie there from Dave McKenzie after hitting that submerged iceberg on the par 3 third. To 9, the par 4, a huge green, and this is Catherine Kirk, which is choosing to putt it from the second cut, so really important that she gets enough speed coming out of this slightly longer grass. And, well, she doesn't. And really unusual choice of club there, Catherine Kirk. She could have pitched that onto the green, into the slope, and let it run out. So she will be disappointed there, leaving herself a good 15 to 18 feet left for her par. Playing in one of the hot groups on course, of course, with Melissa Reid. Is charging along at 5 under par for the day. This is Angel Yin. Playing under the American flag and playing in one of the more colourful pairs of pants on the course today. This for birdie. Just lagging it down the slope. Certainly not a putt that she could be overly aggressive with. Hole number 8, and the statuesque figure of Sandra Gull, and Ellie Whittaker's there to take us through this shot.
Yeah, just a little bit back into the wind. It's a very accessible pin location on the front of the green. There's that backstop behind it as well that can be used, especially with a short iron in hand. Well, that's not going to be much fun from up the back for Sandra Gale. You can see looking at her caddy, Ollie Brett, perhaps not too happy with that number.
Well, I'm not sure if you got the feel for that ball off the club face, but that little bit of wispy grass around the ball often creates a bit of a challenge, doesn't it, Ali, in terms of controlling distance?
Yeah, very much so, especially with the fescue grass as well. If you get 1 or 2 blades of that, then all of a sudden the ball's going an extra, 10 to 15 metres. So you really have to assess these lies right down to the most minute details. Something that the pros out are really good at by comparison to amateurs, I think, is predicting what's going to happen.
Whitney Hillier playing her second and judged to perfection. Good angle there from the right-hand side of the fairway as well. A big hello out there to our international audiences all around the world. This championship being streamed live for the first time on Facebook Live as well. And welcome to everyone watching it on Facebook wherever you are. And that was the second shot of Hee Jin Choi, and coming up well short. Perhaps misjudging the wind there for her second.
Yeah, that one looked pretty heavy off the club face as well, so a bit of an execution error, I think.
Yeah, Catherine Kirk, after getting her ball caught up in the second cut around this green, has this for a par. And that will be a disappointing bogey 5 for the Australian. Now Melissa Reid Little left to right breaking putt for her birdie on 9 and just sneaks by the low side. And mentioned the live stream of this championship, and you can catch all of that and scores and more information about the players and the championship at vicopengolf.com. And Ali, what sort of shot is Hee Jin Choi facing here?
Well, it looks pretty interesting from my view. I think she's actually... Is the ball in the bunker or out of the bunker? Currently back up the hill. I'm going to go and say that wasn't in the bunker, and hoping for it to come back off this slope, which it won't. So that is going to be super speedy for Hee Jin.
Yeah, we couldn't see the ball, but it looked like it had just hung up on the edge of the bunker, and the ball was well above her feet. So fairly critical error with that second shot, with just a wedge in hand for the 4th ranked woman amateur in the world at the moment. And Ali, I was interested to hear you talk before about Mel Reid and winning not long after the death of her mother, and you know, we can only imagine just what must be going through your mind and under those circumstances. I remember that one of the most emotional things I ever heard in my life was at the 2006 Ryder Cup, when Darren Clark got picked for the Europeans, and it was soon after the death of his wife through cancer. And I'll never forget the roar that the crowd gave when he was announced to the first tee. Literally the ground shook, and you mentioned, you know, having tears in your eyes, and I tell you, there wouldn't have been too many people there at the course that day that would have been able to hold back tears as well.
Yeah, it was just such an incredible moment, and I think, you know, to do that so quickly was unbelievable. It was almost like there was something in the air, to be honest with you, and she could do no wrong, and all of the stars were aligning.
And we spoke previously about the putt that Sandra Gale was facing, and she's done a nice job getting that to within 2.5 feet down the slope, giving herself a good chance at making her par 4.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy putt either. A couple of slopes to contend with. Very well judged. Sandra's one of my foodie buddies on tour, so over the next few months out on the LPGA we're going to go to some hawker stalls. She's right in the mix with that kind of thing, so never says no to a good meal.
And it's wonderful to get up there into places like Singapore and Southeast Asia, and just the types of food that you can enjoy for very little money at all. Ali, it's one of the joys of playing this game for a living.
I couldn't agree more. One of my favourite parts.
And paying the price there, the young Korean.
That was tricky actually, because I read that to go right to left around the hole, and it just kind of stayed straight out there. The pin is in a bit of a bowl area almost.
Keep an eye out for your favourite player with the feed across the bottom of your screen. You see Flick Johnson at 4 under par, regular visitor to these shores. And over to Whitney Hillier, who has a very makeable birdie putt. And what's this going to do, Ali?
It's back up the hill a little bit. Should move, if anything, a little bit right to left as well. I think that putt's fooled a few people before. Interesting that Whitney Hillier's partner, Ben Brewer, is actually in the bag for Mel Reid, so he was living the dream this morning. So stoked to see Whitney in the mix, but also obviously Mel playing great out there.
Of course, when you're a professional sportsman or woman and travelling on a tour like these ladies are, one of the very few ways you can get to see your partner is for them to either be with you or to get a job out there caddying. So it's something we see quite a bit of, actually.
Absolutely. You have to wonder how much Greenie and Mariana Scarpnor would see each other during the year, but obviously still working.
Nice hole-out putt there for par from Sandra Gale. And just a little bit of work left to do here for He. Bogey 5 from less than 100 metres for a second shot. She'll be no doubt disappointed with that. So back in the commentary box and joined by a very astute-looking Nick Cullen. And Nick, great to have you here, mate. Of course, Nick, former winner of the Australian Masters and a guy who's won on the One Asia Tour and is also having a really nice week here this week.
Yeah, it's been a good week so far. I definitely had a good round today, but I think the leaders might make a few birdies and have a bit of work to do tomorrow.
Interesting week for you because rumour has it that you turned up here without a set of golf clubs.
Yeah, I did. Unfortunately, I sort of didn't have any baggage when I came in. I flew in a bit late. I only got in on Wednesday. I stayed back in Atlanta for the Super Bowl to watch that and was getting pretty excited there for a while until they had a bad back nine. But yeah, came in late and Titleist were good enough to make me up a set and played okay the first day and hung in there, and it's been better since.
The Falcons had a John van der Velde finish, mate. It was almost impossible to imagine how they were going to lose that game.
Yeah, I really thought they were going to play well and win it in the first half. I sort of felt pretty right, and then that second half, Brady played well, and the Falcons just stopped running the ball when that's all I thought they should have done, and unfortunately they didn't get the ring, and better luck next year.
Absolutely. Mate, there's a rumour going around that the head of Golf Victoria's had a bet with you that if you win, you have to shave your beard off.
Yeah, look, Simon just said that to me before when I was walking past. He said, how about if you have a good one tomorrow and win, you take the beard off? And I said, absolutely. If that's going to help me, then I'll do it.
You make your home in Atlanta now. You moved over. You've been married to an American lady. And so what are you doing with your career golf-wise at the moment?
Well, I've got conditional status on the web, so ideally I'd be playing in the US, just being closer to where Megan is and where our dog is. But this year, I guess it sort of depends. If I can play well in a qualifier and get into a web event and reshuffle, then I'll go that route. If not, I'll have to look at European Tour and Challenge Tour and just play what I can out there and try and get a full card somewhere next year.
It really underlines the challenge that everyone has as a professional golfer in trying to find a place from which you can craft a career, because you're a guy who's had great success in the game, and you're in a select number of players that have won the Australian Masters, which is one of the marquee events on the Australian Tour, and you've won on the One Asia Tour, which is effectively not in existence anymore. But even given that history that you have and that undoubted ability, you still haven't found a place in world golf yourself.
Yeah, it's sort of disappointing. Sort of year after year, I've sort of not played as well as I've wanted to. Sort of when I've needed to. Tour schools haven't played as well as I've needed to, and last year was a different year. I had the Open, so I was planning stuff around that, and then I got married in August, so took about 6 weeks off for that. So that sort of really made it hard. There were a lot of events that I was into around that time and didn't play those, and that sort of didn't help in the end, but I was still confident getting through tour school at the end of the year, and unfortunately didn't. So just got to work harder, play better, and get a win somewhere and get on tour.
Of course, the challenge that you face as well, being Australian, having your family in Australia, but then also having your coach here in Australia means you're going to be a little bit disjointed from that. But we'll chat about that a little later, and we'll go out to hole number 6 to Jake McLeod, playing his third.
Tough little shot from down there. Oh, wow.
Wow, that's the second hole in a row that he's hit the flagstick. Shorts.
That's a big pick up there, because that was a really tough spot and could have been a lot worse than that. So great birdie.
So this is Jake McLeod, the overnight leader, and his round so far using the slope there to advantage and just pulling it back to within 2 or 3 for his 2 or 3 feet for his birdie. 22 years of age and looking solid there, staying at 13 under par. But a lot of guys, hole number 5, and short-sighted himself. Look at this shot, Nick. From nowhere, just jamming it into the flagstick.
I played with Nevin Bassick, and he was down there, and that was a really bad spot. So that's definitely a shot saved there.
And when you're confident and with that sort of history, you can do things like this.
It's what you need to win golf tournaments. So he's playing some great golf, and he's going to be hard to beat this week.
Well, that sort of thing just really lifts your spirits and your confidence as well.
Anytime you can go from a potential bogey to a birdie's a great thing.
Dave McKenzie looking to continue his recovery down the slope for birdie. Oh, nicely done. He plugged the ball in the front bunker on number 3, Nick, and made a double bogey there after what looked like a really good tee shot. So great recovery there from Dave McKenzie. We kind of almost touched on the fact that, obviously family in Australia, long-term coach in Australia, and so I guess moving away from them is a bit of a challenge for you as well.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't get back here all that much, so it's it's a bit tricky sorting all that stuff out. You want to have a coach close to where you are, and you want to be able to see someone sort of more regularly. But even just where I'm playing, going to Europe and then coming back a bit to Asia and a bit to Australia, it's just a lot of travel. So I've just got to play better. It's pretty much all it comes down to every year, every guy. If you want to get somewhere and you want to be on a bigger tour and have the freedom of choosing your schedule, you just got to play better and get it done.
So where do you feel your game's at the moment?
I feel it's really good. I've sort of struggled with driver for a long time, probably maybe 3 years, and the last 6 months it's actually been really good. Really happy with where it's going. The launch conditions have changed a bit, hitting up on it a lot more, a little from the inside, so it's been great. Irons sort of struggled because of that. It sort of altered all my game, but no, it's really close.
Let's get down to number 9 and Ali Whitaker.
Yeah, Sandra Gale's got a really nice angle into this pin, especially with the wind slightly off her right. She's been hitting her irons so well this week. I hate to jinx her. She's running for it, but it's not going to have the legs, so that's going to be a very popular putt down in the collection area here on 9.
Yeah, I mean, the TV tends to flatten out the perspective on this screen, but there is a massive swale through the front of the screen, Ali.
Realistically, it's probably about knee to hip high, if that gives you a feel for it, but it's really hard to judge the pace going up and over the hill because the wind actually hits it on the top part of this tier as well, so you have to factor that in.
What is the actual wind direction for these players at the moment?
It's pretty much a straight southerly, and it has been all morning, so it hasn't been switching too much, which means that it's a little bit easier to predict. All of our yardage books do have a compass on them, so you can just draw a little line and perhaps that'll help you work out your yardages.
Good chance here to have a look at the Very compact, athletic swing of Whitney Hillier.
It's not the most powerful swing, but it's very effective. This one headed straight at it. Managing to get some check. That's about as good as she could do from there without landing it in, halfway up that tier.
Yeah, very, very challenging pin to get close to.
It's a challenging tee shot there too. It's got a little bit of room short right, but you want to get it further up and have a chance with the approach, and there's some bunkers there that you really don't want to go in.
Nick, I have to ask, what do you think your chances would be up against this girl on screen, her Jin Choi? She's pretty good.
I guess it depends on the length of the course. That'll definitely play into it, but
it's all right. You're in form. It'll be a good match at least.
Yeah, I'm sure we'd have a good battle.
Yeah.
A very interesting argument's been made this week, Nick, for clearly the men's and women's championships are being played concurrently, but if we could come up with, and the scores are quite similar on both sides of the draw, and if we could come up with obviously an equivalent par for both players, that why couldn't you have a championship where the men actually played against the women, where we actually played for had the same score? So, obviously playing from different tees and stuff, but it would be a really interesting innovation for the game.
It'd definitely be interesting. I think you'd sort of struggle with it with a fairness point of view. Like, there's one of the holes out there where the girls are playing same tee as we are, and they've got a par 5 and we've got a par 4, and there's a few tees where they're sort of 50 or 60 metres forward. If you could sort of find a middle range, I guess you could maybe make it work. They're definitely trying a lot of new stuff these days and trying to get everything a bit more exciting and trying new ways to promote the game and get people interested. But personally, I'd find that a bit tricky and somewhat unfair. It's going to be unfair to someone, whether it's the girls or the guys. It's going to be hard to make it even.
Look, I guess it would, but it certainly is going to create a huge talking point for the game. And I actually think it doesn't necessarily have to be something that's obviously carried through the game at every level, but would certainly get a lot of people interested in the game and in the outcome of it. So go out to Melissa Reid. This for birdie at number 10. And, well, I don't know about you, Nick, but I would have thought that would have broken a little from left to right as well.
You know what? I had a very similar putt to that. And the back of that green, it actually should have gone a little left to right early and then come back a little right to left at the end. Mine came back a tiny bit, but not enough, and lipped out on the low side. So I can see why hers stayed high there.
And Ali Whitaker with this group, and I think if you went down, Ali, and offered Sandra Gale 2 putts, she'd pick a ball up and walk to the next tee.
Yeah, you better not say that too loud, otherwise she might do just that. Because this one's a bit tricky. The wind's just freshening it again, but in between Sandra and the hole, there's actually a mound on top of the tier, so she's going to have to think about pace, line, and the rest of it on this one.
It's a very tricky spot there. Definitely not where you want to leave it, but there's a swale on the left side of the front of that green too, which isn't really any better. So just got to hit a good approach shot. Pretty good effort from down there.
Yeah, of course, the tendency off when you're putting up a slope that steep is to give it a little bit of a rush and then bang, roll it a good 6 to 8 feet past.
It's very easy to do on an upslope like that. It is so much bigger than what it looks like on TV there. It's definitely a big slope, and once you get to the top, it's downhill the other side. So it was a pretty good putt.
I always felt like in my golf, the best way to do it was to kind of pretend that the hole was in a different area. So I'd pretend like it was 3 feet short or 3 feet past, depending on what the conditions required, and then putt to that, and then just let gravity take its place.
And things like what you've just said there, Ali, just show just how much, how important the mental side of this game is, and having a great imagination.
I do exactly the same thing, Ali. That's what I do too.
Now, he, for her birdie 3. What a roll. Coming off a pretty ugly bogey 5 on number 8. And that is just pure class there from the young Korean.
Well, we're all square now because I had the same putt and hold that too, so I think we're pretty well matched.
I might try and tee up something for Monday, maybe, Nick. If you don't have somewhere more pressing to be, of course.
Look, unfortunately, I've got the Perth event next week, so we've got an interesting format for that too with some match play.
Yeah, that's going to be great to watch, isn't it?
It should be, and so should the Women's Australian Open at Royal Adelaide. Absolutely fantastic golf course.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting out there. World-class field at that as well, so Aussie golfers are spoilt for choice at the moment.
Yeah, and really intriguing to see this type of innovation being introduced to the game, and clearly next week will be quite unusual and take a little bit of getting used to, but I think it's important to keep reinventing what the game means to both to the sport from a corporate angle and also to the people watching it on television.
Yeah, it's definitely got to evolve a little bit, sort of like cricket has with 2020. So I know they've been playing some music at some of the European Tour events on the putting green. I'm hoping next week that they'll have shot clocks. I think that'd be great to have a shot clock on the cart, a bit more interactive and a bit more exciting for people to watch.
I actually think that a shot clock would be the greatest innovation that professional golf could make, because it would take us from having 5.5-hour broadcasts to probably 4 hours and 10 minutes, and would just increase the dynamism of the way that the sport presents itself on television. I think that's a really important thing to do, because it's just getting longer and longer and longer all the time.
It is, and so many of the guys coming out these days just take a long time over the ball, long time reading it, long time putting, and the best players in the world are taking longer, so the kids watching do the same.
Sandra Gall looking for her 2-putt, does nicely. So
take that from down there.
Yeah, good solid par there for the Spaniard. Here in round 3 of the Oates Victorian Open for 2017. You can watch it at vicopengolf.com/live, and also go to vicopengolf.com for all the information on scores and about players. And Nick Cullen, thank you very much for coming and joining us in the box. It's been wonderful to have you here, and
thanks, Dottie.
Wish you well. You'll need to shoot something pretty similar tomorrow, I'd imagine.
I'm thinking I might need a couple better, but I left a few out there today, so hopefully I can get them all tomorrow.
Big southerly tomorrow as well, so that
good.
should keep everybody honest.
As long as it's not raining, I'll be happy with that, because I heard it was meant to, so we'll see how we go.
Well, good luck for the rest of the year, and certainly for whatever comes in the future in your career.
Thanks, Dottie. Cheers, mate.
Nick Cullen, former Australian Masters champion, joining us here for round 3 coverage of the 2017 Oates Victorian Open, where Jake McLeod from Queensland leads by 2 strokes. 3 under par for his round from Dimitrios Papadakis from New South Wales. 14 under par. Matthew Giles made a move. He's 4 under, and it's 13, along with David McKenzie, who's recovered well after his double bogey on hole number 3. Richard Green's in the clubhouse at 12 under after his round of 65. And there's Nick Cullen after a round of 66 at 11 under. It's an absolutely packed leaderboard here at 13th Beach. Brad Mools, Nathan Green, Max McArdle, Dan Lawson, Adam Bland, all 11 under par. And Lee McKechnie also having a good day, 5 under par, and he's 10 under par in total. In the Women's Championship, it's England's Melissa Reid at 14 under and 5 under par. Leading from Sandra Gull, she's at 12 under, And Angel Yin, Hee Jin Choi and Suo, all 11 under par, and they're 3 shots back of the Englishwoman.
How to revolutionize the driver. Work with the best engineers. Think outside the box. Sketch it, hone it, add a bigger sweet spot. Not big enough? Back to the drawing board. Adjust the weight to fit your style. Crunch the data. Connect to GPS. Take it to any course. Hit it long, really long. Feel the power. Track your shot. Impress your friends. Analyze. Go to the next tee and repeat. When we think differently about golf, you revolutionize your game. King F7 drivers with Cobra Connect. Doing things differently.
My name's Isaac Richards. I'm a good golfer and I like hitting shots out of the bunker. My favourite club are my 5-iron 7-irons. After my bunker shot, I have to jump to see the ball goes. My favourite golfer is Adam Scott and Jason Day. One day I'm playing golf all around the world.
I think I might walk back.
Really?
See ya.
Bye.
I'll join you. It's been great to hang out. Beautiful. Extra syllables. It's a multi-syllable vista there. It's physically impossible to lick your own elbow. Do you know that?
Hey, Jordan. Looks like it's gonna be another hour or so till we could start filming.
No worries.
I'll keep you posted.
When the rain hits my window, I take in me some so. You wanna play with my yo-yo? I can't stand the rain. I can't stand the rain. Me, I'm super fly.
Under par with this par putt. Highlights of round 3. Now to the second hole early with Nicole Brock Larson. Very strong swinging player from Denmark and outstanding third shot, leaving her just to tap in for birdie. This lady was the hot player on course. Melissa Reid putting down the slope for birdie on 6. Last gasp, dropped into the bottom of the cup, and that took her to 5 under par. Angel Yin from the US, long range bomb across the green on 7. Just some of the absolutely outstanding golf that we're seeing so far today. And this young man showing no nerves at the top of the leaderboard, using the slope to advantage on the par 4, leaving himself 3 feet back up the slope and rolls it right into the middle of the cup. Jake McLeod going to 13 under par. And there's plenty more to come from him. Short-siding himself on the par 5. Very little green to work with. And uses the flagstick to advantage, leaving himself just a 6-inch putt for a tap in for another birdie. Dave McKenzie down the slope for birdie on 5. And this is Dave McKenzie, and Mark Howard's out there on course.
About 150 out. Into the breeze, slightly from the right. Needs to get a bit of a move on right at the front of the green. So it'll be about a metre short from about 150 in. Now you can see Papadakis is in the bunker as well, so he went a little bit left off the tee. That bunker's 119 from the front edge, and the pin's probably about 5 or 6 metres on. But Dotty, this group has been playing some fantastic golf. You were talking through that chip of Jake McLeod to put yet another birdie in to start to stretch the field a bit. He's in a really hot streak of form, looks comfortable, looks confident. 22, it says on the bio. Looks about 15, Dotty.
Yeah, mate, everyone starts looking young to us there these days.
You. Let's not group ourselves in the same age bracket, I wouldn't have thought. He's got a decent lie here. And the big man. And he is a big man. How's the arms on him, Dotty?
You know, you don't get that sitting on the couch drinking beers, that's for sure.
No. That's your big bench press material. Decent contact. It's going to be a touch short. So he's going to leave himself a little chip. He's down in a little gully there. So he's about 25 short of the green. And this is the man that really is playing some impressive golf. Just really relaxed around the course too. Looks very calm. He's smiling and not afraid to chat to the patrons. He's about 106 out from the front edge. Just looks really confident and comfortable in his game at the moment. Breeze in his face, a touch from the right. Breeze hasn't really picked up. About 15 Ks, maybe 20. He's gone a bit left, and that's towards the trap as well. From my position, I can't exactly see that, but it's short and a little bit problematic there, Dotty. A little testing to get up and down.
Yeah, that's a big miss from that distance. You know, 106 front, pin on 10, so really just a wedge. And players of this calibre, and certainly, you know, every professional golfer worth their salt playing on any tour in the world would fancy their chances of hitting it pretty close with a pitching wedge. So that's a big mistake. Having just
front bunker without interrupting you, Dotty, and he's just on the down slope. So he'll have from the front edge of the bunker a little down slope to the pin. So he's got a bit of work, but he's probably got about 12 metres to work with between the edge of the bunker and the pin. So the way he's playing, I'd expect him to put it reasonably close. McKenzie looks nice and relaxed. This is a group that's going well. They've got a bit of vibe about them. Sun shining. Where would you rather be on a Saturday afternoon, Dotty?
Yeah, absolutely. And 13th Beach is developing a reputation for providing great drama and great quality sport as well. Jake McLeod, a real part of that story at the moment. He's pulled out his lob wedge. But yeah, from 106, let's say 116 to the pin, to miss your target by a good 15 metres is a really big mistake. And particularly when you've had two terrific breaks like he's had. I say breaks, but certainly hitting the pin on the par 5 when he short-sighted himself was there was some fortune involved in that, and pitching in on the next hole. So he's doing what he has to do, but you certainly don't want to give anyone an opportunity. And he has some challenges in front of him, as does this man, Dimi Papadakis.
Yeah, he'll toss this one up into the breeze, you'd imagine. He's probably got about a 25-metre journey right to the hole. It's going to need to skip on, and it does, and it stops, and it's a really nice shot. So that's only about 2 foot for a nice little par. He'll continue along. He's currently on 14 under. Mackenzie's 13 under, and McLeod He is 16 under, but has a bit of work ahead of him.
And how are you? A bit like you, Dimi Papadakis, a big fave of going to raves and dance parties, and he takes the opportunity to get out there and bust his moves on the dance floor a bit.
Yeah, it's very similar. I actually saw Usain Bolt at the casino last week, just busting some moves, and I lasted till midnight, which was a record for me, Dotty. Now, he needs to get this up and clear. He's got a bit of room to work, as I said. He's got it a bit skinny, and it's skidded right out the back. Now, that is trouble now. He's up on the top tier of the green, so he's got a long 35-foot plus putt that'll slope down, and the ball where it is about a metre above the pin. So he, unless he drains a miracle, needs to get that within close and then take his medicine and get a bogey.
Yeah, really compounding that error that he's made with the second shot there, and on such things, your tournaments can really change. Momentum can shift in just a heartbeat when you make a big mental error like he made with that second. And as Mark Howard's down there and can really have a greater perspective on the putt that he's facing, but coming down a very pronounced tier in the green, and also looks like it's going to be downwind as well, Mark.
Yeah, it'll be slippery. So, as I said, it's about a metre drop away. It's down breeze. It's got to be 35 foot. We'll break obviously slightly down that slope. You're the professional golfer, Dotty, but for mine, this has put it within a couple of feet and take your bogey.
Yeah, look, I'd give it probably, I'd say it's probably closer to maybe 50, 60 feet, this putt. You think it's got to be, what, 15 to 18 paces maybe? Maybe
Right, yeah.
even a little bit more, maybe close to 20 paces. And, you know, that's that's certainly no snack. And all of a sudden, he's gone from really rolling along without a care in the world to, you know, legitimately facing the threat of a double bogey and losing his lead. So this, for a par to stay at 16 under for Jake McLeod.
You see the ball now, it's on that top tier. Now he's got it rolling down that tier. It's all about trying to stop it before the hole. It's a pretty well judged putt. In fact, it's a wonderful putt. He took that approach, Dottie. Us mere mortals could have left that on the top tier, trying to not run it past the hole, but he's got it within a couple of foot, so he should be able to clean up there for a bogey.
Yeah, well, bogey would be a good result after the bunker shot, all things considered. And yeah, we were just praising him for his composure and the sense of comfort that he was showing out in front of this tournament. And, you know, 22 years of age and only in his second year as a pro, with very little success to his name at this stage. This tournament really takes on massive proportions for him, potentially a career-changing moment. It's really hard to get the importance of that out of your mind. So over to Dave McKenzie.
Yeah, who's just going to putt off the front edge. Immediately the ball go uphill, then funnel downhill towards the hole. It's on that down slope now. He's pulled up straight out of his putting stroke. He didn't like it, didn't really give it an opportunity. It always started left and stayed left. But he should be right there for a par, Dotty.
Yeah, what he didn't like about it the most is that he knew that he'd bashed it through the break, and he's just left himself that sneaky little distance down the slope, and putting from the other side, certainly a more attractive proposition. It may only be 2.5, 3 feet, but it's certainly going to have a little bit of speed about it. And yeah, these are the sort of putts that make you turn even greyer than McIlroy already is. And not the putts that you want to leave yourself all the time. But this to stay at 13 under.
No problem. Went in the right edge, but it's still part of the hole, Dotty.
Yep.
Are you grey under there, or do they not even sprout anymore?
I call them blonde. I like
I
to call
reckon
them.
that's ambitious.
It's not a lie if you believe it, Mark. And
okay. And also for par here. After that little 25-metre chip up, which was really nice. Well done. So Demetrius remains at 14 under, as Mackenzie's 13 under. McLeod currently... I'm trying to read the board. I think they've already taken a shot off him, so this is for bogey. Finishes up, so not a bad effort from that bunker where he had that long putt. But he retains the lead, but loses a shot to the field.
Now to Mel Reid. This is for birdie at 11, and that's another putt sliding by. Really striking the ball impressively here today in the third round. But two very makeable birdie putts missed on the past two holes. She must be extremely confident at the moment, the way that she's playing, and it will certainly be hard to beat Melissa Reid. There's been some great golf being played out there on course as well. One of those is former champion Matthew Giles, who we'll catch up with on hole number 11, playing his third shot. ...2013 champions, had a pretty lean time of things. From a world junior champion as well, Matthew Giles. And come up well short with that tricky pin position on the par 5. And he's really making a solid move now, and at 14 under par finds himself in a tie for the lead. Yeah. As I mentioned, really lean couple of years for Matthew Giles. Had some status over in America a while back, but hasn't had that for a while, and towards the end of last year was really shooting some big numbers. Some more scores in the 80s than he would have been comfortable with, but he's turned it around and is a player with real talent and the ability to shoot very low scores, as he's shown here both today and in the past. And form on this golf course and comfort with this golf course proving to be a telling factor, as we've seen today with a number of ex-champions making a move on the leaderboard. Angela Yin just trying to use the slope to advantage and coming up a bit short. And let's go down to Ali Whitaker.
Just quietly, how good is Mel?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely striped that one off the tee. I could watch that golf swing all day long. And Angel Yin actually has a really solid golf swing as well, really good ball striker. So this is a fun group to watch.
The interesting thing about Mel Reid, Ali, is that she's got speed. You know, I mean, without putting too fine a point on it, it's one of those things that kind of separates the best women from the rest. If you're able to generate club head speed, you can have greater control and obviously distance, and she's one of those sort of, you know, athletes really of the game who's able to generate more speed than most.
She's such a dynamic player. Certainly punches above her weight range.
Now Angel Yin for her par, coming back up the slope. That's a disappointing bogey for what was pretty simple up and down, all things considered.
Out here at the moment, she usually isn't too far away. She gets caddied for Angel. Angel's now got status on the LPGA as well. to be a rookie out there. So a truckload of talent.
Now Mel Reid makes one. She is putting on a ball striking clinic at the moment and giving herself so many makeable chances.
It's a common opinion amongst all of the players that Mel Reid probably has one of golf, if not, at least top three. She's the highest world. A little bit like Rory.
Catherine Kirk, important putt for her, just sort of grinding away and trying to stay in touch with the playing partner. Always right off the putter face. Yeah. Frustrating bogey 4 for the Australian. Over to the man making a serious move. And this is Matthew Giles. What a putt there from Matthew Giles. Oh my word, the former champion rolling in a bomb from 40 feet. That's all happening here at 13th Beach in round 3 of the Oates Victorian Open. And you can watch it live and free, streamed all around the world at vicopengolf.com/live. And also on Facebook Live at the moment. Second shots on hole number 9 for our final group, and Mark Howard's out there to give us a better understanding of what the players face.
Well, the wind is still coming across them directly off the ocean. A little bit of right to left dotty. As per usual, for the holes I watched, McLeod needs to be a bit longer off the tee. He sent his a touch right. Haven't had the opportunity to have a look at these balls. And a whip down here quickly. It looks like it's Demetrius off first. There's a lot of swales and slopes in this green. So if you're short, you're going to generally run either way, right or left, into big pockets. So you need to get up on the top tier of the green. It's high on the breeze in Papadopoulos. And you'll see now this ball will just slide back in down to those little holes I'm talking about. So that's a tough putt now. It's a big swale, a big slope through it across the green. 30 foot, so it's a long way from home, that one.
It's a huge green, this 9th. And effectively, though, the area that you need to land the ball on to have a makeable birdie putt is really only about 12 metres in distance from the top of that tier to the back of the green.
Now Mackenzie, who's been pretty consistent today. A high wedge. Oh, and that is just a wonderful, wonderful golf shot. Pitched a metre short, runs 2.5, probably 3 metres past. He'll have a downhill putt for birdie from there. But as you said, it's such a small landing area, Dotty. That's a really, really good shot. In fact, he was unlucky. It didn't stop. It just kicked on a touch more. And now, McLeod coming off a birdie. tugged a bit left off the tee. It's not a bad angle to come in though. Stares it down, and again he's on that top tier. It's going to roll to the back. So he'll have a downhill long putt from there.
Yeah, certainly a better proposition though than leaving your ball in either of those front collection areas on this green. Downhill left to right, breaking putt for birdie. But you certainly wouldn't put it past him holding it on what we've seen from him so far today. One of the marks of this tournament is the accessibility of the players, particularly on the women's tour side. And Ali Whittaker is out there with one of our favourite players this week.
Well, she's one of my favourite players as well, and I tell you what, she's got a decent sense of humour on her. If you check out Angel Yin LOL on Twitter, lol. Well, that makes sense. It's how she lives her life as well. Where's Mama Yin? I haven't spotted her out here.
She's with an umbrella. You can find her. Okay. Yeah, she's spottable.
Now, you've had some interesting experiences with Australian weather recently. What happened the other day?
Oh, the other day about the tweet. So I was driving, and all of a sudden, when I made the turn, half of it was raining, the other half was dry. And then the person in front of me stopped, and then was taking pictures and stuff. And I didn't realize it was like something that was like supernatural. And then I forgot to take out my phone, so I just stared at it for like 10 seconds. And then when I took out my phone, it was gone.
Done.
Just done.
The elusive weather phenomenon.
Yeah.
What are you eating there? You got some snacks?
Go bananas. I got it has a 3-star for healthiness, and it says guilt-free.
Well, then remain guilt-free.
No.
Right, well, we better let you get to your shot, but thanks for having a chat.
Thanks.
See you, Angel.
A big thank you to Angel for allowing us into her world on the golf course, and really just one of the great things about having the ladies playing in this championship is their accessibility. They're willing to play a part in the broadcast and to bring the story of the golf to viewers, and certainly something that the men need to get their head around a whole lot better as well. Much more cooperation from the women's side of the field, and just put it out there to all the guy golfers, get amongst it, because that's the sort of thing we need in this game to keep people interested and to bring new people into the game. Jake McLeod putting down the slope for birdie.
He starts at left, and it's going to miss to the right now. It just starts to feed back a bit, and the crowd all of a sudden thought, hang on, Jakey. It's a good putt, though, so it'll be another par for McLeod, who'll remain at 15 under. Papadakis will be the next to go. He's got that nasty putt, which is about a metre below the hole. He has to get up over the swale and then drop down towards the pin. I'm interested to hear what you say there, Dottie, that the golfers need to be more accessible in tournament play.
Well, I can tell you that, over the years of, approaching players to do on-course interviews in men's tournaments, that I've been rejected more times than accepted. And, it's just, as we watched Jimmy Papadakis putt up the slope for his birdie, great speed. But if you're involved in the Big Bash Cricket League and the innovations that have been made there to bring viewers closer to the game, and it's absolutely the direction that golf needs to go as well.
Dottie, can you imagine a batsman in the Big Bash mic'd up a golfer for 18 holes, and the conversations with his caddy and what I'm doing and what I'm concerned about and what the wind's doing and what club I'm thinking and the concern and the pressure and the joy, and that was brought to you over 18 holes? It would change golf on television.
And it doesn't need to
enormously.
It doesn't need to be intrusive, Mark. It doesn't. It can actually just be a, with technology the way it is at the moment, just a little mic sitting on the caddy's hat and just picking up the stuff as we go. It can be just like voyeuristic fly on the wall stuff. Dave McKenzie putting for birdie down the slope and always looked a little bit right, but yeah, 100%. I mean, Howie, it's something that people would tune into.
Oh, and I think what you say is right. It doesn't need to be a pack on the golfer itself. You can whack a pack on the caddy and directional mics these days, and you choose the right player like you see in cricket. You pick your target, and it just completely changes it, because instead of people like me interpreting what the golfers are doing, you're hearing from the horse's mouth. And you understand the pressure of tournament play, Dottie, and the emotions you go through. To hear and see those emotions would be fantastic.
And what an absolute gilt-edged opportunity for a player to make themselves a household name. Let's go over to Matthew Giles at 12. Just sneaking that by the low side. Now, the red shirt is Max McArdle, who's having a bit of a career renaissance at the moment, playing nicely up on the China tour, and looking to try to craft his way onto the web.com tour, that now being a feeder to get to America. And as we were talking with Nick Cullen before, all these players looking for somewhere to base themselves permanently. Long range birdie putt, right to left breaking. And right in the jaws for Max McArdle from South Australia. Very few things more frustrating than watching your ball pull up one roll short of the cup. Now this man is Damien Jordan, the winner of the Victorian PGA Championship last week in Melbourne. He's going to need to get his skates on, though, if he's going to repeat that performance here this week at 13th Beach. Matthew Giles just one back of the lead, and it's for par to stay at 14 under. For all the information on the Oates Victorian Open, go to vicopengolf.com for live scores and player information on golf in this state as well. If you want to watch it live, you can do so there. Yeah. So this is the men's leaderboard as things stand. Tied for the lead, Matthew Giles and Jake McLeod. Now, he's not one back, Matthew Giles. He is tied for the lead, and at 15 under par, both of those players have one-stroke lead from Dimi Papadatos. Dave McKenzie recovering beautifully after that double bogey on 3. He's 2 shots back. Richard Green, Lucas Herbert, Peter Wilson on the other side of the bay, down near Port Phillip, near Phillip Island. He's a few back as well, and with Jake Higginbottom making a bit of a move. Melissa Reid showing the field a clean pair of heels, 3 clear of Sandra Gale. Suo also at 12 under par. Carolyn Headwell, Belen Motho, Angel Yin at 11 under. 4 shots back, and then Hee Jin Choi and Whitney Hillier from Australia at 10 under par.
Road safety's come a long way, but we can't stop now. See the system changing road safety for good.
After hundreds of years, the mop bucket has finally had its day. Introducing the all-new Oates Easy Squeeze Ultra Bucket. One compartment for dirty water and one for clean means getting your floors really clean is really easy. So kick your old bucket and embrace the new way with Oates Easy Squeeze Ultra Bucket.
How to revolutionize the driver. Work with the best engineers. Think outside the box. Sketch it, hone it, add a bigger sweet spot. Not big enough? Back to the drawing board. Adjust the weight to fit your style. Crunch the data. Connect to GPS. Take it to any course. Hit it long, really long. Feel the power. Track your shot. Impress your friends. Analyze. Go to the next tee and repeat. When we think differently about golf, you revolutionize your game. King F7 drivers with Cobra Connect. Doing things differently.
We had this idea. Let's tweak the Champ. Trusted by the PGA Tour's best. Let's make the greatest greater. You want it smaller? Bam! Smaller. You want fast? This is Cheetah. Put it in your hand. We did. Rock solid. Put it in your bag. Point it at stuff. Not that. Not that. That. It knows what to do. You love Jolt? Of course it's got Jolt. Be the pin seeker. Use it. It's dead accurate. He does. He's good. The new Bushnell Tour V4. The greatest, most advanced V ever made.
My name is Siobhan and I've been playing golf ever since I was 9. When I go outside and play golf, I like the sun on my back. And I also like the fresh air when I'm walking around. When I step up onto the tee, I make sure my grip's right, I don't have any gaps in my hands, and I make sure my feet are lined up with the tee and where I'm aiming. I like hitting the ball off the middle of my driver because it's the best sound in the world. I've learned a lot going to my golf. When you're in the bunker, you should always do a full swing. Make sure you get lots of sand and it should go close near the hole. I remember the first time I got a birdie when I was playing with my pa, and I just started jumping around because I was really excited.
Aerial view of the 13th Beach Golf Club, and this is actually live as things stand, not pre-recorded. We've got a live drone up there giving us a bird's eye view of this wonderful golf course. Of course, 36-hole complex here at 13th Beach, this being the beach course, and see the clubhouse on the left-hand side of the screen, the putting green in the foreground, the 18th green to the right hand side of the screen, and of course you can see all the cars parked in the background, the wonderful support that the locals have shown for this championship. And as we pan around to the right, you see the challenges that face you on this golf course, and then its proximity to the beach and wonderful waves, and of course quite often what comes with that is some pretty strong winds, and we're predicted to have around 35 km/h southerly tomorrow, which will certainly make this golf course play significantly different from what it has over today and certainly the preceding days. But seeing such wonderful scoring already on this golf course, and been blessed with almost perfect weather so far. Certainly today, hard to imagine a better day for golf. We're taking advantage of that. Let's go back out to the course and to coverage. And this is Angel Yin putting for birdie on 13. Nicely done. So she continues her gradual progression up the leaderboard.
I've got to pull you up on one thing, Dotty, that there's good waves around here. There's great waves in Torquay, great waves Ocean Grove, none in Barwon Heads. So don't ever think you're coming down here to get waves, because there's none.
I bet you someone from Barwon Heads would beg to differ, mate.
No, there's no waves.
Really? Okay.
We don't need you advertising the fact there is. It's never any good now.
Now I'm with you. The territorialism of the surfer.
Mackenzie and Papadotis are both on the green in regulation. Now it's Jake McLeod. He's only got about 75 to the pin, whereas Papadotis had about 100. So even though he's built like Ivan Drago from Rocky IV, the younger, smaller man is consistently driving him and out-driving him off the tee. He'll have to come over the bunker and stop it on that little slope. There's the ball to check, and it does. It's another nice shot from McLeod. So he'll have 12 to 14 foot for birdie. Mackenzie will have another foot on top of that, and Papadopoulos is hoping to get up and down from where he is. He's got a long putt, which is slightly uphill. As you said, though, Dottie, you couldn't get a better day to come out here and play golf. Nice crowds that can come inside the rope. Well, there is no rope, which is the best thing. I think I spoke to you at the start of the day about following Ricky Ponting around yesterday as a caddy with my young fella and Popovich, and just to be inside and see exactly what the guys are discussing. And I think for all the amateur golfers out there, it's absolutely fantastic, Dottie, because you get a real feel for what these guys are trying to do.
Well, it's a unique opportunity, in particular to this, to this championship, and I hope that it always remains the same, because as this tournament grows, and we've mentioned it's going to $1.3 million in prize money next year, which is astonishing. But as this tournament grows, then so too will the quality of the players that tee it up from year to year, and that'll attract a greater number of spectators. And I certainly hope that we can maintain this level of intimacy, because it's unique to the championship, and I think it's one of the things that keeps bringing the same people back year after year, and it really is something worth maintaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that's the fine edge to it, isn't it? Once the tournament continues to grow and the crowds continue to get bigger and the names get bigger, well, I guess in some ways you need a bit of crowd control. But at the moment, it's absolutely perfect to watch tournament play within 2 or 3 metres of these guys. Now, Papadotis has got a long putt uphill, slightly into the breeze. Gets up that slope now.
Yeah, just a couple.
About a 2 foot putt.
Yeah, just a couple of feet left. Mark, we make assumptions about the way that spectators may behave, and of course in tournaments like the Australian Open, we only ever know it to have gallery ropes around it, because that's just the way these tournaments are structured. But what if you actually gave people the opportunity to actually make that choice for themselves? I actually think that would be quite interesting. And clearly you'd then have to make a decision if it didn't work the following year. But I'd like to think that you could actually place a certain level of trust in the golfing spectator to actually do the right thing. And as you can see, everybody kind of understands what's required of them at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really solid point. Mackenzie's first uphill, and then he'll trail downhill to the hole about 20 foot on the little par 3 holes back. A couple of people walking across the green, and other members of the crowd were saying, "Oi, get off the green," as Mackenzie rolls it down towards the hole. Good pace, just slips out, and the caddy throws his hand down in frustration. Mackenzie will pop it in for par. Yeah, so it's almost like a self-governance by the rest of the crowd, Dottie, saying, you need to do the right thing here, which is, I guess, what you're alluding to.
Yeah, I think so. I guess I'm probably a little optimistic about that, given my understanding of what most golfers or golf fans actually know about the game and its requirements. But look, that'd be something to be decided upon in years to come, and we'll wait to see. But it's certainly being very successful here at the moment. Jake McLeod, this for birdie.
I'm going to show you some of the crowd here after this putt hopefully drops. How interesting the crowd can be. McLeod. Good looking putt. Oh, just misses to the right. So he'll knock this in for par. Which he does. So 3 pars now. Talking about the crowd, we'll just get Lethal, our cameraman, to pan quickly round to his left, Dotty. I've seen some things at golf tournaments, but you don't normally see blokes rolling like that at a golf tournament. That's how accessible it is here at 13th Beach. How would you go on that piece of equipment, Dotty?
Oh, that's magnificent. That's like the golf buggy from hell, isn't it? Have a look at that thing. And with your own supplier, Jim Beam. So that is oh, wow. Anyway, I'm not sure if that's registered, but if it isn't, it should be. Now Matthew Giles, second shot on 13, the par 4. And a wonderful shot from long range. Oh, he's held it! He's held it for eagle! And he doesn't know that it's got in. He can't see it from back in the fairway. And now he does. What a shot and what a day for the former champion, Matthew Giles. Middle of the fairway, tough par 4, 420 metres. And this is the shot of the week so far, right into the bottom of the cup. And Mark Hayes has joined me in the commentary box. Mark, we are seeing some absolutely outstanding golf.
That is unbelievable from Matthew Giles. He's just turned it on here in the last few holes, Dotty. He's just gone nuts on the back 9, but that's a really hard hole. It does have a funneling green, but that was just like had eyes for the hole, didn't it? That's just an amazing shot, and he's rocketed up, would you believe, to 17 under, and now a leader by 2.
Yeah, and full credit to the technical crew. And our director for being able to have a camera there at that point in time to catch that shot.
That's outstanding. Great work out there, guys. It's hard work, communicating everywhere with, limited budget. So that's a fantastic achievement by you guys too. But Giles, 17 under, Dotty. He's just come from nowhere, really. He didn't really factor into conversations at the start of the day. He's now 8 under through 13 holes. It's an incredible round he's got going.
It certainly is, and he's got another par 5 to come, and he's got a couple of shortish par 4s. So we saw a 61 earlier in the week. He'll need to make every poster winner coming home, but it's not beyond the bounds of possibility. Tricky little shot here for Angel Yin, Ali.
Yeah, one thing she was going for. Just rolling it out, trying to get it up over that round. The mount's not going to work. It's really such a scoreable par 5 for the ladies.
Yes, and a few technical difficulties out there with sound from Ali Whitaker. But able to move around and try and give you as many holes coverage as possible, and likely to find a few of these over time, but really a tremendous effort at the moment by all the technical crew to bring you the pictures and sounds as you've seen them. Now over to Catherine Kirk. Chip and run down the slope on this par 5, looking to get up and down for her birdie. And really nicely done, leaving herself on the underside on this downwind par 5. Alphabetical scores rolling across the bottom of the screen, so keep an eye out for your favourite player. One of them may be Aditi Ashok, the Indian player, and a big hello to all of the viewers in India watching this championship on Facebook Live or on vicopengolf.com/live. Great to have you around along with all the international visitors around the world. Of course, this coverage available to anybody with an internet connection, and proving to be a huge success as the reputation of this tournament goes from strength to strength.
Tremendous ambassador for India already. I know that's a tough thing to say at 18.
That putt just sneaking by the low side. Now, Melissa Reid.
Birdie, Terry.
Just confirmation this putt is for birdie for Melissa Reid. And she'll be disappointed there on the downwind par 5. Just a par for the hot player on course, and Mark Hayes in the commentary box with me, and really watching potentially one of the great players in women's golf for many years to come in Melissa Reid.
Yeah, I mean, we've touched on it before with where she was before her mother's untimely passing, and she's really had a world to go through, but we think she's now about to climb back up to where she perhaps once might have been headed anyhow. And she's got the world in front of her, got her full LPGA card this year, and that's we're going to see her take huge steps, I'm sure. And Solheim Cup considerations coming up, Doddy. I think she's well in contention there and wants to make sure Annika Sorenstam sees her name up in lights.
Great up and down there for Catherine Kirk for birdie. Wind just starting to freshen here this afternoon at 13th Beach, and we certainly saw that in the flag on that green, coming straight down breeze, and a chance to catch up and have a look at the leaderboard as things stand. Melissa Reid, a 3-stroke advantage over Angel Yin. 6 under par for her round today. Magnificent golf. Sandra Gale, she's 3 back as well, along with Suo, all in that group at 12 under. Hannah Green and Carolyn Headwell and Melon Motho at 11 under par, 4 shots back. Florentina Parker from England just moved on to the first page of that leaderboard at 10 under par. A whole bunch of players at 9 under, including Hee Jin Hoi, Whitney Hillier, Holly Clyburn, not having the best of days at this stage. 1 over par for the round. Emily Christine Pedersen, she's in the clubhouse after a 6 under par round. And Kylie Henry of Scotland, 8 under par for the day and 8 under for the championship. And what a move from her to be in a tied 13th. Amelia Lewis at 1 under par and 8 under. And Nicole Brock Larson, the overnight leader, really struggling, 4 over par. In the men's championship, Matthew Giles, what a day he's having. 8 under par the round, 17 under in total. Jake McLeod, he's at 15 under and -2. Demi Papadopoulos at 14. He's 3 back now of Matt Giles. Lucas Herbert and Peter Wilson, 2 very fine rounds at 13 under Dave McKenzie just keeping on. He's 13 under par. Richard Green's in the clubhouse at 12 under. Brad Moore's at 5. And we are just seeing a raft of red numbers today. Adam Blythe a 65. Nick Cullen a 66. Matt Griffin a 68. It's an absolutely packed leaderboard, both the women's and men's championships. And what an exciting week here at 13th Beach Golf Club.
We see pluses. Home, health, wealth, all pluses. Friends, family, love. There's another big plus in the world. You plus the opportunities you create. You plus the action you take. You plus the future that's yours and yours alone. Host Plus, your industry super fund.
No one can stop me when I taste the feeling. Nothing could ever bring me down. Here we go. Taste the feeling.
You can do this trick with cheap balls or expensive ones. I got this one from Drummond Golf, so I paid the lowest price in the country. They're Australia's biggest, and they guarantee they won't be beaten on price. Pretty neat trick, huh?
Isn't it time we matched cleaning with innovation? Introducing the Oates Catch-All Triple Action Broom, featuring a unique bristle that's soft on floors and designed to sweep, collect and go, all with award-winning results. Whatever you clean, Oates cleans best.
My name's Isaac Richards. I'm a good golfer and I like hitting shots out of the bunker. My favourite club are my 5-iron, 7-irons. After my bunker shot, I have to jump to see the ball goes. My favourite golfer is Adam Scott and Jason Day. One day I'm playing golf all around the world.
Road safety's come a long way, but we can't stop now. See the system changing road safety for good.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we, as humans, choose to chase it. Without the chase, everything man has ever done would not have been done as well, as good at all. Ignore the comfort zone. Chase boldly. And when you do, raise a glass to yourself, because you, sir or madam, are alive.
Here's to the chase. Wolf Blass.
Round 3 coverage of the Oates Victorian Open for 2017. And this is a familiar figure of Dimi Papadopoulos, and the man out in course with them is Mark Howard.
Thanks, Dotty. He's probably about 100, 103 out. He's slightly blinded to the pin because there's a little tussock in front of him. So he just ran down about 40 metres and had a look exactly at the pin. From where Demetrius is at the moment, it's about 500 metres to the ocean. But you're tucked down almost behind the sand dunes here. So the wind won't affect this shot a great deal. It's quite protected part of the course. It's an enormous green. The pin's 6 from the back. Tucked on the left-hand side for the golfers. And he's left that a good 45 feet short. So it's a long opportunity for birdie from there. Really interesting green, Dotty. It's got a couple of big holes, one to the left and one to the right, big pockets that the ball can really roll away into. Type of green hackers like myself can really get lost on, Dotty.
Yeah, it's a big green, and it's a difficult pin to get at today too, tucked right at the back of the green. And sometimes when you've got that much space between the front of the green and the pin, it's really difficult to get yourself to commit to take enough club to get it back there. Dave McKenzie with his third.
Similar distance to Demetrius. It's a good looking shot. And it'll hold as long as it doesn't roll down into that hole. But again, it's still 30 odd feet away. But they're both on there safely with their third shots. So they'll have birdie opportunities. And now McLeod, who's hidden from our view and therefore is hidden with a view of the pin. He's tucked away behind the bunker. He's just trying to reach up there and get a look over. Hardly any wind blowing the pin here. As I said, it's really protected. It's high and more pin high if it can stop. It does. So he's got about a 20-footer, 25-foot probably, will come up a slope. So another difficult opportunity. And just for you, once more, Dotty, I know you're enthused by this fella. He's continuing to follow the lead group. He's got a helmet on, which is good.
Yeah, no, you won't get hit by any golf balls. That's important, and that really...
that's
glorious. Absolutely glorious. That's just getting as close to the players as you can possibly get.
What's happening to modern golf? Are you in there, Mark Hayes?
Oh, I'm a fan of that, Howie. Let's not can that. That's magnificent innovation for golf. I would imagine if he just tucked a little esky on the back there, that he could sell them by the dozens.
I'm suspecting that is an esky of some description, and that given by the sponsorship on the golf buggy, that it's quite possible that he may be enjoying himself out there.
That is outstanding. We've seen some great things here at 13th Beach over the years, the last 4 or 5 years, but that's up there. That's got to be on the highlights package tonight, I believe. This is a brutal green, Howie, as we just cross to another putt here. I'll let you keep talking there, Dotty.
Yeah, no, Matthew Giles coming off that eagle in the previous hole has this for birdie on 14, and he's made a good run at it. Coming down breeze. Couldn't afford to be overly aggressive. What a round he has going at the moment. 8 under par. Back to the par 5 11th, and looks like Dimi Papadakis to go, and he's got the best part of, let's say, 20 paces, Mark Howard?
Yeah, I think probably 20 to 22, 23 paces, so it's a long putt. The slope's about 9 different ways, this one. An uphill putt. It's for birdie. He's currently 14 under, 1 behind McLeod. Mackenzie's 1 back on 13. Heading up the slope now. Good for line, good for length.
Yeah, he's a beautiful putter. I really love watching the way this guy reads greens and just his control of speed as well. Really impressive.
That's triply impressive, Dotty, and as Howie's alluding, that green is massive. It's got a lot of contours. You can't see the breaks really well on telly, but it's sufficiently tricky that I've seen, as a semi-local here, I've seen many players actually take a little sandwich on that green from one corner to another. It's got that many intricacies in it just to take out some of the bumps that you can't putt around. So a really nice 2-putt there from Dimmy.
How hazy. To be a semi-local here, I'm told to be a local you've got to have lived here for at least 45 years. So I'm not sure your semi-local status is quite holding, to be honest.
Well, I'm a Geelong resident, and very proud of that, Howie, and a member of nearby Lewis, and just didn't want to rock into the 13th Beach membership just per se until you can sort of spot me one, but I'm very proud to call this my backyard, that's for sure.
Certainly beyond my financial abilities to be handing out memberships here, I would have thought. So now Mackenzie also, a very similar line to Papadotis. Probably about 15 paces.
Yep.
Uphill. Currently sitting 13 under. Needs to keep rolling that one. David's a little disappointed with that putt. A completely different putt now. The young Jake McLeod. He's down in one of those little holes. So it'll break a reasonable amount. And it's uphill. And then the last metre or so will slide down towards the hole. Had a couple of scratchy holes, but only gave away one bogey. So he's holding on. Up the slope now, down towards the hole. And just that little distance, Dotty, to come back.
Yeah, it's it's one of those putts that's not quite short enough for you to turn around in a match play game and say pick it up. And these are the putts that careers are forged on, really. If you can make 90% or so of putts of this length in your career, you'll certainly make plenty of money out of the game. But conversely, if you spend a lot of time over these, it can also age you pretty quickly as well. It's for a par 5. Yeah, nicely holed. He's looked pretty solid over those so far today, Jake McLeod. It hasn't been a day of heroics just yet, but he's certainly keeping himself in contention. And Dave McKenzie just a couple of feet left to clean up. Nicely done. So all 5s for our final group in the men's championship here. Out to 15, and Angel Yin, Ali Whitaker's there. And was that a particularly bad lie, Ali?
To be honest. I think they got out of the pot into the frying pan, right? Or is it into the fire? I can't remember. Either way, it's cooking utensils, then it's bad.
Yeah, and she's played some very solid golf so far today, but leaving herself in the bunker, certainly not what she was planning on, particularly on this downwind hole. You can see that second bunker particularly deep, nearly engulfing her there as she plays a second bunker shot. That's beautifully played. Wonderful recovery from Angel Yin, and the crowd appreciative of that. And joining me in the commentary box at the moment, Carly Booth. And Carly, welcome, and congratulations on your play today, 3 under par.
Yeah, steady golf today. Missed a lot of chances as well, so it could have been better. 2 bogeys, which were unfortunate, but other than that, very solid.
And so at 9 under par total, you're going to find yourself a fair way back heading into tomorrow by the looks of things with the way Mel Reid's playing. But, certainly in with a chance if you can craft something really low.
Yeah, I mean, Mel's playing really solid this week, and I think tomorrow I just got to go out there and make as many birdies as I can and hopefully catch up with her. But again, she'll be doing the same, and so I need something definitely.
Talk us through this shot.
Well, looks like she's played that pretty well. A little short. Some of these holes are, you think they're a lot faster than they are, and they tend to slow up a little bit. But I think key around here is just holding out well.
And that putt was for eagle, so she drove. I mean, how did you play this hole today? This is the short par 4 downwind here.
Yeah, I actually hit a great drive. Just missed the green on the right side, but I chipped it a little bit too far and left my putt just short. So unfortunately, it was one of those pars that felt like a bogey.
It's a really interesting accent you've got there, Carly. Explain the influences of that.
I think from my 2 years of schooling in America got me this accent. But it's been a while since I've been there, so it comes and goes.
Does it? And what does it sound like when you're at home?
God, I could speak. I live in Manchester now, so you'll see little bits of Mancunian, and then you've got a little bit of Scottish as well. So it can be very mixed.
So we've got you down.
Great putt
from Catherine. Yeah, but we've got you down as actually being from Scotland. So it's actually potentially the most hybrid accent in the world.
Yeah, I know. I think it helps that my mum was from Liverpool, so that definitely didn't. Having that around, I guess it kind of evened it out a little bit.
Take us through this part. What would you be? How would you be reading this one?
I would say it's a touch right to left, just right edge.
And a little downhill, I'd suggest as well.
A little downhill, yeah.
Well, Reid to get
big putt here.
Yeah, to get to 16 under.
And she's done it.
Yeah, she's played so impressively today, Carly. She's really striking the ball fantastic. Has left quite a few out there. I mean, around about the turn, she had herself some very makeable putts. So, looking in ominous form at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us have a lot of work to do tomorrow.
So have you played much with Mel Reid?
Yeah, I grew up playing a lot with her as an amateur. We were in a team called Team Faldo, so we traveled a little bit with Nick Faldo and us, and also Rory McIlroy and Oliver Fisher. So, they're doing great as well. So it's great to see us all out and playing this game we love.
And what's your impression of her game? What are her strengths?
She's so solid. I mean, she hits it long off the tee. Short game's very good. So, I mean, I'm surprised she's not won more. I think, she went through a tough time a couple years ago with her mom passing, but, she's on the right side now, and you can see from her attitude, her game, everything's very, very good at the minute. She also just got her LPGA tour card, so I think she's finally where she wants to be.
So this is an aerial of the 15th hole, and it plays a little differently from the men's tee. But give us an idea of what to expect on this hole. Clearly, it's a birdie hole.
Yeah, I mean, I think the majority of people would be expecting a birdie. There's 2 ways to play it. Today, obviously. 15. Actually trying to think of it then. The short one, yeah. Yeah, obviously those bunkers are placed very well, so it's very hard to actually get onto the green. Again, if you're not making birdie, you're feeling like it's a bogey. The guys, I was pin high today with my drive. Today the wind's pretty strong downwind. The guys are all very close to the green as well. I did see a couple girls. The girls in front, they decided to play a shorter club off the tee to give themselves a fuller shot in. I think where that pin is placed today, it's quite a difficult chip. You've got that 30 yard shot, so sometimes actually giving yourself a fuller shot would be better.
Yeah, you mentioned couple of years spent in America, obviously at college. Where was that, and how do you think that helped you develop your golf game?
Yeah, I did 2 years of high school, so I went at 14.
Oh, so it was high school, was it?
Yeah, and then came back at 16. It was great because, I got to play against a lot of the girls that are out playing on LPGA now, and it was just a different kind of atmosphere, a different group of competition, and I learned a lot, and I grew up a lot from it, became quite independent, finished my schooling at home in Scotland, and also got my tour card when I was 17. So this is me starting my 8th year on tour.
A veteran at 25. There you go.
Almost 25.
Yeah. Now, Matty Giles, the hot man on course, just taking an iron for position, and that's not the position that he probably wanted to be, tugging it over into the left rough.
I think it's a better miss on the right side, especially with that wind.
Yeah, so this finishing stretch from 15 through to 18, obviously 18's usually a birdie opportunity, but how did 17 and 16 stack up today?
17, I missed the green on the left side and didn't get up and down, so I actually bogeyed that one today. 18, that wind is very strong off the left, so it's making that tee shot quite difficult with the trees on the right side. And I was just kind of amongst them and laid up to a 70-yard shot today. But the day before, I put myself in a good position to get on the green in 2. So I think it's just wherever you place your drive gives you that option. So I think that's the key part of the 18th hole.
So where do you feel like you're at in your career at the moment? You're 24 years of age, been a pro for 7 years, and are you happy with your progression as a player?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I still want to keep winning again. I haven't won since 2012, so that I feel my game is really coming along now, and my confidence is up again, and I think this is going to be a good year. So I'm just going to keep focusing and working hard. So hopefully I'll get back in that winner's circle.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it, when you I guess you assess everything. We'll get back to that in a minute. We'll go back out on course to the men's championship, and Mark Howard's out there.
Dimitri Papadopoulos just did a little bump and run up to the 158-metre par 3, so he's tapped in for his par. Dave McKenzie left it short right in the bunker. He's got a long 25-foot putt for par. This is Jake McLeod. That's where his tee shot landed. 35-foot putt. A great deal of break. Uphill to finish. Tracking towards the hole. So McLeod will tap in for par. But this is of real interest at the top of the leaderboard because McKenzie has got a 20-odd foot downhill putt with the wind blowing across it to save his par. Quite a tough hole, this one, Dotty, because the tee box and the green are both really sheltered from the wind. But off the tee, because you're so close to the ocean, this is probably tee box is closest to the ocean of any hole on the course. Once you throw the ball up, the wind really hits it. So you look at the flag and you think, oh, there's not a great deal of breeze, and you protect it on the tee box, but as soon as it goes off the tee, that big southerly starts turning it left to right in a big hurry.
Yeah, one of the key factors of playing oceanside courses is Dave McKenzie stands over a 15-footer, par to stay at 13 under. Oh, unlucky, just speed that killed that. Grabbed a big chunk of the hole, so his up and down day here in round 3 continues. Taps that in, drop another shot and move further back of the charging Matthew Giles. Muted applause for the veteran Australian. Heads off to the next tee. Let's go to Matthew Giles, his second at 15. must have been in some reasonably deep rough over there, Carly, because he wouldn't have wanted to leave himself that putt for birdie.
Yeah, it's quite thick over there, and I think he's just made sure he got on the green there. He's got a putt up the slope there.
Yeah, tricky downhill up and over the tier putt for birdie, though, for our leader, Lucas Herbert. Really talented young Australian player, just making his way in the world of pro golf. This for birdie to finish off his round. And plenty of support.
Very good. It's great to see so many people out here today.
Well, that's one of the features of this championship, Carly, is the support that it's received locally and how much it continues to grow, and how the perception of the way this championship runs continues to change. And from your point of view, we'll just watch Max McArdle play his pitch shot here, but we'll get your perspective on just, you know, how this tournament works and why it works, and, you know, just how much particularly the ladies are enjoying it as well.
This was actually quite similar to the one I had. Yeah, he's picked up pretty well.
Probably prefer that putt on the other side of the hole, though, I'd imagine. Like, it's a little bit of a slope down to the pin from the right-hand side, from the left-hand side.
Not too severe though, so I think it's just a nice pace. Roll it in.
So you've got nerves of a 24-year-old.
I've had practice.
I stopped looking at those putts with enjoyment many years ago.
I don't think any of us look at them and enjoy it.
Damien Jordan, winner last week of the Victorian PGA Championship. Yeah, just grabbing in the fringe and pulling it up 4 feet short. You'll have a little tester yet to come. And keep an eye out for your alphabetical scores running across the bottom of your screen. So keep an eye out for your favourite player. It may be Aaron Price there at 7 under par. Blake Proverbs, Brett Rankin, Brett Rumford also having a nice time of things here at 13th Beach. So, what does this putt need to do, Carly?
Well, the first half is slightly up the hill over the slope, and then it should kind of feed down, and it should turn a little bit to the left. It's all about the pace, this one.
Yeah, really good roll.
He's done well there.
Yeah, great speed. Just a tap in for his part to maintain his advantage in this championship.
I think you'll feel disappointed with that, though.
Well, particularly on that hole, 280 metres. So what's coming up for you? You're heading off next week to play the
No, I'm not in the Open next week, so I'm heading back home and then gonna practice and prepare for my next event, which is in China in March.
Well, we wish you all the best, and we wish you the best tomorrow as well.
Thank
and
you.
hopefully you can shoot something a little lower than what you did today and get yourself right in contention.
Definitely.
And good luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Carly.
Thanks.
Cheers. Carly Booth from Scotland, who's 9 under par in this championship. And this is the leaderboard as things stand. Melissa Reid, 16 under par, 7 under par for the day, with a 3-stroke lead from Sandra Gale. Angel Yin at 12 under. Hannah Green, Carolyn Hedwell, Belen Motho and Suo all at 11 under par. Florentina Parker 4 under par and 6 shots back of the leader at this stage. It is a really good-looking leaderboard to some tremendous golf being played today. Two of the rounds of the day there, Emily Christine Patterson, 6 under par for her round, and Kylie Henry from Scotland. And you see there just a shot behind her countrywoman Carly Booth at 9 under, who we just had the enjoyment of sharing time with in the commentary box. Kylie Henry, an 8 under par round today to catapult herself into a tie for 13th place. And Madeleine Sagstrom from Sweden, she's a 7 under par and 1 under par for the day. And so Carly Booth pops out of the box, and in comes Ali Whitaker, who's been out on course the day with a few technical difficulties out there hearing you at times, but great to have you back in the box. So what did you learn out there today on course?
I learnt that tomorrow I'm actually going to come out dressed in foil. I'm going to be on the back of a 6-foot man, maybe like piggybacking perhaps. So, yeah, we'll get it all sorted for tomorrow. But there's some seriously good scores out there, aren't there?
There are some great golf, and underlining the depth of talent in the field, and just what a great championship this is. It has the feel of a proper championship, and the players are reacting accordingly.
Yeah, well, it is a world-class field, and I think the course, with this wind in particular, the southerly, it's perhaps a little bit easier as well in those final few holes.
Well, the wind is predicted tomorrow to get up around 35 kilometres an hour from the south, and that will really test things. I think it'll make a few players think twice. It'll give somebody who understands how to play in the wind the chance to come from behind, and it makes for an even more interesting day.
Yeah, well, the wind is the defence of this golf course, realistically. So, if that dies down at any point in time, expect birdies. That's going to happen.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, there's been some tremendous golf, and one of the things that you missed while you were out there was Matthew Giles, who holed out from eagle on the par 4, 14th, I think it was, to jump up into the lead, and we've seen chips hold, we've seen full shots hold. It's just been a day of amazing drama and just brilliant golf.
Yeah, well, that's what we come out for here at 13th Beach in particular. So, with everyone on the same course, you get to see, the guys, you get to see the women, you get to see birdies and others even. There is a defence of this golf course, that tea tree as well. So, stay out of that, and then you're going to be shooting low, and it's fun. It's a fun event. Like, we're out here, we've got the incredible food vendors all around as well. It's a great vibe, and everyone's getting into it.
Well, just for your benefit, Ali,
goody.
This is Matty Giles, and feast your eyes on this one.
Looks pretty good in the air. Oh, hello. Look out. Nailed the pin.
And huge props to cameraman Greg Childs, who also caught the Richard Green albatross on the par 4 15th a couple of years ago. And he's there again, the man on the spot at the right time, capturing the great drama of this championship. So, but that's one way to really turn your round around. And I mentioned that Matty Giles hasn't had the best time of things over the last couple of years, but he obviously has something about this course that he likes.
Yeah, definitely. And he was in form last week as well. So, he's doing all of the right things. He took some time off over his off-season, went to Queenstown with his girlfriend, and I think James Nitties it was. So they just went and just had a holiday. And I think those little refreshers are really important, over those breaks, to actually take a break. And he came back feeling really good.
Can be really important, because I mentioned that his form over the last couple of years has been middling. He was a former world junior champion, and then he won here 4 years ago, and everyone went, oh, look out. And then, things didn't quite progress the way that both he and others expected. And sometimes, you can go out there and you can beat thousands of golf balls on the range and try to find your golf swing in your game. But sometimes, it's a bit like a racehorse. You need to go out for a spell and just sort of get your head away from it, because this game can play with your mind.
Yeah, I was always one of those players that couldn't really take much time off because it would be really bad for me. Whereas I know a couple of players on the LPGA, the PGA, that take a month off. I mean, Tiffany Joe, who was supposed to be here this week, goes on surfing trips. So, you know, it just depends on the person and what they need to refresh themselves realistically.
You've got to find out what works for you in this game at all levels, and particularly when you're playing it for a living. And we mentioned before the hole-in-one of Richard Green. I think it was in the Pro-Am a couple of years ago, and we actually happened to have that on film. So let's take a look at it, because Richard Green can do the voiceover for us as well.
Coverage around the world, and you know, that many hits is amazing. And then, you know, obviously the ESPN plays of the day and all that sort of stuff. Fantastic exposure for me, for the tournament, for Oates. Amazing. It certainly created a lot of interest. Everybody talks to me about it everywhere I go around the world. You know, somebody talks about it and brings it up. So it's gone a long way.
Yeah, what an amazing shot. And the significance of that is it was a hole-in-one on a par 4. And you so very rarely ever see that. And, you know, helping wind and clearly a bit of help from the golfing gods as well coming out of the bunker like that.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, he's such a nice character. I played with him quite a bit around here since then. He lives locally, obviously, when he's in town, and I live just 15 minutes up the road as well. So we've gone out on the golf course, and you just couldn't meet a nicer guy. And then, obviously, all of the stars aligning with Mariana Scarpnord also winning. That was pretty incredible. You couldn't have written it better.
No, it was an amazing story that week, that's for sure. And who can forget Marianne's excitement leaping up and down in the corporate box behind the green as her boyfriend won this championship. Now, back out to the same hole that we saw the histrionics from Matthew Giles, and Mark Howard's out there.
Jake McLeod started right. This is a green that really feeds towards the pin at the back. If that can just skip on a bit, it's still about I like your paces description, Dottie. I think it's about a 15 pace putt, but there has been a bit of drama on this hole. We'll just get leader Pan back to the group. Now this is, you'll see Papadakis walking down. He had to hit a provisional ball. So his first ball went right, we think, but we'll have to check with the scorers that he found it. And you'll see the ball in the forefront of shot there. We think that's his second shot to there on the par 4. Dave McKenzie, he sent his second shot, flew it over the green. So he's about 4 metres off the back of the green. But we'll have to just check with the scorers, Dottie, but I believe Papadakis is there for 2.
Well, it'd be a good break if he did indeed hit a professional off the tee, and things can go very awry. We saw Dimmy on the first hole today get into all sorts of trouble topping his tee shot and getting up and down, and he faces a similar predicament here.
Again, this is tucked away down behind the dunes. There's not a great deal of breeze. It feels quite warm down here at the moment.
Yep.
He's got about 50 metres to the front and then another 20 metres on. See the crowd directly behind him, just 3 or 4 metres away from watching, which is, as we've described earlier on, absolutely fantastic. A young man there watching the golf as he keeps this one low. You want this to skip on up the green, and it does. It's not a bad effort. So it's about 9 foot there for par, if indeed that was his provisional ball. It wasn't his provisional ball. We'll go and find that one out shortly.
Well, his form in this tournament has been a bit up and down, hasn't it? When you look at his last 4 starts, miscut 15th, 6th, miscut for Dimmy. So, you know, he's yet to have a smooth love affair with this golf course here at 13th Beach.
Yeah, he's had a real up and down time of things over the last few years. Actually, had a win over in New Zealand and really looked like he was going to leap out of the blocks, and then trod water for a while, and you know, kind of wonder whether his application to the game was right all the time as well. But when he's on and when he's switched on mentally and switched on physically, he's certainly someone who can make a real mark on this game.
His application in the gym's obviously all right, Dottie.
It's certainly all right. We talked about those guns last week at the Victorian PGA Championship.
Mackenzie just rolling one down the hill. That's his third shot. So that's slightly uphill 4-footer for par, and it was Papados's third shot, so he didn't need that provisional ball, which is good news. And
here we have Belen Motho. He's from Cadiz in the south of Spain. And that was for birdie. The crowd's lighting up. No, she's a popular play on tour. She's good fun to watch.
Sounds like a few fans in the corporate boxes as well there.
Just a few. Just a few.
Now, Jake McLeod, after playing his second out of the right rough, looked like a pretty sandy lie, has this putt for birdie to get to 15 under.
He's a fun guy to watch, isn't he, Jake? Because you can see the potential is just oozing out. And, you know, he likes a good laugh. He can kind of take a bit of a knock himself, which is always loved here in Australia. We're quite a self-deprecating nation. But you can see that, you know, he's doing all of the right things to get there.
Yeah, and, you know, you just, sometimes when you go to play this game for a living, you just need something good to happen to give you that little shot in the arm, that sense of confidence. You know, Dimmy about to try to make his second miraculous par of the day. Not to be. Always looked right off the putter face, but you know, getting back to what I was just saying there, Ali, you know, it's just when you come out here onto the tour, you can be a very good amateur player and have a great record, but you go from that, you know, big fish small pond to the small fish big pond thing, and you just realise just how much talent there is out here and how many people you need to beat every week that you've never heard of before in your life.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, like, it's like graduating classes, you know. At some point in time, everyone's the smartest person in the school, but then you graduate and then you're up against all of the other valedictorians, which is what happens on tour.
Nice putt there from Dave McKenzie. Just grinding his way through this afternoon, trying to get out of what's been a pretty up and down day with a good score. And a solid par for Jake McLeod. But, you know, speaking of Jake McLeod, Ali, you know, when you see someone shoot a score like a 61, it actually puts you in a different category in terms of, I guess, both self-perception and the way the rest of the golfing world views you, because it's a type of score that, you know, only the very best players shoot. It actually, you know, when you're out there playing and you get it to 5 or 6 under, sometimes the tendency can be go, well, that'd be a good score to shoot. But, you know, but other players go 6 under.
Yeah.
No, I want to get to 8 and then 9 and then 10 and then, you know, and then 11, and that mindset is the sort of mindset that sets the best apart from the rest.
Definitely, you know, it's a difference between getting to 4 or 5 and finishing with 3, or really pushing on. And, you know, that's the thing, like, there's so many players in the field that are capable of going low, and we all know who they are. So if they're chasing you come tomorrow, Mel Reid's one of them, so she's already in the mix. But, you know, it's fun to watch because you just know how much potential there is throughout the day. Well, speaking of a good round, Mel Reid, this is at the par 3 17th hole, playing back into the wind today. A bit of an unforced error there.
The proverbial rush of blood. And you probably haven't seen, well, of course you haven't seen everything that she's done today, but she's left a lot of birdies out there as well. It's been a tremendous day of ball striking and a very aggressive attitude on the greens as well. Like she's not lagging any putts. She's really having a good go at it, as demonstrated by that putt there on 17. But it's also left her with a bit of work to do coming back.
Yeah, it's not in Mel's nature to be defensive. I think every now and then she becomes potentially a little bit aware of herself, and that, as we know, can be a bit of a danger for golfers. Nicole Brock-Larson, another one of those players that has a bit of a busy mind on the golf course, and it's so mental. Like, all of these girls have incredible golf swings. They've got really functional short games. So if you can get everything in line, and you had a good dinner the night before, a good sleep the night before, and those little things, those 1% coming into it, then you're in stead for a really good round. But it's tricky.
Yes.
Mel Reid just trying to tidy up for her par here. Just from the back of the green. Pin today's over on that left side.
Beautifully done. Really solid par putt there.
And that's another thing that you need to do, because, to make those good rounds, you don't do that with a lot of bogeys on the card, and you know that you're going to have par putts. So trying to just maximise, your value on the golf course is important. And, another shot saved there for Mel, and she's still right at the top of the leaderboard.
What you were talking about before, about the things you need to do in order to prepare for golf and to be in the best place you can be. I remember reading a book by a sports psychologist called Terry Orlick, who was a legendary sports psychologist in America, and he put down as one of the four most important things that an athlete needed to do, as one of the most important was dealing with distractions. And if you wrote down a list of things, off the top of your head that you need to be great at something, I don't reckon too many people would actually put distractions at the top of their list. But it's so true. And you think about it now, your ability to stay in the moment and stay focused can be predicated on so many external factors, and being able to put those aside and not allow them to affect the outcome is something that I see from the very best players in the world, and it's not always the guys and girls with the best swings that actually get there in the end. It's those that can actually block out everything else that's going on around them at the time.
Oh, definitely. When you do on-course commentary a lot, which players are the skittish players as well, the ones that where if you breathed 20 metres away from them, they're going to know, they're going to pick up on those sounds, and you can see it happening when the girls are in the zone, because Mel today out there, nothing's stopping her. The way she's walking, you can tell that her self-esteem, self-confidence is up, and just trying to work out, coming into a tournament like this where we do on-course interviews with the players and that kind of thing. Like, there was no way I was going up to Mel while I was out there. I can tell you that you do not disturb. There's a do not disturb sign hanging around her neck right now because she's so in the zone. So it's an interesting one to play with, and I think that, I don't know how you practice that. Like, how do you get used to having people on the fairway like this? And Mel's a social character, so I think perhaps it's playing, if anything, into her hands a little bit, just having a cruisier feel.
Yeah, it's just certainly the sort of thing that we need more of, particularly interaction with players on the golf course during the round, and I think it's something that players are certainly going to have to get used to as this game evolves going forward, and something that we can discuss at greater depth at another time as we go out to 17. Trees in the background blowing back and forwards, and our leader Matthew Giles.
This is one of those holes where you almost just need to add a club regardless, even if the wind's not moving it. Well, you can hear the wind just starting to buffet out, microphones out on the golf course. It is a beast, the beach course, when it starts blowing out here.
Yeah, and virtually playing straight back into the teeth of the wind. The Bushnell Golf sponsored hole here in 17. A big thank you to the many sponsors that have tipped in to make this tournament what it is. Of course, including Oates, long-term sponsor of this championship, as Max McArdle gets ready to play his tee shot. Much improved player, Max McArdle. He's been playing up in China a little. That's a beautiful tee shot. My word, back into the teeth of the breeze, and absolute quality shot.
Well, if you're playing in your local comp, I reckon that one would be pretty good for a sleeve of balls nearest the pin. What do you think, Dotty?
For sure. That's yeah. Today, only someone playing off the front tees is going to beat you, I'd say. Alphabetical scores scrolling across your screen. This is Damien Jordan.
Loved watching Damien last week at Huntingdale. Has quite a pronounced, almost squatty setup, so you can tell him a mile away. But I mean, a hero in his own right. I'm sure you guys have spoken about it today. But you know, he spent 2 tours over in Iraq, representing Australia over there, and you know, he's just had his 4th child as well. It was about I want to say maybe 10 days ago. So he went to the Victorian PGA a day after his 4th child, a baby boy, was born. So obviously it paid off last week, and he's in form. So it's nice to see him in the mix. He's a lovely guy.
Yeah, amazing story. And yeah, again, demonstration of the fact that there are many ways to skin a cat, and there are certainly many ways to play this game. Out to Dave McKenzie and Mark Howard.
Thanks, Dotty. We're on the 14th, 418-metre par 4. The Sudley directly behind them. The other two have absolutely crunched it off the tee. They're well within 100 from the front of the green. Dave McKenzie's back in mere mortal territory and just looks to be changing his club. So it's a big, flat, wide open green. There's bunkers to the left and a bunker at the back. You don't want to go right off the tee, as there's bunkers and rough and all sorts of scratchy areas. I dare say a couple of snakes around there too.
There have been in previous years as well, haven't there, Mark? Got to keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, my word. I'll leave the cameraman. He's got sort of big chunky calves. That's what the snakes will be after. Now Mackenzie, probably about 120 out. Breeze directly behind him, straight off the ocean. Lands right next to the pin and skips on. Landed pin high, but he's gone about 25 paces back, so that'll be a downhill putt into the breeze.
Yeah, really difficult to, from that far back, to get it really close to that pin coming down breeze today, and that's why there's an advantage to these guys, Ali, who are a lot closer to the green, just wedges in hand.
Definitely, you know, and the greens are drying out as well. It's been quite receptive the first 2 days. Bit of a different story out there this afternoon.
Jake McLeod coming in from about 80 metres. Just smacked it off the tee. And he stops that one. Again, a downhill putt. Doesn't look that impressed by it. Still a long putt to make birdie. And then Big Dimmy.
Yeah, Mark, did you get a confirmation of Dimmy's score on the previous hole? Was that a 5?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
So he hit that provisional, but thankfully didn't need it. So can he pick one up here and get himself rolling again? And you see, they've all underestimated the breeze. That's rolled on and off the back. So all 3 players there, Dotty, they've rolled off the back and given themselves long putts home.
Well, it's so hard on that hole in particular because you have to cover that front edge, because if you don't cover the front edge, then you're going back down the slope. So you really need to land that one pin high and just hope for some check.
Yeah, and looks like he got that a little chunky, I'd say, Dimmy, for his second. No spin on it. Matty Giles missing the green right on 17. Pitching down the slope. And well, that's a tester. Left to right breaking putt from around about 12 feet to save his par 3.
It's nice to see Matt in the mix again. Last week, 6th place, back up near the top of the leaderboard, threw out a nice little 65 in the first round. Oh, things look interesting here for Angel Yin.
Down there with the rules official, and clearly needing a little bit of clarification here, and suggest that she's taking an unplayable.
I wouldn't imagine it's a state tree, but I can't see one. Can you, Dottie?
No, I can't see a stake there, but that's, if there's a stake on that, it got lost there about a decade ago, because that's...
it's fully grown, isn't it, realistically?
That's no shrub.
So this is over on the right. She's pushed her drive over to the right-hand side on 18. Try and pick up some audio, but...
Yeah, we'll need to get some clarification on this one, because it... Look, I mean, if there's a stake in there somewhere, then they're the rules. If it's a stake to a tree, then you not only are you allowed to take relief, but you must take relief in most golf clubs. But in any other time, that's an unplayable lie. Although we kind of suggest that she could have chipped that out if it...
That's it. You would have thought that she'd try and advance the ball forward.
Yeah, so you... Law of averages, and having been around this game for a while.
You can drop here, right?
No, you can drop. Yeah, I can drop with the back, so I can just drop here.
Within a club length, anywhere around. Exactly. Anywhere around.
So I drop towards here.
Yeah, it's right here.
I can go here. Good. Thank you.
Well, as I said, we'll wait clarification on that one, but we'll get back to the adventures of Angel Yin.
Well, while we wait there, let's head it back to 17. Can Matty Giles make it for par? He can't, so it's going to be a drop shot. Tough hole, the 17th. I think most players in the field would take par 4 days in a row.
Mel Reid playing her second at 18. Back into the breeze, and well, just landing very softly on that front edge.
She had an iron in hand then, I think. It looked silver. It is an iron. That's an almighty blow off the tee.
Particularly when there's no wind helping.
No, it's straight in. That second shot's straight back into the wind, so it's just a testament to how long she is off the tee.
Dave McKenzie putting for birdie. Beautiful weight.
He's pretty handy with the flat stick, isn't he, Dave? 49 years old. And how old's Jake McLeod, actually? I reckon Jake's maybe 22.
22 it is, yeah. So I think Andy Marr said earlier to Dave McKenzie that you'd turn pro before Jake McLeod was born.
Ouch! What a burn.
Yeah, but he's had a great career, Dave McKenzie. He's sort of been around the periphery of the game for a long time, but he's always been a good performer, and guy who's been able to put good money in the bank every year.
Well, speaking of money in the bank, Angel Yin had a pretty handy rookie year on the Ladies European Tour last year. Sadly for her, she had to go up against the DT Ashok for the titles, so very talented player in her own right is Angel.
She's laid up there, but she's left herself a really tricky pitch coming across the bunker to that pin cut tight on the right-hand side.
Yeah, at least it's back into the wind as we head to Jake the Man Bun McLeod. Just tapping in there. for his 4. You're kind of spoilt for choice, aren't you, out at this tournament as well? You can just fade back and between the groups. You can hang on the middle of the fairway if you want. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's quite a few holes too that come back to the clubhouse area all the time, so never too far away. As Dimi Papadakis looks to get up and down from behind the green. Does that nicely. So our final group has 4 holes to play, including the 15th coming up, which is a very short par 4 playing straight down breeze. Reed pulling out the putter from just short of the green. Pretty tightly cut down there, so that's the right club choice, I would have thought, Ali.
Yeah, it's tightly cut, but it's also into the green, all of that front part of the green. It's quite a long blade of grass, so error rate is quite high. So the flat stick, obviously the option. As Angel Yin prepares for her shot. Can't say I'd love this approach shot in from where she is.
No, and it poses a question. You did mention about coming back into the breeze, which and you see her there just pacing off how much green she's got to work with. But coming back into the breeze with a wedge is of some advantage. You also can't afford to get overly cute with it.
I did actually find her mother Michelle out there under the umbrella, as she suggested earlier in our little cheeky interview out on the golf course. They're both characters in their own right.
Yeah, two really great interviews out there on course today, Ali. Of course, I thought Suo on the first hole was just delightful and just showed how relaxed and how normal she was, and I guess both of these players have Korean heritage, and it does go to show just how tight the Korean family model is. Like a lot of the players have their mums or their dads or both out there on course with them.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they're always travelling. Oh, brilliant shot there from Angel. Nearly holing out. Now, I'll have to see what that drop was for back under the pine tree earlier. So try and get that confirmed to see if that is a birdie putt or perhaps something else. Catherine Kirk. She's lived over in the States for a while, but such a big supporter of golf in Australia. Throwing it well back past the pin, not bringing that bunker into play at all.
Again, all about position there, and much better position over on the left-hand side of the screen to try to finish off what has been a wonderful round of golf. Just a sensational exhibition of ball striking and temperament, controlled aggression. So much to like about the way that Mel Reid has crafted out her round today. And this putt for an eagle, an outside one at that, but to further increase her lead in the championship.
You just want it, if not to go in, you want it to go close. I think we all love watching players get on a hot run like this. Does it have the legs? It's not the worst leave, but still lengthy, further than she'd like for her birdie chance.
13th stage here for the 2017 Oates Victorian Open. From the United States, Angel Yin.
Yeah, but you know, that's what we were talking about before regarding the access to players on the golf course, and you know, it's I mean, firstly, it's a privilege for us as commentators and, you know, I guess as spectators for the players to allow us in like that. But it's certainly an evolving part of sport that golf needs to respect and encourage, I think. And it's certainly the direction that the game needs to go in as a televised product.
Yeah, I think if you notify the players going into the weekend that these things are going to happen, then it doesn't throw them as much. I spent a lot of time on the range this morning talking to the final group saying, hey, if you see me coming over, I'm not going to talk to you about your score. I'm not going to do anything that I wouldn't want asked to me as a player, and just, you know, try and have a chat, keep it light, because that's really, you know, all you can do in that situation. You don't want to get in their head too much.
Exactly. Well, Catherine Kirk, she'd very much like to have this putt from the other side of the hole. But unfortunately in golf, you don't always get what you wish for.
It's a good way to put it as well. But Kat was instrumental in the ALPG side for the Queen's Cup that was played in Nagoya in Japan just in December, a couple of months ago. Played a massive leadership role in that. Would love for this to drop.
Yeah, good roll.
She's finding a little bit of form though, Kat. Finished fourth last week in the RACV Gold Coast Challenge up at Royal Pines. Nice to see her back in the mix there. Formerly Catherine Hull, of course, for those of you that grew up watching her play golf like I did. Come on, Mel. Pop this one in.
This is for birdie, for our leader. Well, it's been a tremendous round of golf, but it could have been something truly spectacular. It was such an impressive exhibition of ball striking, and, well, if she can shoot a score like that and leave that much out there, then look out the field tomorrow, because she is looking ominous here to win this 2017 Oates Victorian Open.
She's an exciting player, and when she gets on a roll, she's very hard to stop. So the girls are going to have their work cut out for them tomorrow, trying to peg her down.
Well, this could well be a absolutely spectacular birdie, or an equally impressive par, but we'll wait to hear about that.
Either way, it was a brilliant up and down.
Yep.
Applause well earned there for Angel Yin.
And of course, Angel Yin, I believe, you have Chinese heritage rather than Korean, as I suggested before, but still very impressive play. And as I was mentioning, Ali, great to see, you know, a lot of these players, particularly from Asian families, who have their families out on tour with them. It's a very important part of the way they go about their life and business.
Yeah, definitely. You know, let's not forget that I think Angel's still just 18 years old. So, you know, she kind of needs some parental guidance right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's just incredible to me to see how ready some of these kids, and they are kids really, they're teenagers, are ready to go when they come out here to play. Matty Giles playing his second into 18, coming off a bogey on 17. Oh, he's tugged that well left, but not a bad miss. Plenty of green to work with. Pin over on the right-hand side. And ball sitting decent from the fact that we can see it from the commentary box and from the camera behind the green. So a good chance for Matt Giles to get up and down for birdie and recover that bogey that he made. Sandra Gull from downtown on 17. Coming up the slope and pulling that up well short. Little knee knocker left for her par. Just looking to try to keep herself in contact with leader Mel Reid. She's had a very solid day. Now Whitney Hillier. Makeable birdie chance up the hill. Right to left breaking putt. Well, that really just bobbled off the putter face. Saw that ball just take a little leap into the air and took all the speed off it. Perhaps an unrepaired pitch mark. But a solid par 3 for Whitney. Sandra Gull really sweating over this putt and calling a caddy in for a look as well. And earlier in the broadcast we were discussing the merits or otherwise of a shot clock in golf, and I can only say that from the merits of a television broadcast it would probably be a huge positive. Well, all the information's in the computer now for Sandra Gull, and this putt from 4 feet for a par 3. Over to our men's leader, Matthew Giles. Third shot. Plenty of green to work with, and he'll like his chances here of getting up and down for a par 4. Just came out a bit hot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
out of that,
welcome Group 15 in the men's
out of that rough,
competition.
pitched it a little too far and leaves himself 15 to 18 feet down the slope for a birdie 4. 2013 Victorian Open champion.
And the 2013 Victorian Open champion, Matthew Giles from New South Wales.
Really having a day out here on Saturday in 2017. A round that has included an Eagle 2 on the 13th hole. Playing with Damien Jordan in the purple or mauve shirt in the foreground. Really has been a stunning day for golf. 13th Beach and the Bellarine Peninsula have really turned on the weather. And as a result, we have had a feast of birdies and even eagles as well. So this is Matt Giles to finish off his round. Another birdie and to further cement his lead in the championship. Wow, well done. What a way to finish for Matt Giles. That is some sort of round. And well should his caddy be pleased. A round for the ages for the man from Sydney. Now Damien Jordan putting down the slope. Really good roll there. Sneaking it by the high side. Birdie putt missing there for Max McArdle. That just leaves Damien Jordan to finish off. Won his first title on the PGA Tour of Australia last week in Melbourne, and continuing that solid form here this week as well. So let's take a look at the leaderboards here late on round 3 of the Oates Victorian Open. It's Matthew Giles out in front by 1 from Jake McLeod, 2 from Lucas Herbert and Jake Hickenbottom, who is in the clubhouse with a 5 under par round of 67. Great round today from Peter Wilson with a 66 and Richard Green with a 65. Gimme Papadada still out on course at 1 under par, and he's 3 shots back. Other great rounds today from Adam Blythe with a 7 under par 65 and Nick Cullen with a 66. And Brad Moores from South Australia, a 5 under par round of 67. Melissa Reid, 2 shots in the lead from Angel Yin, who obviously got up and down for birdie on the last to shoot a 67. She's 2 back. Bella Motho 3 back after a 5 under par round of 67. Hannah Green from Australia, terrific round. And the young Aussie 4 under par 68, and she's moved herself up onto the first page of the leaderboard. Other great rounds today: Emily Christine Pedersen, a 6 under par round of 66, and Kylie Henry, an 8 under par round of 64.
Isn't it time we matched cleaning with innovation? Introducing the Oates Catch-All Triple Action Broom, featuring a unique bristle that's soft on floors and designed to sweep, collect and go, all with award-winning results. Whatever you clean, Oates cleans best.
You can do this trick with cheap balls or expensive ones. I got this one from Drummond Golf, so I paid the lowest price in the country. They're Australia's biggest, and they guarantee they won't be beaten on price. Pretty neat trick, huh?
Road safety's come a long way, but we can't stop now. See the system changing road safety for good.
We see pluses. Home, health, wealth, all pluses. Friends, family, love. There's another big plus in the world. You plus the opportunities you create. You plus the action you take. You plus the future that's yours and yours alone. Host Plus, your industry super fund.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we, as humans, choose to chase it. Without the chase, everything man has ever done would not have been done as well, as good at all. Ignore the comfort zone. Chase boldly. And when you do, raise a glass to yourself. Because you, sir or madam, are alive.
Here's to the chase. Wolf Plus.
Closing stages of round 3, the Oates Victorian Open. This is Whitney Hillier playing her second shot to 18. So Jake Higginbottom, our first look at the young man from the Hunter Valley so far today. Former winner of the New Zealand Open as an amateur. And just pours another one in. He's had a bit of an up and down time of things over the last couple of years, Jake, but when he's on, he's seriously on. Fantastic short game. Absolutely brilliant putter. And continuing to move himself up the leaderboard here in round 3. On screen, looking at the amateur, Hee-Jin Choi, and certainly a player that's had a lot of praise turned her way this week and will continue to in the future. The number 4 ranked amateur in the world, and certainly unlikely to be long before we see her trying her hand at the pro game. Just so impressive how this Korean golfing machine continues to turn out quality player after quality player, and So mature and ready to perform at the highest level at such young ages. So playing her third shot, leaving herself a little further back than she would have liked. Outstanding approach shot to a pin tucked tight on the right hand side, and as she was looking at that, it would look like it was almost in the bunker. And once again underlining just what an impressive talent she is. Currently at 11 under par. Her playing partner Sandra Gale has already played her second up to the left-hand side of the green, so she'll have a very good opportunity to get up and down to make a birdie four to close out her round. But first to play will be Whitney Hillier. Good lie in the first cut. Slight upslope, plenty of green to work with, all the factors in her favour. Excellent shot from Whitney Hillier. Just 2 feet back up the hill for a birdie, and you put your house on Whitney to hold that to get to double figures under par.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome group number 22.
Back out to 17, and Holly Clyburn playing in the final group in the Women's Championship. Her tee shot.
Well, it's a pleasure to be back in the booth. This one heads over straight at the pin. It would have looked really good off the tee for Clyburn. She lives in the Cleethorpes up a couple of hours north of London. Popular spot. Sophie Walker also in the field from just down the road from her. Well, she cuts an elegant figure, doesn't she, Sandra Gale? No, she had a quiet night in last night, just a bit of takeaway. Doesn't like to get too involved in the social side of things during a tournament.
This for an eagle 3 on 18 for the Spaniard.
Pretty sure she's German, actually.
Sorry. German. What am I talking about?
I'm sure she speaks Spanish, though. She's probably capable of speaking about 6 different languages. She's one of those people that, you know, she just kind of pulls out all of these unique skills, does Sandra.
Well, it's in Europe.
Yeah.
So they're somewhere near
over
each
that
other.
way.
Yeah. No, my apologies.
She spent a little bit of time going to school in Florida, University of Florida, for college, but didn't graduate, left early, turned pro, and, well, it's been no looking back. I think she won the 2011 Kia Classic, and obviously a Solheim Cup star in her own right.
After that beautiful approach shot from Hee Jin Hoi. This for a birdie 4. What a finish. That is, well, you just come back into the box, Ali, but you put yourself out of position, laid up well back, and got up and down from around about 140 for a birdie. And is it any wonder that as good judges like yourself are really talking her up at the moment.
Yeah, well, she's got to start next week at the Australian Open as well, so it's going to be great to see her stacking up next to the pros. When she won the Canadian Women's Amateur, she actually got 2 starts in the LPGA in some of the Canadian events a couple of years back. So, yeah, she's definitely capable, wants to reach world #1 amateur before she turns professional. She's got Leona Maguire and Hannah O'Sullivan, I think, in her way at the moment, 2 formidable foes. So we'll watch with excitement. Just a little bit downhill here for Sandra. This for her birdie. Oh, that was mean.
Oh, my word.
She didn't make a donation to the golf gods before she went out there on the 18th hole.
Oh, she's missed 2. She 3-putted 17 and missed that one from probably 3.5, maybe 4 feet if we were generous. And that is just the most vicious lip out you'll ever see.
Can Whitney Hillier finish out? Pretty simple equation there for Whit, trying to keep herself in the mix of this event. Wasn't the day she was after.
Well, I get no enjoyment out of looking at this, but how about this, Ali? This just makes you sick to your stomach, doesn't it?
It's just cruel. You know, you kind of almost want to give them a half shot because it did everything but go in. It's a tricky game.
It sure is, and it's demonstrably unfair at times, it would seem, particularly when it's your ball that does it. But one of the great beauties of the game is that every shot gets counted. Jake Higginbottom, second shot on 18.
He's calling for it to go. He's pretty late with his hands there, wasn't he? It kind of looked as though that could have gone well out to the right. He obviously saved it just at the last moment. But that's not a bad place to be, down in that front collection area.
He's kind of giving himself a talking to because he's going to have to pitch it, and he'll be likely pitching right across the edge of the bunker. So, plenty more to come. Adam Bland, left-hander. Plays most of his golf in Japan these days and really making a nice career for himself up there.
Just a little bit off the downhill slope. Potentially helping, back into the wind, shoots it out a little bit lower with hopefully a little less spin. That obviously worked in Adam's favour.
Good shot to the left-hand side of the green and himself a outside chance for an eagle.
This is Ian Lawson, I believe. Finished 11th here last year. Grew up playing golf just around the corner. And that one looked a little bit out of sync, didn't it? Oh, you kind of want to be in the bunker. Get in the sand. Local knowledge didn't help him there.
Well, everything there depends upon your life. If you get a ball that just sits up on that second cut nice and high, where you can play a decent high flop shot and get it pretty close, but if it's lying tight, then that becomes a really tricky shot.
Holly Clyburn now for birdie on 17. Won in a rookie year on the Ladies European Tour. That was in the Netherlands. And that never turned. She knew it. Holly's younger sister, Indy, is also a very good golfer. Has represented Europe, going to college over in the States. So it's not going to be long before we have the Clyburn Sister Act to join, those others that are out on the women's tours at the moment. We've got the Henderson girls, the Jutanagans. Now we've got the Quarters as well. Shame that Nelly couldn't tee it up this week. She was very crook, so hard to be away from home as an 18-year-old when you're sick. But she'll be reunited with her sister Jessica next week at the Women's Open. Should just be a mere formality here. She got to a point with her putting, Holly, where she got really complicated. You know, she started looking into aim point and then the greens books, and just kind of started to overthink it. So it's nice to see her be a little bit more athletic out there.
Yeah, I think the best putters in this game have a certain instinctiveness about them, and I think once you lose that and you start sort of putting by numbers, it can become a pretty dangerous game, because then you stop trusting your instincts, and a lot of the time when you're standing on the green, your eyes tell you what you need to see. You know, those green books giving you all the undulations that the players have now, they weren't around when I was on tour, but I actually don't know if I would have used them anyway, to be honest.
Well, I'm the same, to be fair. I was always a real field putter, but I think, you know, once you almost use it as a confirmation, don't you? I think my putt's going to do this, double check, all right to go. But we just heard that there might be rain on the way. News just in. Well, enjoy the patches of sunshine while it lasts out there, guys. It could change pretty quickly.
Now, look at this shot from Jake Higginbottom. He's got the 60-degree wedge, the face wide open, ball lies tight down here. He's going to pitch it over the corner of the bunker and then check it up. He's got a great short game, but he'll need all of it on this shot.
That was pretty well done, wasn't it?
That's pretty solid.
So important to just let the bounce do the work in that situation. You know, when you're on a tight lie, so many amateurs at home think that they have to hit the ball perfectly, but if you open the club face up, the club will just skip right on through underneath that ball, so you don't have to try quite so hard.
A pretty good lie for Dean Lawson, but he chose discretion as the better part of valour, and just busted a good 18 feet par, so he'll have a chance for birdie, but not as close as what he would have hoped.
South Australia, Adam Bland.
Dan's partner, Ali Orchard, also in the women's field here. It's fun to have all these couples out and about. We've also got some caddy player couples as well, so it's certainly a different dynamic, and I know a lot of them have bets going on during the week. I think Ali might be doing the dishes from the looks of it at the moment. Saw her out there this morning supporting some of the other players, but I think Dean might just pip her.
Down to 18, an eagle putt, and Mark Howard's there.
Yeah, a bit of rain around too, Dotty. Just started coming in now. It's a long putt. He's at about 6 feet short. You mentioned the weather, Ali. It's just started spitting in the last couple of minutes. I don't think it's anything too serious, but it's going to get serious tonight, and it'll be blowing, and it'll be a tough old day out here tomorrow.
Well, it might soften those greens up, but it all depends on that wind, doesn't it? That's the main defence of this golf course.
This for a birdie 4 for Dan Lawson.
Slightly downhill. Bit of left to right needs to go.
Yeah, paying the price for just carving his second shot a little bit right.
As he spends half of his year down this way, and then obviously the other half up in the Gold Coast. So really splits his time, but doesn't get back down this way as much as he would like, perhaps. Wouldn't this be a great up and down?
And I'm loath to say what a beautiful putter this guy is, but he is. And it's a really great angle just to see how everything stays really still. His arms just work independently. His eyes stay soft, and that got him. Commentator's curse.
That's
absolutely finished him right there. I tell you, it's like putting Shaquille O'Neal on fire lap when when I give someone a rap.
When Jake walked past this commentary booth, you better yell out some apologies. I tell you what, that was going in until you mentioned it.
I'll just say, how's your kneecaps? They must be sore after I just banged them with a hammer. Still a very solid round, though, for Jake Higginbottom. And good to see him playing well. Nice two-putt there from Adam Bland, and a solid birdie 4 to finish. Well, a leader in the Women's Championship, Mel Reid, finished a little while ago, and Ali Whittaker caught up with it.
Incredible round out there today, 6 under par. Holy mackerel, you were on fire out on that front nine. You know, was the back nine playing a little bit different out there?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the wind picked up this afternoon, but, you know, I felt like I've hit it good pretty much all well. My first 2 events that I've played this season, I've just held a few more putts in the front nine, really. But, you know, that's been my downfall this year, is probably my putting. But, yeah, all in all, you know, felt I left a couple of shots out there, but, I mean, I definitely would have taken 6 under at the start of the day.
Well, I'd agree with your ball striking. You know, it really could have been anything. We were on 59 watch. We were barracking for you, especially, you know, up 18. When you look at some of the par fives on that back nine as well, there are a couple of opportunities missed out there. You know, how does that change your game plan for tomorrow? Just keep doing all the same things?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can reach every par 5 into bar 11, I think. So, yeah, I mean, again, 14, I think it is. I've had 9 in there both days and made par, so that's a little bit disappointing. I was really disappointed to par the last, but, you know, I've held a great putt 16, great putt 17, you know, to just be 1 over and then 2 holes. So it kind of balances itself out, but yeah, I mean, I feel like my swing's in a good place. I just need to hold a few more putts tomorrow.
So this is your first time here at the Vic Open. How are you enjoying teeing up next to the guys?
I think it's fantastic. I think, you know, I wanted to play this year. I've heard so many great things from all the girls, and, you know, I think the concept of it is superb. It's fantastic for us, for our game, to promote it. And, you know, there's the crowds here. I mean, I'm struck by how many people are here. Like, the way it's supported and everything, and the way it's ran is amazing. You know, it's certainly a tournament on the schedule which I really look forward to coming back to.
Now, you love coming to Australia. You've got a pretty good record here. What is it about the Aussie culture that's so in line with your golf?
Work hard, play hard, I think is what the Aussies do. So it's kind of right down my alley. I just really like the way of life here. I feel very at home here. You know, me and Laura were talking about it even a couple of days ago, like how we just really like the way that everybody is. Everybody's very laid back, and yeah, I mean, if it wasn't, you know, 10,000 miles or whatever it is, I would definitely consider moving here. But yeah, I feel like I've got a lot of support here. Everyone's been always really, really nice to me, and I've always enjoyed coming here.
Well, I'm sure Father Brian's watching from home. Keep swinging it the way that you are at the moment. You're going to have them out in droves tomorrow. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
And let's take a look at some of the highlights of Mel Reid's round. Under overcast skies early, and a tremendous way to start on the first hole, just zotting it in there to 3 feet.
We have commentary.
Yeah, that pin's not easy either. And this is up on the 6th hole. Pin high right. And another birdie chance, and it drops. Perfect pace there from the Derbyshire native.
Just back out to 18 and to figure of Nicole Brock-Larson, who's really having a tough time. And Ali, you alluded earlier in the broadcast to the fact that she sometimes gets in her own way.
She has so much talent. This is actually my second favourite golf swing on the Ladies European Tour, just behind Mel, but so much potential. And yeah, you know, having her housing, her housing on her bag this week, especially under these conditions, perhaps a little bit tricky, because, you know, you can see she's just kind of plodding along, and that's where you need an experienced caddy, I think, to kind of give you a little bit of a reality check, like, hey, pull you back, let's just take a moment and reset, and I think she's missing that at the moment.
Suo playing her second, looks like maybe just pitching out of the left rough. But you make a really good point, Ali, about the importance of a caddy, and you know, some caddies carry the bag, and some caddies do a whole lot more than that. And particularly when you're a really talented player who has the proclivity to get in their own way at times, that's where a great caddy can come into their own.
Yeah, well, Mel Reid's caddy, Ben Brewer, was actually on Nicole's bag when she won in Sweden, and I could see him just trying to make her laugh going up the last hole, and I was like, that is priceless in that moment to be able to draw her out. And as we look at Holly Clyburn here, this is her second, a massive drive, and she's in prime position here to attack this par 5.
Great view of what faces her, and you can see that pin in the corner of that right-hand side bunker just jutting into view, and it's one of those things that you really need to commit to with your second shot to not let that interfere with your shot selection.
Yeah, she has the luxury here of the wind being into off the left, so can aim a little bit further left and let the wind drift it back over towards the pin. That one started left, and I'm guessing from her reaction it turned back a little bit, but I wouldn't call it position A, however.
Well, she hasn't committed the cardinal sin of missing it right. That's the first thing. So she's just sitting there in that second cut.
Interesting, Johnny Scott, who's on the bag for Holly, was actually on the bag for Mel when she won in Prague, just a month after her mother passed away. But it's so great to see Mel back in the mix, playing the golf that we as players all knew. Like, we've been waiting for this Mel to trot along. And I think for anyone that watched the Solheim Cup, back in 2015, they saw her because she just rises to those occasions. And I hope she makes the team to go out to Des Moines later this year in September. And this could be another player on the team as well. There's got to be at least one Dane in there, doesn't there?
Well, you would think so. And,
well, we've got Emily Pedersen, we've got Nana Madsen and Nicole Brock-Larsen to choose from. So I think they're spoilt for choice. All three really talented players, all winners on the LET in the last 2 years.
So this is the fourth shot for Nicole. And you can see what Ali Whittaker's talking about there. Just a picture-perfect golf swing.
Yeah, every now and then she just gets a little late. She gets a little trapped behind herself and doesn't return the club in front of you. And in layman's terms, that means your hands are behind you and you've got to flip them or try and hold it open. So it's a tricky thing, but she's getting it under control.
Well, the hot lady on course today was Mel Reid, but the hot guy on course was Matt Giles, the 2013 champion. And Mark Howard caught up with him just a few minutes ago.
Matty, congratulations. That's some day on the golf course. You must be absolutely thrilled with the way you played today.
Yeah, thanks, Howie. No, it was a very solid day. Got off to a nice start. Just kind of kept the ball in play off the tee. Made a few good putts and obviously holed one on 13 for a bonus. So that was nice. But yeah, very pleased with the day and obviously in a good position for tomorrow.
Tell us about the 13th, an eagle on a par 4, an extraordinary hole. I know Dottie was jumping around in the commentary box, very excited. Talk us through it.
Oh, it's better to be lucky than good, mate. So, 2-iron off the tee, as I pretty much did all day, and then I had 200 yards pin, so what's that, 182 metres, and hit a 6-iron. It's kind of a funnel pin there, but yeah, hit it, actually said be good in the air, and obviously it was, so definitely a fortunate one for sure.
Really brought it home on the last hole as well. A long birdie putt downhill, a really, really nice way to finish and to give yourself the lead going into the final day.
Yeah, that was nice. Obviously I bogeyed 17, hit kind of a poor tee shot there, so good to get the birdie back on the last. And yeah, didn't hit a great chip from where I was, but obviously made a nice putt, which is great.
Hopefully we're speaking to here as the winner tomorrow, but firstly, what are your preparations tonight? What happens tonight? Obviously you stayed out of the Barwon Heads pub and keep it low key, but a really windy day tomorrow. They're talking sort of 35, 40 kilometre hour southerlies, and round here it'll get really blowy and pretty cold too.
Oh, well, I like playing in the wind, so that's good. Tonight I think James Nitty's cooked a nice little spag bowl last night, so maybe we might get him to do the same. But just a quiet night in. Obviously we won't be off till probably 1 o'clock again, I guess, tomorrow. So find something to keep ourselves busy in the morning, and if it's windy tomorrow, then so be it.
You're good form in the Vic PGA, so you're playing some good golf. Obviously, you don't want to look too far ahead. Professional sportsman, I understand that, but winning a tournament like this, it'd be a massive, massive boost.
Oh, definitely. And obviously, you look around and such great crowds this week. Obviously with the boost in the prize money, and I think it's great having the girls here as well. So obviously it's a European tour event for them. So very good atmosphere out here, and if that was the case, then that'd be awesome.
Best of luck, and again, congratulations on a wonderful day's golf.
Cheers, thanks, mate.
Yeah, terrific play from Maddie Giles. This is out to Suo playing her third.
Yeah, just out of the rough here. At least she's on the left side, so it opens up the pin a little bit, but it's going to be a tricky shot to get close. Oh, that is a perler from Suo. Just as I said she couldn't do it, she went out and got it inside 10 feet. That's a seriously good shot.
There's just a certain fearlessness about some of these young players, isn't there? I mean that pin, as we saw any number of times from that rear shot, is tucked over about as far to the right as you can get. But when you're as good as this young lady is, why not aim at every pin? Every pin's a green light.
Why not? And you look at the other players, of her generation, Lydia Ko, Minji as well, and then obviously Sue. They're just going about playing golf. They don't really have too many worries. They're quite insulated in terms of their family, always have family around, and good support structures, and that's a testament in Sue's case, particularly with the Golf Australia rookie program as well. They've done some really good things in terms of providing them with a network around them and those buffers that they have people to turn to when things aren't going right, which happens more often than not on tour, especially in foreign countries. But this is Holly Clyburn from the back of 18. Needs to settle just a little bit as it drops down to the right, but that's going to be a relatively straightforward putt back up the hill. Went out for dinner for Holly's birthday the other night on Tuesday. It was good fun. I nearly needed to book about 3 extra tables. I think there was 20 of us in the Barwon Heads hotel, pub as we say around here. But such an important part of life on the road is still to celebrate those moments. We're away from our families, for more weeks than not out on the road. So nice for friends to give that support to each other.
Yeah, and to retain that sense of community wherever you are.
Nicole Brock-Larson here after her troubles in the trees. That's got to go.
Oh, gee, I tell you, she would just like to get a buggy and get off the course right now. It's just, when it leaves you out on the golf course and sometimes you just can't find a way to get it back. It's an awful place to be. It's like a house of mirrors, isn't it?
Yeah.
Times.
It's hard to get away from, and you just can't stop. You've just got to try and get through whatever you can today and just hope that you get a good night's rest, maybe some of James Neddy's spaghetti bolognese, and come back stronger tomorrow.
I think half of the male professional golfers in Australia would have starved to death without spaghetti bolognese. It's such a standard fare.
I can tell you, we got in a situation in France. We'd rented a house. Hannah Burke, Holly Aitchison, a couple of other players, and we got to the point where it was about 7 o'clock. All the shops had shut, and we realised that we had no breakfast, and one of us had to eat spaghetti bolognese for breakfast. I put my hand up, and I think I shot 3 under par that day. So there's something in the sauce.
It's the magic food, isn't it? Now, Holly Clyburn.
This for a birdie. The hill, not too much movement.
Well, that's a bit of a mystery because we almost saw almost the exact same putt from Mel Reid. Perhaps it was a fraction closer, and that stayed right and ducked away to the left. But you get to late in the day, there's been 100 or more players walk around that hole on the green, and as good as the greens are, there are always imperfections once you've had 100 plus feet walking on them, and sometimes the green doesn't behave exactly the way it's supposed to.
So true. You know, we talk in professional golf about execution errors and mental errors, but then there's also conditions errors where you've done everything right. You've, thought about the shot from start to finish. You executed it the way you want. You get a bad bounce. You get a poor lie, and those things you just can't change. So patience is key.
Now this will be some sort of birdie for Suo. So laying up in the rough. Great camera angle here. This for a 4 to finish. Perfection. Perfection. You see, she puts the line on the ball, and you know when you've hit a good putt when that line just rolls end over end.
Well, Sue's doing all the right things at the moment. She started working with Cameron McCormick, who, of course, is Jordan Spieth's coach, and she's spent a lot of time. She bought an apartment in Texas, so she's trying to get a bit of a base, and I think that's only going to help her going forward, just being a little bit more comfortable overseas.
Well, it's done. The round is over for Nicole Brock Larson. And we struggle to get a smile out of her at the moment, but maybe a wry one at that. The great thing about this game, Ali, is that there's always another day, and she can come out tomorrow and produce some of that form from rounds 1 and 2 and get herself up the leaderboard and win a big check, because there's plenty of money to play for here this week.
Oodles and oodles, and this tournament really is going from strength to strength at the moment. It's, you come here this year and you're like, oh, I've been dying for this year to start, and now all of a sudden we're here and we're hearing about what's going to happen next year, and well, it's an incredible tournament with incredible support.
Dave McKenzie playing his second. A swing that never really changes. Staring it down, and that's a veteran's miss right there. That's the miss of a guy that's played thousands of rounds of professional golf. And I often say, Ali, that at this level of the game, it's not always about how many great shots you hit, but about how many bad shots you don't hit.
Getting away with par, important. Jake McLeod. It's a good-looking swing. He's telling it to get down. And no direction needed. Pin high from Jake McLeod. He's got an opportunity to finish with an eagle here on the 18th.
Well, it hasn't been a day of fireworks for Jake McLeod, but he's looked really impressive. He's just gone about his business. Nothing really looks to bother him too much. Bit of an up and down day for Dimi Papadakis, but he's kept himself well in contention. Really didn't like it, but he's on the dance floor with a putt for eagle. So
interesting.
A hard task master, Dimi Papadakis.
It's so hard to just stay in the moment on days like today. You know, we talk about day 3 being moving day, but let's not forget it can go the other way quite quickly as well, as we've seen on the both men's and women's side of our leaderboards. And just keeping yourself in the mix, maybe keeping that 75 off the card rather than maybe a 71, 72, just trying to salvage some shots is so important in these final stages of a tournament. And that's often the difference between the guys that have a bad day and finish inside the top 5 versus well down the pack. So that's where the experience certainly shines through.
It's one of the things I always notice about the really great players in the world. And I think about someone like a guy like a Jim Furyk, who has had such a magnificent career, but with a golf swing that I think David Fahey described as like an octopus falling out of a tree, and slightly unfair, but I mean in his own way an apt description. But there's a guy who, on his bad days, when he was having a bad ball striking day, you thought, oh, gee, he's playing poorly today, and then at the end of the day, you'd add up his score, and it was a 70 or a 71. And the great players, the great players who have good minds and don't let things get to them, have a way of turning a 76 into a 71. And that ultimately is the difference about whether you're going to survive out here on tour and to make a good living out of the game.
I can almost remember down to the hole. I was in college in the States at Duke University, and I had this moment where I went, I'm just going to really start fighting for every shot. And it seems so obvious, to think that way, but it really changed the way my tenacity went trying to make up and down. And, I'd have an average chip and a 20-footer, but I still really wanted to make that 20-footer rather than thinking I didn't have the chance to. So it's strange how sometimes these little things can click, and just trying to keep those bogeys off the card, because you're going to have a few birdies if you're a decent player.
Well, it's all you can do. I mean, there's actually no other way to approach it when you're actually playing to put food on the table. That is to try on every shot, because you actually never know when you're going to find something. You never know when you're having a bad day and you're 5 over, and then suddenly you birdie the last 2 holes, and you found something in that swing on that 17th tee, and the next day you go out and shoot 66, and and then turn it on for the next few weeks. And it can happen, and it does happen, and you hear players talking about that all the time. And so, but you can only do that if you never give up. The moment you actually give up, that's when you end up learning nothing.
It's interesting when I look back at one of my best finishes was in Austria on the Ladies European Tour a couple of years back, and I was on the range the day before hating life. My swing was all over the place, honestly. It was more planes than an airport, and yet I went out the next day and shot 66 and led the event. So it just goes to show there is no formula to playing well sometimes.
And if we knew it, we'd be sitting in a castle somewhere in Europe counting our money. Dave McKenzie from the fringe. This for an eagle. Oh, and there's a little bit of meat left on that bone for Dave McKenzie, who's really just tried hard all day. He's had a couple of really tricky moments in his round, including that double bogey 5 on the 3rd hole. He's just kept coming back, and he's kept himself as much in contention as he can.
Well, he's on track for one of his best finishes here at 13th Beach. His previous 4 finishes were 40th, miscut, 46th, miscut. So just being in the mix on a course that's obviously haunted him in previous years is great for Dave, and trying to keep himself in the mix for tomorrow.
Dimi Papadopoulos for an eagle, and Mark Howard's down there by 18.
Nice crowd around Ada as well. They're in the Beach Club and the Creek Club. Really across the slope of the green. Long putt. It's an up and down day. And a good feel for the putt. You like his putting, Dotty! And an appreciative gallery. I think he's got real cult status potential, this man, Dotty.
Yeah, there might be a few people of the opposite sex putting up a Dimi Papadopoulos poster on their wall after this week.
Maybe even people of the same sex. He's a looker.
He's got one of those shirts too that really tight around the arms. Maybe it's the arms.
I think the arms came first, actually, before the shirt.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Jake McLeod.
That rain's cleared away, which is good news. And you mentioned Jack McLeod.
Yeah.
He's had a pretty consistent day, hasn't he?
He has. He's got a big putt here. This is for an eagle, and for the outright lead in the championship.
Stares it down, walks away from it. And about 6 foot back as well for the birdie.
Yeah, a little rush of blood there. But not the toughest putt coming back, Ali. Up the hill and right to left. Sort of putt that you'd back yourself to make 7 times out of 10.
Yeah, definitely. You know, all of these pros know if they're better on uphill and downhill putts as well. That's what you do your stats for. And, it's always interesting whether it plays into their strategy with their approach shot. As we see Dave McKenzie lining this up for birdie. Oh, well, he missed it on the pro side, which is the top side. 9 times out of 10 the ball falls in from up there, but not to be. He really is such an individual character in the men's game. Obviously, you know, his age being 49, but also the way that he plays the game. It's nice to have that kind of variety to watch, you know, in championships like this next to someone like Jake McLeod, who is obviously so capable of dominating the golf ball and really forcing his way around the golf course.
This for a birdie. To give him the equal lead. And it goes. Well done to that young man. He'll be in the final pairing tomorrow. And a big show.
Well, impressive performance there today from Jake McLeod. Held the front of a big championship for the first time in his very young career. And really handled himself well. Kept himself right in there heading into Sunday. And, well, there's been some great golf played today, including that of Matthew Giles. But the way that he holds himself, Ali, and the way that he's executed under pressure, it really... It holds him in good stead for tomorrow. You would expect him to be well in contention when the whips are cracking down the back nine.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, he seems quite unflappable as a character. Not too flashy with his personality, just seems to be going about business and is happy, you know, when he gets in the mix.
Well, Mark Howard's been able to grab Jake McLeod just before he goes and signs his card, and they're by the 18th green.
Jake, great way to finish. Congratulations on your round and a birdie to wind things up. It's an exciting day tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. Birdie's always a good way to finish. Very pumped for tomorrow.
You seem really in control out there. I followed you for the last 12 holes. You look like you're relaxed, enjoying yourself, not getting too wound up.
Yeah, just trying to enjoy myself out here. Put myself in this position, so it's good. And playing pretty good golf, so I'm pretty confident at the moment, yeah.
Expecting a good night's sleep tonight, and then out we go tomorrow. Final grouping. It's what all those hours of practice and preparation are for, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So hopefully I get a good night's sleep and see how it goes tomorrow.
Best of luck and good luck tomorrow.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, smiling his way through things, and as Mark Howard said, looking pretty relaxed and comfortable with things.
Did we ever get to the bottom of the story about the ice cream with Jake McLeod? Because he just walked past the ice cream stand. It's shut. So perhaps if he'd been looking forward to the ice cream at the end of the day, it's not going to happen for him, but he's fun to watch.
There's a fair chance he might find one with dinner tonight. Let's have a look at the Women's Championship heading into the final round here on Sunday with Melissa Reid, a 2-stroke advantage over Angel Yin, and also Suo on that 13 under score. Belen Motho and Hee Jin Choi at 12 under. They're 3 back. And Sandra Gale as well. And then Hannah Green and Holly Clyburn at 11. They're 4 back. And all still in with a very realistic chance of winning this championship, Ali.
Absolutely. You know, those low scores are out there. We saw from Nicole Brock-Larson her day. It can happen where the top leaders can falter. So it's fun to see all of this international talent on the leaderboard as well. Florentina Parker, winner on tour. Caroline Hedwall, winner on tour. Carly Booth, along with Pedersen as well. Kylie Henry, Sagstrom, Artis, all winners on tour. So we're spoilt for choice in terms of who to watch tomorrow, and it's going to be a great show.
It certainly is. The men's championship, and Matthew Giles with that round of 8 under par 64, tied with Jake McLeod, and it'll be Giles, McLeod, Higginbottom out in the final group tomorrow, and some terrific young talent there. The real emerging face of Australian golf showing itself here at the Oates Victorian Open 2017. Lucas Herbert as well, and a little bit of a veteran status down there with Richard Green, 7 under par round today. plenty of experience too on that second page of the leaderboard, with Dave McKenzie still in the top 10. Nick Cullen, of course, winner of the Australian Masters. Adam Bland, very experienced player playing on the Japan Tour. And Dave Branston as well. So many chances there on that second page of that leaderboard as we head into Sunday at the Oates Victorian Open.
We had this idea. Let's tweak the champ. Trusted by the PGA Tour's best. Let's make the greatest greater. You want it smaller? Bam! Smaller. You want fast? This is Cheetah. Put it in your hand. We did. Rock solid. Put it in your bag. Point it at stuff. Not that. Not that. That. It knows what to do. You love Jolt? Of course it's got Jolt. Be the pen seeker. Use it. It's dead accurate. He does. He's good. The new Bushnell Tour V4. The greatest, most advanced V ever made.
Taste the feeling.
Road safety's come a long way, but we can't stop now. See the system changing road safety for good.
Isn't it time we matched cleaning with innovation? Introducing the Oates Catch-All Triple Action Broom, featuring a unique bristle that's soft on floors and designed to sweep, collect and go, all with award-winning results. Whatever you clean, Oates cleans best.
Thank you.
I think I might walk back.
Really?
See ya.
Bye.
I'll join you. It's been great to hang out. Beautiful. Extra syllables. It's a multi-syllable vista there. It's physically impossible to lick your own elbow. You know that?
Goodbye, goodbye, everybody. I must leave my baby behind. Now, goodbye.
With offers this good, you'll do anything to leave your car behind. The Mercedes-Benz sale. Find an excuse today. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
What a tremendous day it's been in round 3 of the Oates Victorian Open for 2017. It promised much, Ali Whittaker. It delivered. We saw just a raft of birdies and just some tremendous scoring.
Absolutely. And, you know, we knew it was coming. It's a quality field, and you can see it's nice to see players.
At the ahead of both the men's and women's championships, and on this golf course which can really turn it on for us. We're expecting some weather tomorrow. There will be some drama, and there's much to look forward to. We look forward to your company as well here for round 4 of the 2017 Oates Victorian Open.